months of grueling and amazing battles throughout the season, it is time for the most major point of the season. This is Street Fighter League Japan in the playoffs. All of the teams that have fought both in Division S as well as Division F have come to prove their worth to see who makes it into the grand finals of it all. Let's get reacquainted with those teams in just a bit. My name is Vicious, here with St. Cola to deliver all the action for Division S specifically. Obviously, you guys have been following along throughout the season and seeing the ups and downs of all these teams, and sometimes you've seen one of these teams just stay on the up and up, and we'll get further introduced to those teams in just a bit. But as it stands right now, we're going to go through the top 3 teams that have made it, right? We have Nagoya NTP Oja, Crazy Raccoon, and Good 8 Squad, all amazing competitors through and through, but only one can move on into the next phase. Senkola, how are you feeling about all this, man?
My heart is pounding, brother. The fact that only one can move on. We have such dominant players in and outside the league. That only one gets to move on per division is kind of a wild thing to say. But as you mentioned, it's been one of the most contentious, most wild Street Fighter leagues that we've had thus far in the land of Japan. I would say probably the best that we've had all the way through. But it comes down to this. Only one team will be leaving this venue smiling, and the others maybe not so much. Crazy Raccoon will be going up against Nagoya NTP Oja. That's away and home respectively. And then the winner of that will be fighting Good 8 Squad on the away side of all things. Tomorrow, of course, we did a division Geekly, and Hiroshima Team Itsuka will be recheck. Now, to go down the rule set real quick, here's how it's going to go down. We're going for a race to 70 points this time, a little bit different than what we had previously. First to 2, and first to 3, 10, 10, 20 respectively. However, once we hit that point, we don't go to an extra game. We're actually going to switch it a little bit and put the players that are on the away side on the home side and vice versa. We'll keep going back and forth until we get to 70 points in total. The teams with the higher standings in the regulation season were the ones on the home side. That's why you see Nagoya in the second place position, and that's why you see Good 8 Squad in the home position at the top spot. Every player must play by the anchor game on the second set, so everybody has to be off that pitch, which we have seen a lot in the league thus far.
Right, so it's going to create a lot of different formulas in regards to your approach, especially as it gets closer to that 70-point mark. Will we see constant anchors? And honestly, between these two, it's kind of a dice roll, right? Just a little glimpse of Nagoya NTP Oja. KB, one of the most winningest players in the season that we have ever seen. Vast improvements, has made such a big statement. Will we see him change it up? Perhaps, right? Will he stay in the anchor spot forever? That could also be plausible. But on the side of Crazy Raccoon, anybody could be an anchor and anybody could be a threat, especially with how much time has led in between from the ending of regulation season up until this point. It all really depends on the matrix, right? We'll see how this plays out in regards to who's going to match up against who. It's going to be so difficult to call, but the most enjoyable to watch.
Oh, 100%. The endurance battle that is out here is going to really test the mettle, test the strategies that have been coming through, and test every one of these players. Do you spend up, as you mentioned, some of the more prominent players first? Do you show your hand? Because you have to worry about the Good 8 Squad that's waiting in the wings and the winner side of things later on. Do you showcase what you have already off the rip? We'll have to see what happens. But I definitely think it's going to be a lot of variety in terms of like the characters that are out here. A lot of DLC has been implemented from the side of Crazy Raccoon. We've seen the evolution of Mai from the side of KB, as you mentioned, one of those winningest players. And not because it's just that character, because he has been putting that character on the map, as well as other players from other scenes coming out here doing a bad amount of work. So I can't wait to see what's going to happen. They've had time to grind it out. They've had time to play with people from around the world, and they've had time to really work down how much money this is. 15 million yen. That is double the price that we have had previously, and that is a huge amount. You can do the translation over there. I don't know what that is in burger bucks. I do. That's quite a bit of money all overall.
And of course, you can't forget about the supplementary prize, excuse me. I stutter when I see any sort of high monetary amount. So 50K as a supplementary prize to the champion team players, just to thank them a little bit extra. But also, we got to give thanks to a lot of our sponsors coming in, right? Tayo Holdings, Suzuki, Galeria, Punk Workshop, as well as Red Bull. There's so many involved. Geekly as well. Everybody that's been a huge and pivotal part of Street Fighter League Japan, we genuinely thank you for putting on one hell of a show. And so, with that in mind too, as we get ready for the grand finals, just a reminder, we're going to reiterate this as it comes along. That's going to be happening on a later date. So, with that in mind, we could talk about the points that need to be accumulated throughout the season, or at least going in from playoffs compared to the grand finals. It's going to be a race to 90 points. So keep that in the back of your mind as these guys duke it out for this race to 70 to see how they acclimate themselves in a little bit of a switch up in comparison to regulation season.
Oh my God, I cannot wait for the back and forth, especially after they've had some of the blueprints from over the other leagues, being able to watch, the likes of other Sagats and things like that, get more ideas on how to play the game, how to push them out even further. There are so many things that have happened since we've met up, since regulation play. These players have been grinding it out. And also who's been grinding it out has been Vispo. Big ups to our new ambassadors who have been well acquainted with the scene, been interviewing the players day in and day out. Every single time that we have a winner, they're out there on the ground as the reporters. And if you want the real deal, go to them, hit that translation. Or if you are a native speaker, even better, get even more of that real deal stuff from them. They'll also be having a booth at the grand final so you can actually maybe give them some love in person or at least buy some of their merch.
Really excited to see that, right? The overall presence of this ambassador group. Vispo is doing a phenomenal job thus far. Being able to see them in person in the grand finals gets me kind of jealous, low-key. But again, the energy and the support that they've been throwing down for Street Fighter League Japan is definitely well recognized and well appreciated. So again, thank you for Vispo, an amazing VTuber group, for throwing it down. But also, when it comes to supporting the players, when it comes to supporting the teams, we also have a handful of different awards that we've been setting up every single week of Street Fighter League Japan. We'll get there when we get there to name a few and kind of show the appreciation towards our players. But in the meantime, we got to make sure that you guys are following along, especially in the land of Japan. If you guys haven't done so already, at Capcom_esports, hello, is where you need to go for all the latest and greatest news in the land of Street Fighter 6 Japan.
They've been also posting a lot of stuff on the Capcom Fighters Twitter and Instagram about like the players, like the teams and things like that, giving people just a taste of what's going on to get you updated on how their journey has been with the quickness. Also, the website has been really good too as well. Get even more of that data. A lot of support coming through from the Japanese fans and fans from around the world. Been talking to people, and they've been watching this league day in and day out. They've been catching the VODs if they can't catch it in the morning, which is A-okay. I definitely understand that. But here's the awards. As you mentioned, Grand Finals MVP, as you mentioned, one player from each Grand Finals team, Division MVP, one player from each division, Rookie of the Year Award, Drive Nation Efficiency Award, and Drive Impact Award. I cannot wait to see who lands that one. I feel like it might be like a Mago or something like that. Maybe somebody like that likes to play like maybe like more of like a jerk. But we're also going to give some flowers to start naming some of those awards off real soon. And, we've got to the point where we can figure out who's decided on what. And there are my own personal ones for MVPs. Definitely, I'm sure you have yours too as well. And people at home, I'm sure you have yours, depending on what character you play or your biases and stuff like that. But it's time to announce the Rookie of the Year Award. It's going to be Sahara.
It makes sense. It just makes sense.
He's so godlike. Talk to me.
I mean, even just from like watching here and there, just like taking a look at how he performed overall when it comes to his CPT performance, you can take a look thoroughly at how well he performed throughout the season, being the rookie, all right? By himself, he has scored 120 points, has an 80% win rate, and didn't lose a single game while being on the home side, having these counter picks. Although, that being said, I wonder if he's going to have that same exact performance going into the playoffs. But nothing could take away from his Ed prowess. Only a few players have taken him down throughout the season, but still having a stellar performance through and through. Of course he deserves a Rookie of the Year award.
Yeah, got to give it to him. In and outside of the league, he's done nothing short of amazing work. Since his introduction, I think, 2 years ago, he's transferred from a different genre over to this one. It's been explosive. Good A Squad definitely picked the secret weapon and picked it right. I remember talking to Gotch-kun over during one of the EWC events, and he was like, we got a secret weapon. Y'all don't know about it yet, but when you see him, you're going to know. They definitely well picked him, and that's good for Good A Squad to kind of put their trust and solidify their team even more so with a character they can use or a player they can use more often and don't have to worry about him getting counterpicked as much. So well done to Sahara. He's still participating in the World Warriors, even though he's already qualified, just to gatekeep and get that skill up, But we still have one more coming through. But before that happens, look at some of these clips of him. This is the battle where he was just getting active. I think there's a little bit of a mistake here from Eita to not get active at this point. Yeah, no DI right back. But again, Sahara, as you mentioned, has been claiming a lot of names, a lot of legendary names, even though he has been so new to the scene. Feels like he's just been here the entire time. Look at this man. Doesn't matter what matchup it is. He's just dominating.
Yeah, I mean, so Sahara was actually thoroughly introduced pretty early on, at least within, the NA region and also a little bits of South America, all right? We saw him don the Good 8 squad profile when it comes to, the sponsorship, when it comes to the jersey. We got to see him extravagantly perform over at Blink Respawn, right? I think Gotch-kun was actually pretty open about letting everybody know that he was going to be a pivotal part of the team for Street Fighter League Japan. And so, having the adjustments made from that early on, right before the season started, was kind of phenomenal, right? Because we actually started before EWC had even started, right? If I'm remembering chronologically. So he was already pretty active by the time Street Fighter League had already started, if you just compare his notes between like month after month. And then EWC arrived, and then it was just that much more prominent, right? So with that in mind too, like, I'm so excited to see like his overall growth with him playing as confidently as he does per matchup against characters and also per matchup against specific players. There's no doubt that I see him returning into Capcom Cup for numerous years, so long as he maintains his trajectory towards his work ethic. I think there's no one that could really stop him that's within his class in regards to like the rookies. And with the kind of tutelage he's under currently with the entirety of the Good 8 squad, I think he's going to be, I think he might just be the next generation killer.
That's such a good point. Having players that have been around for a long time that can give you tips on terms of nerves and how to deal with things, which it feels like he barely even has because he won a UFA tournament. He's been good offline and online. It's great to have that backing support of a team. And I feel like in terms of like next year, I would imagine it's going to be the exact same Good 8 squad. If they do return, which they probably will, I would imagine it's going to be the exact same players, man. It's got to be. I mean, the way they're so dominant right now, got to be. So, with that being said, shouts out to Sahara. Can't wait to see him play at Capcom Cup, and I can't wait to see him play today, what he's going to do for his team.
Right, so, like, that whole composition of Good 8 squad makes me feel like they're very much so unstoppable, right? They have scored first place, they have maintained first place throughout Division S, and quite honestly, they have such a good matrix amongst themselves in regards to players, right? You have so much to really think about, but before I digress, we got to talk about our Division S MVP. One of the most unstoppable players that we had seen this season, and by a large margin, and by a very thorough surprise. It is none other than the Hammer, KB. I cannot emphasize how much of a dominant force this man had been. I was actually quite shocked. When I saw the lineup for this team, I'm like, all right, Nagoya, they got to prove their worth. They had a pretty shaky start last season, just forming their team under a new team name, I should say. But KB, let's talk about it. 140 points. One of the top point earners, if not the top. He had 90% wins on his side. The only game he had lost was on the away side. He actually got counterpicked from the side, I do believe, against Gachikun. So, dude, who else would you name up as your MVP for the division? Ain't no other person. 90% win rate, mostly on anchor. It's got to be KB.
He might be the MVP of the entire Street Fighter League, to be so dominant, so effective. And it's not even just him playing Mai, it's the way that he maneuvers with the character. He really understands her to every sort of aspect. His fireball game is insane. He knows how to not expend too much drive gauge. His spacing is really good. He knows when to take risk and find reward. It took somebody that would be an absolute lab rat that doesn't even play ranked that much, that just sits in the lab all day and play like Gachikun, to take him down. And that's weeks after having a target on his back. So someone like KB has been so dominant for good reason, and he might be the most dominant player we have seen thus far in Street Fighter League Japan history. Maybe recency bias, but in terms of 9 out of 10 and playing damn near every single day at that point, brother, who can say any less, you know?
I think one of the best things about KB is understanding the pace he plays at. I feel like he has a good medley of rhythms that really throw off a lot of the Japanese players' grooves. If you ever watch a Japanese player stream or like watch their runs specifically, if you were to like highlight a specific Japanese player throughout their time in the CPT, there are certain nuances to their rhythm. KB completely obliterates that, and I think he's found a golden ticket in terms of beating a lot of his colleagues. And you've seen it just based off of the replays, the spacing he plays at, when he decides to throw a fireball, which is a big contention point for Mai, but also the way he presents himself in terms of his speed. His normal placements have been so ambiguous. His decisions as to when to parry, when to drive rush, has all been in the perfect rhythm for the way he wants to play. I think he's been a little bit more aggressive than a lot of the Japanese players are used to, and I think that is going to be the key for his success and also uplifting the rest of his team in regards to preparing for this playoff going forward.
Another good point. You're talking about how he's a team captain. They would not be nearly as strong without his tutelage. I think also him leading the charge. So it is a lot of him taking Nagoya NTP Oja with him to the top. But I do feel like that he is also a good enough leader to kind of give him that study, the things that he has done. Because he's obviously won a lot of these matchups. We talk about how he defeated Bonchan by defeating that Wake Up level 1 with the projectile invuln level 2. Things like that, you tell he's got that matchup knowledge. He's giving that knowledge to his players and buffing them up too as well. So not only is he a great player out here as an MVP in terms of points, he's also a great captain. You have to be to have your team be second position in the most difficult leagues thus far.
Yeah, so I mean, if you look at the overall scheme of how the points were accumulated from the side of Nagoya NTP Oja, when you talk about him being the coach, or not the coach, but the team leader, right? I always like to think to myself, if you're a leader, you have to lead by action more than words. KB with 140 points did a phenomenal job of carrying this team to the playoff spot with a total of 260, right? Otani didn't have the best showing, although he was actually one of the stronger rookies from the previous season. He was only able to manage 30. Mochi, now granted, his first time into the season was not too long ago, and him actually picking up Street Fighter 6 pretty much the same, not too long ago. He had 40 points on his back, and he played phenomenally. It's just that tough of a season to not be able to score as many points as he had hoped. Then, coming out of nowhere, when we talk about other rookies, Seiya came in with 50 points, and it actually been a pivotal part towards beating down some of the folks that we had seen over in against Crazy Raccoon, right? He had actually taken down Kazunoko in the second exchange in that second half of the of regulation season. So he's been a very, very critical point of contention for the teams he's about to face off against. So when you talk about the overall scheme of things, although they didn't necessarily have all the points to their name, in total they had, what, 120 points? KB was able to eclipse that and help further, further their agenda and what their hopes were into the playoffs with 260. That is phenomenal.
That was amazing. And he played in first position, second position, third position. Like, he's playing in the first and twos and the first and threes. So the fact that he is comfortable everywhere and then allowing his team to maybe buff things up, win or lose, or at least go up there and give them confidence regardless. Again, man of action, definitely out with the action and well rewarded. Let's see how that operates today, though. I feel like when you see somebody that powerful, that strong, are you ready for them? But are you ready, people, for the playoffs to begin? Because they're starting right now. Yo, we're going to be starting off with the craziest raccoons out here that are coming up to bat with a plethora of characters, some switching, some adding. But either way, are you ready for the craziest of raccoons coming through? This team in the third place position on the away side. Let's see what they start off with. Let's get a closer, in-depth look at this team. Crazy Raccoon. We begin with the judge, the jury, the executioner himself. It's Papa Bonchan with the Akuma, and also showing you what Sagat got. After that, it's going to be the one loved by all fighting games and hated by those who have to play him in bracket. It's Kazunoko. Man's getting aerial with the Sea Viper, the Kemi, maybe even the Jamie, we'll have to see. But I see this man kiss the fist. It's the Asura. It is Shuto on the Ryu more these days than the Akuma. I think we might be just going with the power of the Hado for the rest of this time. And the Devil Strategist, the one that made the right pack with the Wind Devil, is Diggity Gogura, as my boy Effort would say. This man has been leading the charge and has been putting his faith in Elena more than Bison. This squad, once again, has put their faith in switching characters, adding characters. Very hard thing to do, especially in the middle of the season, but they made it work.
They most definitely did. There's a lot of questions to be asked when it comes to the Crazy Raccoon roster in regards to who's going to be placed up firstly on the away side, and also which characters come to play, which we will find out after we introduce the home team. This is going to be Nagoya NTP Oja coming in from out of nowhere, seemingly, in comparison to the last season. Let's get reacquainted with a team that has been one of the more dominant ones throughout the season for Division S. I'm talking about Nagoya NTP Oja time, baby. 260 points to their name? You're damn right. They're here to play. Let's get reacquainted, shall we? The first player coming in for this extravagant team, none other than Mochi, the daredevil bounty hunter, switching up from one game to another in excellent fashion. Really impressed by his progress. Followed by the talent from Toyama, none other than Otani, one of the big prospect Ken players that we've seen right out the gate from the very beginning of Street Fighter 6. Can't talk about Kung Fu without the Fanatic. It is Seiya coming in with that ever-impressive Chun-Li, and also the second top point earner when it comes to the overall squad. Last but not least, the Hammer of Justice, bringing in all the points. It's the team leader, K. beat.
Ooh, this team is super stacked. In terms of history, let me break it down a little bit. Oja, 30-10 the first time they met. Second time they met, 40 bomb from Oja. Crazy Raccoon not able to score a single point, but that's regulation. There's been time to grind. We'll see if things are switched up. However, Crazy Raccoon is on the away side. They put the characters and players up first. Let's see what they deliberate on and what they send up. I feel like it's pretty... I feel like you can kind of put up a lot of players in that anchor position. Looks like it's Kazunoko with the C Viper. I know you're happy about that one.
Yes.
But seeing him in the anchor position is kind of cool because if things go dicey, switch to the Cammy if need be, maybe even the Jamie, maybe not. But Dogra is starting to charge off. I like that. Put the captain up to get the momentum going and Bancha to keep things up with the Akuma.
Yeah, it's hard to truly tell like who really is like the captain of this team. Like if you look at their overall presence in terms of points earned, they have accumulated 220 points to their name. Dogra scored 60, Bonchan scored 50, Kazunoko scored 40. You know who scored the most? Shuto with 70 points, and he is on the bench. However, when it comes to the switch up, of course he's going to be forced to play before the anchor spot is made. So, with that in mind though, one of the biggest things that we're looking forward to is, obviously Dogra has a phenomenal laner that he's been developing since we had seen him from the start of this season. I want to know how much conviction Bonchan has now with his Akuma, because he's been going back and forth with the characters, because he's been going back and forth with Akuma and Sagat specifically, especially with all the data that's been out there in regards to how Blaz was playing, right? That's a pretty big tell, or at least a pretty good amount of data to dissect. But the main question is, for me, Kazunoko C Viper, I have been watching his streams on YouTube like crazy. I don't know who's going to be ready for how sharp he's been playing. But the fact of the matter is, we'll get there when we get there. Mochi's coming up first with the Akuma pick.
They have not played yet. Not in League, at the very least. So it's going to be a little bit different. I want to see what Mochi is capable of doing. I feel like he has been able to land counter after counter hit more continuously. He understands the pacing at what people want to play. And the reward that he gets off those counters with his Akuma is nothing short of excellent. His spacing is really good. His fireball game is really good. If there's a bad round, it doesn't really get him down at all. You feel like he's just like still in form. And again, compared to how he was in the previous season, where he was just kind of getting his bearings with this game, getting the bearings with Street Fighter League at all, it looks like he's a brand new person. However, Dogra on the other side has revolutionized Elena completely. We thought she was a play second sort of character. We thought she'd be that kind of, I'll wait for you to play a button and I'll whip punish or whatever, try to interact right after that. Dogra initiates on his own terms when he feels like, and he has taken her to top spots. Second at a Stack World Warrior. Top 8 at an Evo France offline. Like, you can't say anything about the character not being viable or not being a part of the game because Dogra has showcased what to do and what the blueprint is.
And I would thoroughly agree with that, right? There hasn't been like too much data in regards to like how Elena can be played against certain matchups. Dogra has definitely been on the forefront of developing said meta, or at least developing a strategy against the meta. There have been like a handful of other players within like the continental United States, within like the NA region, South America region as well. But it's not to the extent of the way Dogra has been grinding, right? And that's just not to take respect or like not to disrespect any of the players out in the NA or SA region, or even like the European region, really. But like Dogra is the one that's been showing off at least the results in regards to the CPT, and I think that's in high consideration in regards to how a character can perform. So with that in mind though, Dogra going up against like, I think Akumas in general has been a little bit problematic to say the least. But it's like, when you talk about the amount of time between like end of regulation season going into playoffs, there are some substantial notes that you could make for yourself in preparation for the meta. Guess what? Akuma is definitely in hot contention for being within said meta in the top 5. So of course, there's going to be something being out there, at least some sort of formula that needs to be done from the side of Dogra. More so from the side of Mochi, right? Like, how much practice does Mochi have against this character? That's going to be like the biggest contention point in my eyes. But the fact that they're sending him up first gives me some sort of confidence in it, right? There's got to be some specific reason why the team had put Mochi up first against this matchup.
We see when he studies, he's on form. He's the one that took the shoot though in the mirror match. I feel like that was one of the reasons why maybe Shuto switched off that character with the Ryu. Not sure, but either way, the fact that if he's ready for something, he's going to have something for him, right? We've seen that time and time again in League. In the interviews, though, Dogra says, since the regular season ended, had a lot of time to practice. We've had some hard times in the practice, but I want to win, make that practice worth it. You do have an Akuma on your side with Bonchan to easily find that practice. You have a plethora, as you mentioned, cool players in general in Japan. For Mochi's side, he might have to be studying tapes. Because if you find an Elena player, are they going to be playing like Dogra? Dogra started the trend of the way Elena's been played. How do you find somebody that can find that equivalency? But I'm sure with Mochi in that study, I'm sure he's going to have something at the very least. Maybe it's more fireball pressure. Maybe it's the timing of the anti-airs, or the dive kicks, I should be saying, was harder for her to anti-air. Mochi says, I'm really good friends with Dogra, and I'm happy to be able to play the first game together. I'll do my best to win for the team. I forgot that they probably played in other games previously, and now they're out here at League playing Street Fighter. Blew my mind.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be like a little bit of a personal match, in my opinion. But in a good way, right? Friends got to go down in the bracket. That's just how it goes. Just to kind of like highlight a little bit more, big shout out to Logan, by the way, for putting this all together. There is a lot of data in regards to like how the Dogra had performed throughout the season. He had to face off against 2 different Akumas, right? He had to face off against Koano when he went 0-2. However, he brought it all the way back, facing off against a different Akuma via Eita 2-0, right? Having that type of data, he's at least able to formulate a plan. Already off to the start, already off to the races between these two. Game 1, Dogra drive rushing on in, catching a counter hit against Mochi.
Taking his turn, playing first. Interrupts the drive with the stand, meet him. Target combo, ends it with a DP scratch because he's up in the corner. Leg lock him down. Down so far, hits the brakes. Bailed that DP, the stand meeting kick able to hit the perfect to start things off. Dogra.
Setting the pace early, right? Exactly how you mentioned. Setting the team captain to disrupt the vibe for the opposition with a character that is pretty much off the radar for Japan as well.
The corner again. What's the defense like, Mochi? See if he switches it up for like a perfect parry, maybe an OD fireball. The back throw here, switch it up a little bit. Kuma can really cook. Oh, made him tap the parry. I like that, almost like a Hachogeki. Gets the counter hit. Raid to level 2. Go for damage and a setup if you want to. A lot of things for Akuma. Animate flame, safe jump setup. Actually, empty jab. No way.
The big turn off of Dogra. This is huge, right? A single hit from Dogra could actually spell out critical art and actually kill off the rest of Akuma's life. He has 1 single cancel. Now he's got 2, being at the 3-bar threshold. It could be rather dangerous if Mochi whiffs a normal or if he decides to disrupt. He doesn't actually go for it. The drive rush into the overhead. And you already know a level 3 Dogra sneaking that tactic in. Very difficult to judge.
I love how Dogra is like, listen, it's time for me to initiate. I'm tired of waiting. Wait for you to play a button. I'm just going to get in there with the overhead to make it dead. Dogra first game, down to step in the corner. Mochi has not been able to leave. And again, those counter timings that he's been able to have previously, we're not seeing them there. Maybe more fireballs to kind of disrupt the rhythm a little bit. But Dogra has been so effective up in the corner. A tap parry attempt going to be called out, though. The toss right after. Ooh, hits the brakes, avoids the throw. Coming against the wall. Oh, I like that combo decision right there. The light kick fireball right after. Nasty pickup.
I like that. Okay, just out of the range. We do get the big punish counter, the big whiff punish, I should say, from Dogra. A lot of carry. He actually missed the boogie on breakdown. He was trying to close the gap against Mochi, just a little bit off.
Walk-up throw right after, though. Dogra not face too much. Like, hitting the brakes every so often, looking for those buttons. Again, Mochi wants to counter poke with crouching medium punch. Some other bigger buttons like Sam Fierce, Forward Fierce. He's just outside that range every so often. Dancing with it. Oh, take him towards the corner.
You're gonna block the overhead, the mount smash, not gonna be able to connect, but still the overhead does from a different avenue, right? Dogra tried to move out of the way, maybe anticipated the throw, but Mochi keeping it nice and easy, at least creating space for himself. Adamant fist, and still, man, I'm actually quite surprised that he decided to press a button after that.
Yeah, we're dashed on into a counter conversion. Spin the bar for the overhead, don't hurt the blocks. Oh, able to block in time.
Yeah, they're dangerous. No way, level 3. Mochi being able to parry that nice and easy. Some of the things that we're seeing right now is throwing Dogra off guard. I think some of the tactics that Mochi has been using revolving around the Adamant Fist has kept Dogra mostly on defense, right? That Adamant Fist should have been his turn to play a little bit earlier ago, but he just let himself get run over.
Also caused that tap parry attempt previously too. Before that, low forward to start things off. Heavy kick Tatu, effective to put him right up in the corner. Meaty forward Fierce. Waits for his turn. He had it, but yeah, there we go. Now getting the punish counter combo. Boy, no bait though. Reversal works out.
Oh, we did the big sweep coming in from Dogra. Losing a lot of estate is Mochi, right? Pretty close to the corner right now. Dogra has been rather active with some of his normals.
Oh, sweet punish and a half. No DRC necessary. Oh, you see the jab, walk back, big fist to face up in the corner space. The timing, the spacing, the execution from Mochi, excuse me. Let's play Akuma. Tick throw, set point. There's again.
I like that. Hella damage incoming from Mochi. Does get the extension afterwards. Crouching heavy, adamant fist. The safe jump fierce. Now the forward throw. He can do it again if he needs to. A third one will actually be so dangerous for Dogra. He thought the same thing. Mochi with the perfect to start things off for Nagoya NTP Oja. Damn, son. The throw loops really putting a damper on Dogra's defense.
And the adamant flame thrown out every so often at spacing where it's going to be hard to punish and hard to deal with. You're worried about fireball, drive rush overhead, things like that. So you're trying to tap parry and maybe trying to whip punish it, but it's been outside the range where you can't really do anything. And then you see him kind of stealing his turns when Dogra got pensive. Usually Dogra has been one of those psychic ones that can kind of read people and see what they're going to do, but it felt like he couldn't get a read on Mochi at all, especially when things got closer towards the very end, when the pressure was mounting up in the corner. And so we saw things like this, wake up super, easily baited from the side of Mochi. And at the very end, as you mentioned, drive rush jab into low forward. This guy is just ridiculous. Just the things that he puts on, the mounting pressure, then how he rides that and executes more other tools like the low forwards, the adamant flame to kind of start things off at the very beginning. This is a different cat than we saw before. He might be a body double. I don't know, because this is not the Mochi I saw last year.
It is rather difficult to compare, right? Like, if you're looking at like how Mochi performed, like even just based off of the statistics alone, my man had 10 successful throws against Dogra. That is like about a round. That is pretty much a round, yeah, if I'm not mistaken. But like all things considered, like that alone just applies so much more pressure. But either way you spin it, Nagoya, NTP, Oja, and Mochi will definitely take it. Otani now coming up next with that Ken.
Ooh, it's a run back. Shouts out to Logan and FG Combo for this. So last time, Otani beat Bonchan Sagat cleanly. Now it's the Akuma pick. I remember Bonchan, soon after regulation play was over, going to his stream and playing Akuma, trying to get that character up, and then talking to Daigo and a few others about this character. And he's like, it's kind of hard to kind of juggle both characters because both require quite a bit of work and quite a bit of maintenance. So taking time off of one requires you to kind of take time off the other, or put more time on the other, but then you got to juggle them, like which ones are in certain matchups. So maybe it's one thing where he wasn't feeling it with the Sagat, and the Akuma is something he's been playing a lot more, so he's have an easier strategy against the likes of Otani. But Otani, on the other hand of things, I'm wondering if this is the day where that firmware for his Ken will be fully updated. We saw drive rush jab way too much. We saw him not really acclimate to the new things with Ken, the new meta. I wonder if today's going to really be the day that he's really locked in compared to how he was a little bit on the shakier side during regulation play.
That is going to be a big question, right? Like the last time we had seen Otani play, or at least throughout the season, he hasn't really performed the way he would want to, right? And that's going to be like so difficult to even think about going forward. But I really do wonder if what you're saying is true, if that firmware is going to be updated or not. But I'm also concerned about like Bonchan, right? How much is he dedicated his practice towards the Akuma play? I think the last time I watched him play, I think he was going between the two characters still. But that was like, I think like 2.5 weeks ago from the last time I saw him. So
yeah,
maybe he's sharpened up by now. Could be the case. I'm not too sure. But Otani, I wonder if he's going to be able to shake off whatever he's been going through throughout the season to face off against a very competent Akuma. And a much more like comfortable Bonchan with said Akuma.
Yeah, I mean, for Otani, like that's a lot of ways. You mentioned like not being able to get as many points as other people. You feel like you're dragging the team down. So I know that he's kind of feeling that the last win that he got was literally on Bonchan, but after that he lost. So Bonchan says in his interview, I lost to Otani with Sagat, as we said, but today is what counts the most. So I'll win here. Yeah, I mean, like when it comes down for business, it feels like this is like the business character for Bonchan. is the Akuma. The Sagat is like, oh, I can win with them, I'm gonna have some fun with it, it's like my spirit animal, but when it's business time, the suit and tie are on, it's time for the Akuma. I like that Bonchan understands the assignment to have to switch back and forth if he needs to, doesn't just kick away Akuma, even though I don't think Sagat is bad at all. Obviously, Sagat is not bad at all. He takes quite a bit of work to get these matchups up. I think he's like high mid still, but that is still a very dangerous character. However, keeping one that you've been working with for a long time in your pocket, no matter how strong they are, is still a very viable option right there, as long as you can keep it up in the same form.
So you're looking at the matchups that have been like going on throughout the season. Otani, when it comes to like his overall record against Akuma, isn't necessarily the best one, right? He had to face off against Eita. He fell short 0-2, and that was within like what, week number 6. So I'm really hoping he's found some sort of adjustments to be made. On the other side though, Bonchan, I don't think he's had a lot of Ken players to worry about, right? Other than Otani. There hasn't really been thorough representation of the character, but we do get the punish counter right now coming in. No commitment to the rest of the Jinrai, by the way. We hear a tap parry, does get punish counter thrown into this corner. Otani does have a lot of room to work with to force the burnout, and he does so successfully.
Well, DP is the ender of the DI immediately. I don't think Bonchan was going to expend that level 1 to get some distance, and it's done. An easy deal. I like how Otani stuck in that Dragon Lash. Had the 2-piece, stuck that in to get the tap parry attempt that Bonchan tried to go for. Driver's jab, does find the entry point, no stuffage from Bonchan, no 6 frame at all. Counter hit again, plus frames every so often here from Otani. Crush for your side switch, ODDP, no guessing.
That was actually a really solid shot from the side of Otani. Going for a crouch heavy punch to kind of like maintain your side switch, or at least your corner positioning, was so good. But Bonchan 2 steps ahead with the ODDP, and now look how much of an advantage he gains just off of that single interaction, right? Now he's forced Otani to the corner. He's forcing a lot of drive rush, at least from the side of Otani, whether he's blocking normals or throwing up the drive rush, but it is everything now from the side of Otani, getting that single opener. It's been so back and forth off of these single interactions.
Careful with the perfect parry. Parry jab, we'll get it on in there. Let's go for the extension for the level 2. Driver's throw. One more touch. Walk up throw, he tried to go for it. Bonchan stuffed when he tried to initiate on his side of things. A lot of weird resets, and it's hard for Bonchan to like find a time to tap parry, for him to take his turn. You see the Dragon Lash is thrown in every so often. He went for like reset overhead and things like that off the run cancel. Otani's throwing so many different looks, it's hard for Bonchan to lock them down on defense.
I was actually wondering if he would go for like OD Jinrai and then cancel into Super 2, just to like force Bonchan to guess in between that sequence, because that being -5, it is quote-unquote punishable, but I don't think Akuma's light ranges actually punish the character. So I think he's saving that one for maybe the last part of the set. That would actually been pretty godlike to see it towards the end, but either way.
Oh yeah. With the side switch here, drivers forward fierce, +1, back throw, a tumbleweed. Oh, try to play the
what a whip punish
pushed
against
out.
the Fierce. Yeah, he had to go for it eventually, right? Like, Otani was just pushing himself out with those repeated Fierces, right? Bonchan eventually had to find one to connect against Otani. Sitting at this life lead, both relatively healthy when it comes to the drive gauge. OD rings out, overhead will kill, but we're not gonna be within range, are we? Otani trying to create some spacing for himself. Find the opportunity. OD does get blown up, does not actually get an option select off of that. He went for crouch jab, crouch medium punch, drive rush cancel, right? And I think he delayed the jab.
Bonchan bringing it back. I'll try to do something similar to Otani, drive rush jab. Tapping the lights. You know, that counter to make that really effective for the side of Ken. Oh, the perfect parry. The OD fireball right back at him. I kept saving the gauge for that moment to get the knockdown. I go to town. He's got that level 3 at the bottom, but it's a low for the anti-shimmy tool. Don't walk back. Caught him standing.
He's gonna counter hit off with the standing light kick. Doesn't create a lot of space for himself though. Bonchan actually looking rather dry. Does find an opening against the run overhead, allowing him to get an easy conversion into Pacific Calamity. Nice and easy. Well earned, actually. Being able to stop the shenanigans dead in its tracks. Tied up, 1 game apiece. In dramatic fashion too. Bonchan 2 rounds straight in that instance.
Like I'm using the fireballs, like I'm using the OD as well to kind of switch up like the pacing, and then as you mentioned, stopping all the goofy stuff that Otani's trying to put in there every so often. So let's see what Otani does to kind of route things back. Also, in a little bit of fashion too as well, I feel like Bonchan's stealing a little bit of what Otani's trying to do, drive rush throw or jab, switching that up as like his entry point. So he's kind of taking a little bit of what Ken's book has offered.
kind of agree with that, but I think there have been a lot of instances where Bonchan has gotten away with like a decent amount of like reversal ODs to kind of reset the pacing against Otani, more so than like defending against the shenanigans, right? Like a lot of his, if we can get that stat later on, if you take a note as to like how many of these OD reversals have been landing, that set the pace so much more and also brought Otani down to a significant degree in regards to like his health advantage or the temporary health advantage that he would have. So I think I really enjoy like Bonchan's decision makings of like noticing when Otani wants to be aggressive.
Yeah, let him let those DPs rip. So we'll see how Otani adjusts. Will he pull back a little bit, wait for those DPs to come through? I mean, Bonchan's had some of the best defense in the game. I feel like when you listen to like Daigo, even Kawano, and them talk about like who has the best defense with Akuma, they usually cite Bonchan as having some of the best in terms of like those reads. And Kawano's also up there too as well. Daigo himself has mentioned on his streams and his YouTube content, like he looks to those two cats on when they're going for those reversals. Because obviously with 9K health, you might die for a bad decision. So you have to really be even more locked in on when you're waking up with those ODDPs, when you're busting out, when they're going to go for certain things. That takes also a read on what the players like too as well. So as you mentioned, I definitely agree in terms of like stuffing the momentum that Otani has had and some of the resets that are coming through and some of the like the party starters. He's doing that. So Otani, what's the rebuttal? Do we hold back a little bit? Do we do a little bit more drive rush jab baits or whatever it may be? We'll see what he does.
Yeah, I think so long as he plays a little bit closer to his chest when it's not his turn, right? Allowing himself to not be whiff punished is pretty significant. And I will agree with you saying if there are moments where Bonchan could be letting a DP rip within certain moments, whether you're like hungry for a mix, kind of pull back a little bit. So I will definitely agree with that point. But it's really up to Otani to make every significant situation like impactful, right? You have to make sure that Akuma feels that pain. Make sure that Akuma doesn't get that chance to breathe. And honestly, hit or miss, at least block one. That does like so much to the drive gauge being drained out from your opponent. Allowing him less opportunities for single hit confirms that lead into drive rush, that lead into corner carry, that lead into damage, right? So we'll see if Otani takes that into account going into the final game.
Perfect pair of the drive rush jab just to get in there. Looking for that low forward. On block, chin buster, gets a bump with the jab right after the DP ender. He's pulling back just a little bit. You see him backing off just a little bit, not harassing with the same bigger buttons that end his turn. Go right kick. The low now.
I like that. Single hit confirm yet again. Bonchan looking rather dry though. I think Otani is looking to strike. Okay, I was gonna say like maybe get a conversion off of that punish counter, but he's trying to force the burnout. Hence why you saw the OD fireball. He's just forcing Bonchan to back away or bluff. But it's the perfect parry coming in. That could have been a punish. He was just off the mark by a smidge, right, in terms of spacing.
Stand light kick, one of the most devious tools for the character. Bonchan revolutionized Akuma by hitting that stand light kick continuously. Gets a top right after, but unfortunately, Otani woke up with a back throw, and that set point. As you mentioned, low bar, hard for Akuma to kind of exercise that damage that we know him for.
Pretty expensive for the routing. Drive rush does get picked off. Not a big conversion from Bonchan. Luckily enough for Otani now throwing in the mix with some of the Jin Rise. You do get a trade-off with the jabs. Bonchan still settling with a lot of these forward medium kicks to judge Otani's distance.
That's Bonchan harassing the drive gauge with the bigger buttons and the fireballs. And stand pierce every so often. No anti, it was a counter hit. Maybe late on the draw. Deep with that jump here, so I get it, but man, you gotta be ready. Stand light kick, the buffer god. Straight into the Simba Calamity, spending a lot of bar to kill that drive gauge as much as possible. So Otani can't drive rush jab, can't perfect parry drive rush, or it may be lower on that decision making at least. Backs off though, no stand pierce fireball.
No check on the drive rush either. He's trying to maintain his drive gauge as much as possible. He's sitting back. He tried to go against the age of Bonchan, but instead of a rebuttal with the drive impact, my man was steady and ready with the perfect parry. Nice execution. Bonchan, Otani, final game, final round. Drive rush jab. Nice and easy with a couple of jabs into the Shoryu.
Need more damage though. Stand pierce, the light kick now instead of another stand pierce. Again, lighter buttons instead of the heavy ones. Stand pierce again, stand light kick. Yes. Fall off the bone, tenderizes.
Oh!
Oh no!
Not a crosscut! Oh my god, look at the damage! Almost their equalized and a defensive back throw. Bonchan actually maybe reluctant to even try to go for a forward throw. Speaking of which, Otani now being able to set the pace again. That's a dash, and he pressed the button preemptively. He was committed to the meaty.
The ring on it. Level 2 puts him back to full screen. The fireball's a harassment, low on the drive gauge. That's what Otani wanted before. Now Bonchan has such a big lead. OD fireball. Dash up, trying to take the space. It's so hard to low confirm and commit with it. I get it, but brother, yeah, you better DRC next time.
Otani wasn't ready for it, and he's looking for a single moment against Bonchan. Drive reversal. Nice and easy, Bonchan. Still trying to force Otani. Trying to go for the overhead. Still taking his turn, obviously, off of that plus. Oh, and the weak punish. Nice and easy, Otani. What did we just talk about? Not being able to stick to the plan and play to his chest. Commits to another low forward. Bonchan easily sniping it out with the forward medium kick.
I said, I got you in my sights. Bonchan also aiming for the drive gauge continuously. That was the thing that Otani was doing, and now he got his lick back a similar way. Maybe different with the fireballs, though, using more of the OD, the bigger buttons like Stand Fierce. I think he always end strings with like Stand Fierce fireball or crouching medium punch fireball, so he's getting a little bit of something every so often. He's building his bar up, and Otani lacking. As you mentioned, the OD piece also putting Otani off his game, so he couldn't run the overhead, sneaking things in, and just the readiest of Bonchan. The perfect parry of DI. You are eyes open.
I think it's funny you mentioned that. Like I think every single instant Otani had a knockdown, I think he pursued a meaty every single time, which is why Bonchan had committed to the level, whatever the super was, in that corner in the last match, right?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, Otani still was sticking to like providing all these meaties. In terms of like risk and reward behind it, I understand from the side of Otani. And granted, Bonchan didn't throw out that many ODDPs, but the reversal super, that was so significant to turn the tide against Otani.
It leads to this. It's got to be KB. So, as KB comes up, because it's got to be KB, I want to ask you, how do you feel about playing my C Viper? Like, as your C Viper player, lacking on defense, what are you doing to equalize? What can you do to equalize?
Well, their damage output, I think, is a lot more than Mai's. I think there are ways to prevent Mai's from throwing out fans with the size bone and being able to cancel as well. Or even try to, like, super jumper away on reaction to a fan to go for a burn kick for the punish counter. However, I think the mix that Mai presents as soon as C Viper is locked down or is stationary is much more detrimental to the C Viper player, considering she does not have a reversal, right? It's going to be very similar circumstances when you face off a Mai versus a Bison, right? The same rules apply on defense. They are not going to be able to breathe as well without that super art behind it. And that's just how it goes with C Viper. She has to take preventative measures to take the rounds, or else she will drown until she gets a super art. Then it becomes a guessing game. Then it becomes a toss-up. But knowing how Mai operates, if you guess incorrectly, she will deal so much damage, apply a level 1, get all these installs, get all these fans, and extra damage tacked on to whatever combo ender she wants to, and that's where the trouble is really spelled out for C Viper. So, kind of TLDR, C Viper's got to be aggressive and prevent KB from throwing out fireballs. On the other side, KB needs to lock down this corner as soon as possible, get into install, add even more damage to equalize how much she can output in comparison to C Viper when it comes to these single hit touches.
Thankfully, he's good at doing level 1s really immediately. I feel like some of the other Mai players are still kind of wishy-washy on where they spend their bar, but his level 1 conversions or things into level 1 pretty immediately are usually pretty quick. Last time that Kazunoko fought a Mai, was when he played Kami, and that was Ryukichi. So he hasn't really played one with C Viper out here in the league, as far as I can see. So this will be the first time that he's able to fight KB with the Mai, with the C Viper. But this is a newly minted one. This is one that you've been watching for a while. It's been developing. We're already getting the interview. Kazunoko says, "It's an honor to play at an anchor in a playoff. I want to see the possibility of C Viper, so I'll do my best." I love that he believes in the character. He's coming in swinging, saying, "I want to see how far I can take her. Can I take down this top spot cat out here, KB?" KB says, "I was surprised that Kazunoko came to the anchor spot. I'll do my best to win." I will say I'm in agreement a little bit in terms of Kazunoko at least starting off with a C Viper, maybe having a reversal be better off. As we mentioned, it's kind of difficult when you get knocked down, like having a Kami, like a dive kick also over some of these limbs sometimes, maybe over the fireballs. Maybe Kami would have been a better pick, but he wants to ride it out with the C Viper. KB, on the other hand of things, he's like, I don't care who is coming up, bro. I'm going to take him down. Again, 9 out of 10 wins in regulation play. MVP out here. All eyes are on him.
Yeah, it's difficult to contest, right? Like it's hard to like not justify the C Viper pick considering KB's overall record, right? There isn't a single C Viper he's played against, but you could also rebuttal it the other way. You could also say, hey, KB hasn't played off against any Camis recently. So I think this is excellent data, at least coming in for Kazunoko. Since this is going to be a long-standing set, it is a race to 70 after all. With KB starting off first, that throw is everything to start off with. He's going to space himself for the fans, and you saw the attempt for an airborne burn kick. No conversion off of the low counter hit, low medium kick, right? So Kazunoko is not willing to spend the bar just yet. Anti-air Thunder Knuckle, you got it. In hot pursuit afterwards. Delaying the normals, another pursuit. I'm loving this offensive aggression now.
Just as you mentioned, foot on the gas. Gotta do not let her get going. Space out the crouch fears. Could not get that low right after though. Back in, so there's no back throw opportunity to happen for my Seismo, just in case he went for that fireball. Over the fireball with the bird kick, swings it with a jab though. Okay. For the catch taking the throw. Nothing doing though. It's a turn, walk up throw right after KB. Could definitely make this happen. That's the bar to utilize.
He's so healthy on the drive gauge, though, from the side of Kazunoko, right? He could, like a Seismo rip. Oh, that was actually so dangerous for KB to jump like that. Any sort of instant burn kick could stop the fan. He goes for a drive rush rebuttal and a faster normal. KB had actually swung with the overhead. Excellent call out from Kazunoko to start.
I've seen so many crouching medium punches whip on drive rush. I like him taking the initiative with drive rush jab. Works out for Kazunoko right now. Jab against the entry point. That low 4, he finds something good on counter hit, man.
Oh, rather difficult because he's pretty far out the way. Crouch fierce to start. Perfect parry. That wasn't a punish counter, but we'll still take that sweep. A couple of lows. He didn't go for a Thunder Knuckle. I think he was still within range after that crouch jab. Counter hit.
Space out like
nice and easy. Right. Level 3. I like this. I like this a lot from Kazunoko. KB not ready for the ranges that C Viper wants to play at.
And the timing too as well. That drive rush jab to interrupt the overhead was fantastic. The burn kicks over the fireballs and spacing, and they have such a big lead that you can get active even more so. KB, we'll see what he does for defense, because I feel like, again, as you had mentioned, he kind of can turn his brain to a different sort of style of Mai if he needs to. Maybe more defensive with the DPs, wake up supers, wake up rebuttal, but drive rush jab hinders a stand medium. Kazunoko, that drive rush jab has been excellent.
Oh, give me that sweep. Very meaty sending medium punch, by the way. Oh, jumping over the Seismo. Perfect parry against the jab. Not too bad of a punish. KB at least brings C Viper to the corner. Kazunoko has to fight his way out, but he does have access to super jump, which he will do onto the other side. That was a cross up. One engaged.
Pops off with the fan right after. Harassing the drive gauge. Kazunoko limited options because of that. That's when KB starting to get a little bit more active now. Anti-air's there. Second part for the Oki. Toss him.
Yeah, and KB is kind of worried about some of these Seismos. He's taken to the skies a couple of times over. And speaking of Seismos, showing it off where it really matters. Level 2, he's not going to go for the level 1. I would imagine maybe the level 1 to finish it off. But just to be certain, I like the call from level 2 from Kazunoko.
Spend to win. Rushing into mine. This kind of mine.
Oh,
trying to catch a butt preemptively.
Of the burn kick.
Oh, you're right. KB not ready to get that punish. Might be a little bit of a tell.
Oh, Kakadu no Mai. Hella damage incoming. Roundhouse. Not going to go for the super jump start, but it's totally fine. Look at the damage output of this character. Oh, the uppercut. Kazunoko backs away. Crouch jab again off with a drive rush. Oh, nothing too big afterwards.
Strap that -3 heavy. Holding parry, jumping back. Effective range, we get drive rush jab again, possibly. Super jump. As he does it with the heavy. No answer from KB.
It's hard. It's so difficult. Not going to spend the rest of the drive gauge. He actually had the kill. He actually had lethal, but he gets a forward throw either way. KB, you have a shot. Low forward. Kakadu no Mai. Ending the combo early, has to go right into the level 1 for the install. But does that affect Kazunoko's ability to super jump his way in and also bait you into throwing immediately afterwards? The burn kicks have been the burns towards KB's life bar multiple times over. I'm liking this read. I'm liking this aggression from Kazunoko to see Viper.
These burn kicks, the driver jabs, they're frying KB right now. So drive rush with a stand medium this time. Works out for the corner carry. Early start in terms of pressure for KB. Back heavy kick, hella meaty. OD this time with the burn kick, the side switch now countered. Starting to find the times of the aerial approach of Kazunoko. Don't let this man get comfortable up in the air. That's Jumpman.
I like the interruption there. Seismo does get thwarted. Kazunoko really hasn't had a lot of times where he's gotten his Seismo stuffed out like that, but KB actually very much so aware of the air approach now. A different demeanor from the captain of Nagoya NCP Oja. Of course, you got to spend that level 1. Very convincing round for the side of KB in game 3.
Once again, a lot more active, a lot more drive rushing up, and a lot more places of usage of the stand medium in the proper ranges. Perfect parry. The second part of the fan gonna lock him down though. There's the crouching medium punch. You get the Oki right after this. Little finesse and bless right there against a throw. Agero no Mai. Up in the corner. How do you survive? What's your defense like? Kazunoko. Wake up super, is it baited? It's not.
It's level 2. Didn't opt for the level 1. Does not have access to pretty much infinite meter when it comes to like all the super jump cancels, but I think Kazunoko's fine with that. The damage dealt was a pretty big way to back KB off temporarily. Four roundhouse kill him!
Great initiator for the character. Wow. Burn kicks again. Would have worked, but the low forward finds the mark. KB bringing it back to the brink with that level 2.
Kazunoko just a little bit weary, right? He actually backed away after the burn kick had landed. The second to last interaction that they had between the two, he backed away in case KB wanted to get frisky, but it was KB at the last second finding the opening. Really well played from both. This is a set. I'm actually thoroughly satisfied with the way both are playing right now.
Slugging it out in the parking lot. That's the way I like to see it. And again, a lot more activity from the side of KB. A lot bigger of a lead. It's harder for Kazunoko to escape that corner without having to spend some of that health to do so or find a way out. As you mentioned, that level 2 had to be utilized, and had he not teched it, it would have been his death. But regardless, I do like the justice on both sides. I like the way that KB is playing the matchup in the beginning rounds. Like, he's gotten better placements with the stand medium and stop the drive rush. In reverse of things, Kazunoko, how he even started with drive rush jab and how he's been able to find bigger initiators and how he's keeping his drive gauge up. I love watching C Vipers and how they utilize their drive gauge, how they keep their drive gauge up, the sequences right after to keep their drive gauge even more so to get more back. I love seeing that rotation, and usually Kazunoko, I mean, I haven't seen him in burnout this entire time unless it's towards a kill shot, has been so good about keeping his bar up so he always has a moment or a way out or a way to do something for damage.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good point to make. He hasn't been in burnout the entirety of, I guess, these couple of sets. Right? One of the biggest things that we're looking forward to is like what adjustments are going to be made towards either character deciding to initiate with drive rush. You saw that last instance that Kazunoko had utilized his drive rush. He had actually gone for forward roundhouse, which interrupts a lot of like the stand jab counter poke attempts from any character, right? You're able to halt your momentum. You're able to throw out a further range normal instead of having to rely on like a fierce or committing to like any sort of fierce, crouch fierce, a little bit like, I think they're both relatively long on startup, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, I digress. I think the ranges of forward roundhouse is such an excellent tool to counter against what KB is looking for in a drive rush. So I think that alone kind of like resets the tone again against KB. Despite KB getting that W, I think that's going to give a lot of data towards Kazunoko, letting KB know he's like, hey man, I'm going to keep going for these drive rushes like in between the rounds. It's up to you to decide whether or not you want to try to counter me again.
Right, with the spacing too as well, it might be something harder to counter, like it goes for the heavy kick, the jab, things like that, switching up with the burn kicks, so many different looks. If he keeps putting that on with that offense, especially if he gets that early start, it'd be harder for KB to stop. That's like the Latif special right there, the forward heavy kick. I remember watching Latif play this character at the very beginning, and he was like, yeah, just use this button 75% of the time. But we do see it, you're right, in terms of like a drive rush button as an initiator, it's really good. I want to see, again, the adjustments, and whoever gets that round start kind of steamrolls. But again, when you have a DP and level 1 that gets you into like your win condition, it's better off for mine when that knockdown does happen. She has a little bit more in terms of like the options that are presented. So even more so, if you're Kazunoko, do not let your foot off the gas. Game point for him still.
Oh, trying to use a brain kick to possibly evade, but KB still being able to use an uppercut like that. A lot of verticality on that bad boy, being able to stuff it out.
Dunk on the rim. Before no DRC. The anti-air is there. Spins it to get nice and close and personal. And smell your breath. Burn kicks are out of there.
Ooh,
and
like
getting a punish counter as well.
So smart to use it within the string as well. Again, bird kicks away from the fan. The backdash, so smart to read the back throw, or at least the forward throw, excuse me, from the side of KB.
Called the tap parry. Oh, he's ashy. TI has to split immediately. Won't even let him have a chance to hit that level. Won't even want to consider doing it. It's a job well done. Burnt to a crisp.
Kazunoko opting not to spend it. Kind of curious about that one. I think that would have been a pretty good way to kind of reclaim your spacing. I guess he has other plans. Already off to a great start. OD uppercut from the side of KB, forcing Kazunoko away from him, trying to come back in, but it's KB still making it rather difficult.
KB throwing a lot of neutral jumps every so often, maybe trying to catch a burn kick on recovery possibly, and that forward heavy kick, reversal buttons are here off the lights. So much off that now, that strike throw gets a back throw. Oh, he's hit the brakes a little bit of variance. KB undeterred. And he is just sitting pretty, right into the super, the level 3 built up. It's enough.
That's 2 rounds straight. Again, that's 4 rounds straight, technically, from the side of KB. Off to the races again. Kazunoko having to put the thinker's pose on real quick. A huge change-up from the side of KB. Taking a lot more risks on wake up as well. I like that. The air-to-air instead, not allowing the super jump to come in. The drive rush overhead finally finds the mark. And now forward throw could be a real difficult decision for Kazunoko to make. He tried to jump out of there. The meaty applied. Everything's going in way for KB. Overhead again, the pacing.
The double-double. No fries, KB. Set point. Yo, the pacing, the neutral jumps. It's hard for Kazunoko to get going. And outside the distance, he finds a low forward. Kagero no Mai mid-screen. We talked about it. KB going to go for the early expenditure. Does get the anti-air off. Walk him down second part of the fan. Toss him in the trash.
Oh, he's trying to bait something out of Kazunoko. He walked well within range. Counter hit into the super jump burn kick just for the side switch. A little bit of a stare down. Using the string to go into the burn kick yet again. That was the grounded version, being able to get the follow-up. Anti-air Thunder Knuckle, very delayed. I like that.
All off the ground before it can even happen. The Sand Fierce is there. Preemptive measures. Oh, wait for him to come down.
Counter hit.
Wait for him to come down after the neutral jump. I do like that decision. Straight into the Sea Viper kick. Tokusai, and now the low. Final game, final round. This is what we get. Oh, yes.
Now we get the forward throw. Still spacing out with the fans first. Huh! I wonder if that was an attempt at a burn kick. I'd imagine so. Normally, Sea Vipers don't just jump light like that. Oh, we got the whiff punish. You know it. I like the super jump cancel into the Thunder Knuckle. Again, another super jump cancel for the cross-up. Testing with the Seismo. OD fan. KB, not close enough for the spacing trap to catch Sea Viper on the way down. The drive rush is there in the bait. Not too big for the damage dealt. Oh, but this is everything. Dump out the rest of the meter. You already got it. Killer B into the level 3. The Shuinui clan claims another victim.
KB, and again, that BB standing for business for his team. 30 points to start off the first rotation. I gotta give it to Kazunoko. I mean, there's a lot of great moments that he had. It's just the damage left out and the adjustments against like the neutral jumps that we saw. He was like, okay, I'll wait for you to come down and I'll just catch you on the way down and go from there. I will adjust to your drive rushes. I'll throw out more fireballs, but at timings and pacings where the Seismos won't be a problem. The double overheads, I mean, yo, KB is in his bag right now.
Yeah, there are a lot of like significant adjustments that he's made against Kazunoko throughout the set, right? Anti-airs have been a significant problem. You can even see it, right? 7 out of 17 is the statistic. But all things considered, it's rather difficult. So what did he do? He took preventive measures, right? And also, speaking of preventive measures, he was able to stuff out a lot of the drive rush attempts from Kazunoko. One of the biggest weaknesses that I saw from Kazunoko is his willingness to back off on a situation where Mai wakes up, right? The problem is, KB has resorted to those low medium kicks a ton of times. And we talk about those conversions while having super, it leads to so much of an advantage for Mai, not only for damage, but also for the install, as well as the pacing. After that level 1 rocks, he's able to throw out an enhanced fan and close the gap again. So you started to see the adjustments late into the game from the side of KB, but it's still well worth that measure, and also well worth the pinpoint. Now it's going to be Kazunoko who really has to think about it going into the next set, if he has to do it again and face off against KB, if Crazy Raccoon decides to put him up there in the first place.
Now, if they're going to be OJ gets a 40 bomb in this next rotation, they are going to be on the away side. If they do it, it'll be over. They only need, again, 70 points. 30 points to start things off is kind of devious, but Kazunoko wasn't too far out. You know, it was a round off, but you're not too far off from finding the perfect computer. Galeria, thank you so much for supporting Street Fighter League. I know you've had a chance to play with those computers over there, the players as well, high-level players too as well. And when I go over there in Japan, I hope to get, try them out. I don't know if they're worldwide, but I like to see them. You need a place to play Street Fighter, you got them. Once again, Galeria, thank you so much for all the support you've given to the Street Fighter League and seeing them work day in and day out for the esports scene.
No doubt about it, man. Galeria has been proving themselves pretty much event after event, and also has reached a lot of the home.
Supporting this scene, not only just Street Fighter, but the entire Capcom esports scene. You've seen their bikes everywhere at all the big events, at EVO, at the Capcom Cups. I'm assuming at this upcoming Capcom Cup. I'm just waiting for them to reveal a new color, because this one's great. The Jury bike's sick, but I'd like to see a little bit of Sagat. So go get your pictures over at Capcom Cup when it comes up. I'm sure it's going to be there, and get there early because there's going to be a line. Last time there was a huge line. It was there the entire day. It makes sense because that bike is super sleek and super sick. Jury themed as well.
Hopefully we get to see them in like the grand finals of it all, right? And speaking of which, I know the slide earlier had the exclusive artwork, but that was actually the grand final offline ticket campaign that you guys could be a part of if you are in Japan. So be sure to scan that QR code the next time it comes around, or follow Capcom_esports. And also, speaking of esports, man, Red Bull has been a huge part of that for different areas of the FGC, and also just for different genres as well. Now they're introducing a brand new bottle. I do believe that it's currently on a campaign within like the Tokyo region and also in Osaka, I think throughout Japan, but I don't know where the other regions are going to be. But either way, a little bit of extra kick in regards to the size mostly, and also being able to have it in a can, being able to preserve the carbonation. I like that. Yo, the new bottle, excellent choice coming in from Red Bull.
The excellent choice to pick up the Goichi stick or any of these sticks from Punk Workshop. These new controllers are out here, themed by your favorite players. And of course, Goichi got the golden stick. You see Shuto, you see, of course, the Cosmic Buster, and I can't forget about my boy Gachiku. These are, it's great that they have like different layouts and things like that. I like the designs on them, and I hope they get ones for like every player in the league. That'd be actually kind of cool. I know it's a lot of people that have to get sticks for, but that'd be super sick. There's also another new controller collab with Street Fighter League in conjunction with Punk Workshop. They have their own thematic ones, so you want to support the league, you can do so by getting these controllers right here. These leverless, actually.
I love that. It was actually kind of sick to see the design. The coordinates on the far left one, I gotta get a hold of that. But either way, you guys have been tuning in to Street Fighter League Japan. We still have plenty of matches coming through. You don't want to miss it.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
元出身がアウトでおる。ハガースタジアムのマットに沈めた。
簡単な話だ。弱いやつがくたばった、それだけのことだろう。
We are now in the second part of the rotation. We're going NTP Oja and Crazy Raccoon, with the latter having the lead right now. Crazy Raccoon is going to have to kind of cook up a little bit more. They're in the home side, so they do have the advantage of being able to play and place their characters where they want to. Going to have to show their hand, and we'll be getting that real soon. My name is St. Cola. We're Vicious. My dog, how you feel about this match so far?
You know, I had a little bit of a talk with the producer, and I was thinking to myself, you know, the variety that Crazy Raccoon has been showing with both their player positioning and also the characters might be able to get like the first run against Nagoya NTP Oja despite being on the away side. Boy, was I wrong. You know what's even crazier? Nagoya NTP Oja can consistently put KB to continuously score these big anchor spot points. But with that in mind, again, Nagoya NTP Oja being on the away side, there's going to be a lot that Crazy Raccoon has to put in right now for the second part of the set to really take the lead here. But as it stands right now, very excited to see it. Nagoya NTP Oja has actually 40 bombed Crazy Raccoon before, Can they do it again, being on the away side?
That's all they need. If they do it right now, it's over, and they move on to fight Good 8 Squad today. But it does help that they do have some deliberation they can do in terms of like character to character and player to player. But as you mentioned, just setting up KB continuously to get those 20 points, so to always have a big lead over them, that means the next iteration or the next flip could be even worse for the side of Crazy Raccoon. But I'm not trying to prophesize no demise. I'm sure that they can formulate something to come back. We're going to get the order right now for the ACP Oja, Seiya, Mochi, and KB. Seiya starting off, I haven't seen him play, so he's going to have to come through. Mochi, and then of course KB, and they get position. It's pretty obvious how this is going to go, but I do like the fact that they do put up KB and Mochi, who is still hot, but Seiya coming up too as well. I wonder who's going to send up, who's going to be sent up from Crazy Raccoon side of things to fight the Chun-Li.
Very difficult, right? Because the last time Seiya actually had to face off against Crazy Raccoon, he had actually taken down Kazunoko. By the way, I do believe that was like a Cammy matchup as well, if I'm not mistaken. But if I'm wrong, I'll double check and reiterate. But as it stands as well, Mochi on a hot streak. He hasn't fallen to anybody from the side of Crazy Raccoon thus far, including Gogura. So it's Bonchan stepping up first with the Akuma. I like that.
Now Bonchan, I don't know if you saw what happened with Shuto and the mess that Shuto was talking. That was an anchor position. However, you know, I feel like in general, you have the ability to play some of these Chun-Li players. So there's a few more like Moke and them like that are out there. So in terms of like practice, we saw what the likes of Daigo can do against Goichi. So you do have some blueprints out here. But is this Akuma in form though? Once again, is this Akuma truly in form? We saw it operated in the previous match or the previous set. Is this Akuma truly in form against somebody who has been mainlining Chun-Li since the Topanga? That's where we really saw Seiya really bust out of his shell.
I like that you mentioned that as well. You had also mentioned like Seiya taking down one of the Akumas, right? Did I mishear that?
Actually, I'm wrong on that. Seiya did not, that was outside league. Excuse me. So I misspoke on that. Never mind.
No. You are correct actually, because Chun-Li actually was the choice against like Eita's Akuma, right? And he actually took down Eita in the second week. So you are correct, right? You see it on the docket actually. Yeah. So actually, no, that was within the first week? Question mark. Either way, whatever the graphic had shown, he did face off against an Akuma from Eita. I did misspeak earlier as well. Seiya faced off against Kazunoko's Sea Viper. So I think that's a matchup they definitely want to avoid again if it happens to go down to the third set. But I do like Seiya's odds against Akuma in general, because I think that's a matchup he's very much so well versed in. On the other side of the playing field, though, when it comes to Bonchan, like, he hasn't had to face off against any Chun-Lis throughout the season, and he's been bouncing back and forth between like Sagat and Akuma. So it's really difficult to tell. Actually, if I look at the notes closer, he used Sagat against Moke's Chun-Li, and he took it down 2-1. So it is rather difficult. So if he had to face him off again in the second half, and he used Akuma and he fell short. So I am rather concerned, right? He had a W with Sagat, but he lost with Akuma, and that makes me kind of worried considering how Seiya is going to be pulling up.
Seiya said he's pretty confident facing Akuma, so he thinks he can do well in this game. The team won 30 points already, so he wants to keep the lead going. And I feel like whenever I see this matchup like talked about, like Daigo recently talked about the matchup and why he went up against Goichi, he's like, I like fighting Chun-Li players that are like really defensive, that like to walk back and want to play a lot of buttons and things like that. And so that's why he feels like he did well against Goichi. Seiya is not like that. I feel like Seiya is more like the middle ground, maybe a little bit more active. Not as active as like Moke. And you're fighting someone that's a little bit on the grounded side, like Bonchan. He's gonna have to take this guy's up more continuously to bait out the DPs with like Demon Flip, with the dive kicks where it's already hard for the anti-air. They did improve for Tensho, but it's not enough to really take down Akuma from the skies continuously. His fireball game is insane. It's so good against her fire or her buttons, her fireballs. But Seiya, again, he's been so well-rounded in playing in matchups that are not good for him. He's been playing this character a lot longer, and Bonchan's been switching back and forth. Hopefully that wishy-washiness is not going to get Bonchan and get him off guard.
Yeah, if you were to compare like the ranges, if you were to like put it character to character, or at least player to player, you have Goichi style and you have Moke style, right? Seiya feels like a little bit of the in-between, but a big drop as soon as we're singing his praises.
I'll be singing at the eulogy. Oh.
Hopefully not, since it's the very beginning, right? I mean, Seiya still has a lot of room to work with. The punish counter is there against the stab. Bonchan absolutely ready for it.
Best using that button. -4 fireball, we end the turn after that. Gonna keep it nice and compact with the air fireball as well. But say undeterred, perfect parry, the punish right after. Side switch off of it. Walks out his medium, careful the drive gauge, has to get active.
Ooh, I like that. The counter hit conversion off of the jab, a little bit of a delay into the forward throw. Bonchan, he's currently stuck in this position. He can't necessarily drive rush just yet. He does have the 3 bars now, so he possibly can snipe out a limb off a standing light kick. And Seiya's looking for it as well, hence why he tried to get the bait out, but low forward, just within the range.
Throw right after. Watch it, low in the drop gauge, but definitely not an option. Can't throw out a fireball. He's got that level 2. Don't do it. Seiya trying to walk him down. Yo, the light to light. Whip punishing one of Bonchan's most informed best buttons. How locked in can you be? Seiya with that walk speed. Keep you on pace.
Oh, I like that. Had to make sure that Bonchan had to keep his string true.
Counter conversion. He's one of the best at doing so with this character. Perfect parries the fireball. Keep the drop gauge up. Stand your ground. Is it on the -3 on the stand fierce?
Oh, no anti-air on the side of Seiya. I didn't realize that like Akuma had like slightly faster walk speed in comparison to Chun-Li. I thought they would be at even.
Oh yeah. It's a 9K health, you know, that's attacks. Oh.
Ooh, he caught a big button. That is significant. Give me that level 3. Sote Raka. Speaking of 9K health, this man is hella dead. Seiya setting the pace against Bonchan in a place where Bonchan decided to press a button. That was actually mad risky, right? Like a single hit, a single meaty would have blown him up into a full conversion. I'm surprised that Bonchan took that risk instead of throwing out an ODDP. Perhaps maybe he tried to. Maybe tried to ODDP and an execution error had happened. But either way you spin it, man. Bonchan taking the risk with a button? That was difficult to watch. For his side, at least.
Say that. Yeah, well, it was not for Seiya's side, right? The fact that he's been able to keep up pace and out-poke the stand light kicks to his own, nothing short of incredible. He's been able to be in the proper ranges that he needs to be. Harder for Bonchan to be able to like drive rush up. OD fireball, gets a conversion. A little bit of a fake out right there. It seemed like that from Seiya. Has him locked up in the corner. Counter conversion, perfectly done. Okay after this.
Oh my god, he was ready for that punish counter as well. Being able to go to stance, tapping on the door a little bit. Nobody's home. Bonchan still stuck in the corner. Punish counter, forward medium, too far for the sweep to connect. Oh, that could have been death. Seiya had a neutral jump. He actually could have gotten a big conversion had he forward jumped.
Right to level 1, right? Yeesh. DI the wall spot, lets it rip. No super to save him.
That was a normal. I think from the side of Seiya, I think he wanted to try to buffer into super. Wasn't able to get it. Counter hit on the way down against Bonchan. Then you get that level 2 Hoyoku-sen. The damage and the corner carry, pretty good to apply pressure with. He missed his opportunity. What was that?
Yeah, for the corner against Akuma. OD fireball for the plus range. Delays a little bit, looking for a reversal possibly. Now the tap parries are coming through. Seiya trying to find any sort of option to leave. Prepare the fireball. Forward fierce ends a turn. OD fireball, switching up. Adamant Flame not getting any sort of punish counter. It's a counter instead from Seiya.
Oh my god. A single hit, by the way. Blocks on the overhead. Excellent defense from the side of Seiya, and also backed himself up. Still to watch for Bonchan's movements. Does clip the attempt at a jump air fireball. Oh, we punish that! I like that.
For fierce. Caught him. Up the corner. Bonchan has everything to work with right now. One DRC interrupts. OD, he had the counter hit. Position right after it. Back throw. Overhead. From that distance, at the tip of the fingertips, the nails are just done. Seiya, set point.
The pace he's setting right now is really well placed to Seiya. Yo, he's throwing down the mix!
Cross-cut DP? Yeah. Base off the only DP this
huge.
time.
I wonder if he spent the rest of his drive gauge, if he would have been able to get that level 3 perfect parry. This is huge now. Seiya does get the side switch, trying to bait out something from Bonchan. He walked up to him. Jump back medium, excuse me. Nice and easy, Bonchan. Again, you are not kidding with that normal. He's gotten a ton of mileage off of that standing light kick alone. Same could technically be said from Seiya, right? He was actually baiting out that normal quite well within the first game, but Bonchan really picking and choosing his spots to choose when to let that light rip. Catching Seiya down below. I like that too. All tied up 1-1. I love that.
My kind of games. Drive Mesh. Admin flank too far out. Does get the whip punish. Gets the forward pierce though. Take him towards the corner. And get the Oki back rise. No surprise, he's still there. Forward fierce ends a turn, but Seiya not going to play anything right after. Maybe looking for a DP, possibly, or a reversal. Hanging out back in there again. His counter hit ratios are got to be like 95%. Oh, maybe not that time.
The counter hit.
Short with the medium.
Get it from the side of Bonchan this time, right? Fireballs for the approach. A little bit of the length slicer. All the way down, plus frames.
Just when you thought it was safe. OD fireball cutting through. The defensive fireball. Oh. Another bait on the reversal. Only Bonchan can let these rip today. Not you. Level 1.
Ooh. Optimizing the damage to only have to resort to level 1 for the finish. Bonchan, please. Match point.
Air to air. I like that catch. Driver lane to nothing. Going for the level 3 fireball. Parry's there. The counter right after with the Sand Pierce. Walks at the low, but not the throw right after. Walk up jab.
Okay.
The conversion is so godlike.
And the corner carry on top of that. Did you get the safe jump this time? Counter hit off of the Hake. You thought it was your turn to press buttons?
But for reprieve. But for how long? What OD fireball? One trade. Might take with the light, to be honest.
Ooh, and a stop to the drive rush. Seiya. Nice and easy with a standing light kick. I'm actually quite surprised. I'm thinking about it now. That back fierce, the palm strike, that's -1, right? I'm pretty sure it's not going to be his turn. I'm surprised he actually got counter hit from the side of Bonchan. Oh, give me that whiff punish, though. Do we talk about the damage? Or do we talk about the meter? We have to, right?
Oh, yeah.
The damage, too substantial to let go of the situation. And also the drive gauge fill up? Hell yeah. Bonchan putting Seiya in critical condition.
With the RC, finds it the second time. The side switch, the mix. Bonchan blocks it out. Place the medium. Not able to find an opening though. On the drive gauge. The anti-air is there. The counter conversion ends with a 10 show. Fireball to lock him down. The Sand Pierce right after. Ends the turn right after though. Bonchan still a little bit not in the green, so he can't throw an OD fireball. Cuz go for the jump in. Well blocked out for the throw. One more touch scenario.
Yeah, Bonchan can't space himself out with the fireball either. Level 2 will be too. Oh my, he still threw it. What a Seiya buffer. And the air fireball to snipe out Seiya, trying to advance forward. If it's not one of the fireballs on the ground, why not try the airborne approach? Punish counter too on the way, at least on the way up as well. So Seiya had actually committed to a normal, perhaps noticing the movement of Bonchan. Nice work. A lot of versatility being showed off from Bonchan's approach.
His defense too as well, in terms of like the side switch, the mix and things like that. He stayed well to be, you know, on the chiller side of things, kept up his drive gauge towards the very end, but Seiya had a lot of good moments on his side of things in terms of getting counter conversions, interrupting fireballs preemptively. It's just the spacing that Bonchan had for him to get that big lead at the very last round. Just like it's kind of slipping away. And of course that stand light kick that he revolutionized with this character that has been so important for the viability for Akuma to be able to walk forward with that great walk speed to keep up with characters like Chun-Li. Like it helps really conquer the ground game so you can do things like that. Air fireball coming through 30-20. So some points are coming through from Crazy Raccoon. However, man, you got Mochi up on the sticks. Who comes up next to fight him?
That is a little tough. I don't want to see the run back between him and Dogura. I don't know if you send out Shuto technically Shuto has to come out, right? Because the fourth player needs to come out before the anchor.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh, I guess not. Maybe Shuto needs to be played in the, or maybe Shuto's gonna be played in the anchor spot, perhaps. Maybe I had mixed it up, excuse me, in terms of like the rule set.
You know what? I would love to see Shuto get his revenge with the Ryu, or at least try to do so, because that's the last time that they played. Mochi had beat Shuto in the mirror match in the first of 3 at the very least. So we'll be seeing him later in the anchor position. But for right now, the Sea Viper comes back on the sticks. Once again, I defer to you for the matchup experience. How do you feel about fighting Akuma?
I hate it. I think the pressure that Akuma that gets to exude off of plus frame normals in the corner is so difficult to traverse against. I don't like having to contest against Akuma's air fireball as Sea Viper. It's rather difficult to try to anti-air him. And yeah, so Sea Viper's like strengths don't necessarily lie in like trying to stop the approach. I think she takes a lot more like preventative measures, if anything. One merit I will give against Sea Viper is being able to navigate her way around fireballs with like a light under knuckle. Although it's not very viable, it is a possibility. But those previous merits I had talked about in regards to Kazunoko versus KB, in regards to Sea Viper versus Mai, we talked about the damage being potentially dealt. If Akuma gets touched, best believe he's going to be hung out to dry. He is going to get shredded up off of single hit confirms, off of big punish counters, you name it. But it's just a matter of whether or not Kazunoko could find these big opportunities against Mochi, right? He's gonna have to find like bigger opportunities to like get whiff punishes into knockdowns and then try to score a meaty or at least force an error off of ODDP. But it's a still very similar situation as like facing off against the Mai, but I think Akuma's presence in neutral is a little bit more dangerous in comparison because of the walk speed, because of the approach off of fireball and air fireball as well.
Give the straight up damage mid-screen is probably a little bit better than my overall too as well. So that adds up to like you feel like you have 9k health when you're playing. And again, when you get knocked down, you have to worry about like the fireballs up in the corner, similar to my. Like you see some setups where they go like OD fireball after like a button and kind of string you up and take away your drive gauge. So we'll see how he's able to keep that up and stay up against Akuma. In the interview, it says Mochi says, "I was expecting him. I prepared for him. Let me show you what I brought today." It's okay. Showing the class something different. Okay, let me see something, Mochi. I'm curious what he's got. Because like the matchup knowledge again, there's probably a lot of Sea Vipers out there like Urio and a few others, but the way that Kazunoko plays maybe is a little bit different. So again, he's a studious person though. He's been watching the tapes a lot. If he's able to prepare for somebody, it's like he's ready for anybody.
Yeah, it's gonna be rather difficult to kind of think about, honestly. I honestly think Mochi might just be prepared for this matchup. I think like, what else can Akuma do? I think his ranges to whiff punish are a lot better. He does have access to a standing fierce. He does have access to a forward fierce. I don't know if like his regular stand fierce outranges Mai's by a significant degree, but like, if that doesn't work, forward fierce also is a pretty good deal. Being able to drive rush and also bait out normals with adamant flame is a pretty big deal that we had seen that Mochi kind of resorted to take advantage of Dobura. So maybe that tactic could throw off someone like Kazunoko just trying to steal neutral. So we'll see if that actually does get applied from like a player strategy basis rather than just thinking about the character's strategies on paper.
We'll see. I feel like Kazunoko's really good about checking with stand light kick. He's already off to a round start. Some damage on the deck already. Plus frame jumps away from that throw. Able to avoid that forward fierce. Oh, that's plus frame city off the heavy kick. Mochi letting that rip. Low forward counter. We can do a conversion. Backs off.
Oh my lordy. What do you do about this too? Being at the slight deficit, Kazunoko's big chilling too. Get the back row. And the cross up as well.
Side switch.
Nice and easy too. Damn, you're still within range and the timing to get the low forward punish counter against the light. Okay, Kazunoko, hold on.
Her low's really good, but his distance that he's been able to walk in so confidently, pretty damn good. About to close the show and tell real early. Has +1. He holds the throw right after. Burn kicks, this time blocked out.
He got the walk back. Hella damage. And plus frames. Forward throw for Kazunoko. Dashes up, feints out. Standing medium. That could be a punish. No. Mochi, not familiar with the ranges thus far, the way that Kazunoko wants to play. Little accidental input. Overhead does find the mark, but he couldn't confirm the rest of the combo. OD to finish it out. Mission complete. Kazunoko with the first game.
Stakes add up for Akuma, but even then, the low force have been continuous with Kazunoko catching the walk back, the timing too as well. Like you saw delay, like jab, delay, crouching mini kick. And I feel like not having the ability to kind of throw out the fireballs to set the pace as much because of the burn kicks probably also is catching Mochi off guard. I don't know what he's showing, but it's not working out right now. It's all Kazunoko telling him to sit down. The perfect parry with a round start. Nice backdash, avoids the throw. Gonna be set with the back throw. Kazunoko knew it was coming through. Does not want to be up in the corner. He knows how bad it is there. Not his hood.
Oh. Damn, I love that walk-up standing medium punch too. A slight delay catching Kazunoko's button. No forward jump. That could have been a punish against the Seismo. What is happening? Yo, Mochi. What's with that demon raid? The punish counter away from the burn kick, just ever so off the mark, just slightly off the mark, excuse me. And the guillotine on the way down. Kazunoko stressing out over there, actually.
Started jumping and down kicking. Stab kick, enter the drive rush. Now the drive rush jab. Take him towards the corner. DP enter for some damage. Over the reversal jabs. Back throw. No, instead we get a side switch. Off the burn kicks, off the jab. So always have some bar in the bank. Oh no, he put himself in the corner. This is huge.
He tried.
DP level 3.
He tried to catch the demon raid, right? He tried to catch it air-to-air with the jump medium for a full extension. But Mochi actually catches him on the way. Onto the other side as well. One throw will do it. Mochi backs away. I like that. Oh, not for too long though. An ODDP, a huge risk to take considering how much life he had left. If that was blocked, Kazunoko would have made it hurt so badly. Funny enough, Kazunoko had actually landed the forward medium, the overhead, right? I haven't seen him really convert into like crouching medium punch. It is +6, but he's opting to go for like some of these lights and not really trying to go for like anything medium punch into like thunder knuckle, or at least medium punch into like drive rush cancel to prevent like scaling measures. Either way, damn son, what a conversion! Off of that counter hit. Oh, he tried to press a button against the overhead. Got smoked for it.
Activate flip. That slide apply. That plus frame scenario. Now the fireball. With a lot of different looks. Driver jab, we saw that before. Both sides. From on entry point. No anti right there. Too late. Nice and close. Back rise. Bird kicks, gets the fault right after it. The throw. Coming up, Kazunoko for now. Finish this off. Tap parry would have been dead, but it's one more touch regardless. The extension.
That's difficult. Even if it was blocked, that's gonna be plus frames for Kazunoko. Mochi, I don't know what he tried to do with it. Uh-oh. Dangerous territory. Trying to anti-air with that high up. That's why KB had gone for a neutral jump instead, right? Right.
That neutral jump, heavy kick, trying to catch a button, or a burn kick against Shades or a KB, as you said. It's Kazunoko. Crouch fierce interrupted. I like that. Fakes up here. Little 5-framer. Anti the burn kick. Ooh. Walk back slightly to whip, punish the throw. Take him towards the corner. Dash up, drive rush. Hella meaty on that. Oh.
Not too bad of a trade for the side of Mochi. Although it does give Kazunoko free reign to move within the mid space and also operate with these low medium kicks. But he can't feint. Well, now he can. Looking rather dry with the drive gauge though. What? That didn't cross up? What was that, short?
Oh, he was like the shortest one. With the burn kicks, he's up in the corner now. Delay, leap low, the fireball, the stand light kick. He sees the hands up, he says, put them down. Final round between the two. Bar at the bottom for both sides.
Get the forward throw off of the drive rush, Mochi. Also, yeah, something to note, Kazunoko can't stop a drive rush canceled normal on block, right? She doesn't have any sort of thing to operate, or at least use the option select against. So Mochi is actually free to drive rush on in, at least off of a normal block normal, that is.
You're right. That 4 fierce has been deadly. Even that jab right there. A little bit of hesitation in Kazumoka's mind. The jump back heavy kick. Resets with the overhead. Are you kidding me? And the level 3,
that
you're
was so
nasty
sick
for that. Oh my God.
That was so smart too.
You will not see the gates of God for that. No
way! That is huge. The damage, pretty substantial, but it's still at the deficit of Kazunoko. He's in critical range, critical territory, excuse me, at the yellow. Doesn't have his drive gauge back, and that's absolutely pivotal for like C Viper's maneuverability. Countering confirmed. Now the back throw. He's back in the green.
What's the Seismo? Drop short, heavy kick the jump back, heavy kick again. The anti-strategy right now against C Viper. And you switch up heavy kick. The DI, and that is death. That was such a great play against the upper kicks that have been causing him problems in trouble. And the neutral jumps as well, catching these extended buttons. Mochi with the deviousness. Nothing guilty about that play, brother. He takes a huge one. That's 40 points in total.
しかも飛んだのを見て打ったわけじゃなくてちゃんとバーニングで発生したのを見てインパクト打ってました。
Insane work. Insane change-ups to the plays. Mochi making the download real quick against Kazunoko. And Kazunoko also taking some liberties temporarily with like the lack of matchup knowledge, at least for some of the players, but they've like adjusted accordingly real well. They're having a couple of moments where like Kazunoko had dumped out big damage, which we were expecting. But I will say like some of the moments where he could have got bigger damage off of crouching medium punch, I understand because now he doesn't have a lot of like drive gauge left within him to actually go for like bigger extensions, and it's totally understandable. But speaking of big extensions, Mochi going in for some of these big level 3s to cause the burnout, which is like the lifeblood for C Viper's strategies, C Viper's mechanics have been so well thought out from Mochi. And also, there are moments where Kazunoko tried to steal plays. He tried to go for a normal cancel into Seismo. That's not a frame trap unless you do the OD version, which, again, Kazunoko is not willing to do. He's not willing to throw out those types of resources just for a chance at a frame trap, right? So I do like Mochi taking full advantage of the situation like afterwards, understanding some of Kazunoko's tendencies, and also throwing in some of the mix off of these stray hits. I was still rather impressed with his decision to hit drive rush forward. He had come down with a roundhouse, catching a normal, immediate drive rush forward into the over. That was godlike.
To catch him ducking of all things, oh my god, Mochi is such a great player. But now we come to Shuto, as mentioned, in the anchor match, 40 he's got to do this to survive, man. You've got to stem the bleeding right now. 20 points is all you have right now. They've got 40, and boy, they're getting closer and closer because they get that 20 right now. That's 60, and then the next time that they make a W in the next rotation is through. So Shuto with the Ryu is up, man. But you know, to his credit, his Ryu, I've rarely seen a player adapt to even a strong character or a new character, whatever, that fast. Within weeks, he was able to take down Gachikun with his first iteration of that Ryu. And I thought, man, it's too soon. I don't know if you should be pulling this character out against somebody who's been playing Rashid since they've been playing Street Fighter V, since that character came out in 5. But he did fantastic work, and the Ryu is definitely a real deal Ryu.
I would definitely agree with that, right? Shuto has a pretty, like a relatively high like win rate in general. He's sitting at like 67%. He's got 70 points to his name. However, going up against KB, right? Although he didn't necessarily get the W, he was the only person in the division, only other person, excuse me, in the division to make KB bleed. Let me emphasize that, right? KB had actually done a phenomenal job against every single player in the anchor spot. He's 3-0'd Moke, he's 3-0'd Nemo, he's 3-0'd Ryukichi. The first person to make it rather close was Shuto, 3-2. The only person to actually defeat him in a full-on set was Gachikun, but that's good 8 squad, and they're sitting in the second round of this playoff. So again, Shuto, not a bad look. They have to stop the bleeding, as you had mentioned. What better person to play out than Shuto?
Last time that we saw that match, if I remember correctly, KB was like spinning a lot more drive gauge, having to do a lot more OD fireball to keep up with the pacing that Shuto was presenting, not only just in terms of his fireballs, but his drive rush pressure, things like that. So I definitely remember KB getting close to like that burnout opportunity, like burnout threshold, I should say. So I think that's also like a tell of like how close Shuto did get to that W. To take away the resources of Mai is such a big thing, so she can't OD fast, she can't initiate on the back foot a lot more, as it is for most characters, it's the same for Mai. But for him to get that close, it may be the same today or maybe a little bit different. Maybe KB has a different strategy for him. But KB says, we'll get 60 points if we win. And I think we have a 90% chance of winning. That's a high percentage of winning right there against Shuto. So I'll do my best.
I think just mean like in totality of like the matchup, right? I think having like a 60-point advantage going into the third match where they're forced to switch up again, like that's a pretty big deal because if KB takes this W down, it's not only just 60 points, but they're back in the home position, right? They are going to be able to snipe out the first competitor and possibly move on the way over to face off against good 8 squad. So in terms of probabilities, very, very strong for the side of Nagoya and TB Oja. This is a significant deal from the side of Shuto, though, being in this anchor positioning. Now, you were talking about the things that Mai can do in regards to, like, KB, the way he wants to pilot it, being drive gauge hungry, at least within the matchup against Shuto, if that was accurate, right? The thing is about Ryu, he can chunk away at your drive gauge significantly. High blade kicks, well spaced out, a ton. Being able to throw in also Hashogekis also make it that much more difficult. But the jump in to start it off, Shuto, makes it even better. If he doesn't have to worry about the drive gauge and attacking the life bar, best believe he's gonna have a good time. And this right here is the perfect off of a single jump in, all of the momentum in Shuto's favor. Hot damn!
I switch up the fireballs, pacing. Before he's able to hit, driver's throw, nice and close. Throw pressure is so good. Look how close he is right after. Now laying the lights. Let's see with the DP. Shuto blow up that bar at the bottom. Walls up that low forward. We've seen that time and time again. Gets a bounce with the DP right after. It's a one-touch scenario. I lied. It was something a little bit different right there. Shuto playing at the very tip of the range. The donkey kick. Could OD fireball if you want.
Although he's in burnout, I feel like it's not too bad considering KB not within the threshold yet. He drive rushes forward. Shuto willing to block it out. Now it's going to be attack on drive gauge and force the errors. That is so smart for Shuto to pinpoint the attack at that exact moment. A single hit would have been his demise, so KB was forced to play that strike throw game. And with what little drive gauge he had left, there was no other option. He had committed to the throw. Excellent play and excellent manipulation of KB's actions from Shuto.
And having the bar at the bottom definitely helped out too as well. Having that as a buffer, ready to unleash against a fireball. Something in his bag just in case. More fierce, unfortunately, in the recovery. Side switch here. It's a crushing medium punch counter hit. Franco for the throw right after. KB's turn to party now.
Oh, a little bit of an air reset too. You saw the commitment to the target combo coming in from KB, but still, what a way to stuff out the charge fan! Shuto not allowing that to happen. Really well placed fierce, and now the momentum back in Shuto's favor. He actually tried to jump in. KB was ready for it, but not for the OD.
Oh man, it's dancing right now, trying to get his 12-0 buffering as well. Forward fierce too far up with the whip punish. That heavy kick, able to hit cycle delay, I think, right there. KP making it a little bit ambiguous what he's gonna do off that drive rush button. It's around. Hard fought though.
Oos.
Oh, whip punish.
I love that punish counter too against the standing BBM kick. Shuto off to the races yet again, or at least temporarily. KB actually halting it. False start. Wow, that was actually a real subtle side switch. I didn't think he was going to be on the other side.
Yeah. Hasho kicking for the fake out. I see some OD fireball every so often, or maybe just walk in with the projectiles. Next throw right after though. Bar built up at the max here for Shuto. Hashogeki just gonna get swatted away with the fireball play. Stand like it's able to hit DP level 3. It's been every bit of bar for that Shin Shoryuken. Big damage.
Oh, this is huge too. Shuto able to apply chip damage. Nice and easy. Shuto catching the counter hit against KB. Not too much that KB could have done. If Shuto had actually landed that, it would have been block stun city. It would have been a ton of Hashogekis. And speaking of which, we can start off again. Shuto covering the back dash with the back roundhouse, converting into the Shoryu off of that. I like that cancel. That was a fake out and a half. Shuto hook line and sinker.
Medium punch, yeah, the second part of the fan locking him down. Shuto, beware of the drive gauge. So throw, gave him some, a little bit of the drive gauge back. Forward heavy kick trying to hit, but interrupted. So at the fireballs, let's change up the pace. Something light out there. Perfect pair in the driver's jab. Walk back this time, walks out the medium. Shuto trying to get that lead. Like that, walk up block, walk up block. Here for the low forward though. Ah, that could have been
As
it.
you mentioned it. No commitment to it, very difficult, but now he's got bar to back it up with the drive rush overhead sneaks in against Shuto, bringing it to a real tough match between the two. Honestly, again, seeing it tie this early on is going to be so nail-biting for Shuto, I'd imagine. Like, I was at a little bit of a loss for words to kind of like how to end that round, or at least how to end that match, but seeing KB already find his rhythm this early is... that's mad intimidating.
the immediate adjustments, like, okay, I can't throw out fireballs as much as I'd like to, unless they're for like the purpose of like a certain distance and things like that. I'll get jumped in on. Maybe I'll initiate a little bit more. Maybe I'll wait for him to get to a certain range before I go for like a drive rush jab or something like that. And then acclimate against like the throw baits that we've seen as well. All that immediate adjustments from KB are, again, why he is so strong. But again, hard fought. Like, this is down to the wire, down to certain decisions. You saw Shuto buffering, and had he landed something, it would have been something devious. So it's not like it isn't between like one or two decisions beyond that. It's definitely just one or two at the very end. And this is still very contentious. Shuto can make this happen.
I kind of want to see what happens now, like going forward, right? Like, there aren't a lot of things that I guess I could analyze in regards to like player habits. I think there's been a lot of like even back and forth in regards to like the adaptation between the two players. So I'm actually at a loss for words for once when it comes to some of the strategies being implemented from both ends, right? Shuto's been really aware of some of the different fireballs that KB's been throwing out, right? There are different strengths that you can throw out off of the OD that determine what type of bounce you're going to get off of the fan too. So Shuto actually paying good attention to that. Or I guess I should say off of like charge fans specifically. Not the OD version, but even so, like Shuto trying to pay attention to like what types of fans are being thrown out there after the impact has happened is like one thing to kind of take note of. But it's like how much of that really matters when KB's going to be like charging at you and with the drive rush specifically, and also like changing up his button timings, right? I'm really kind of curious to see like how Shuto's going to take preventative measures against the fans specifically.
Like, I love the fact that he hit that stand fierce we saw in between, like the bounce. Like, that was super sick. Like, to have the timing and understanding like the moment and making the magic happen for that, like gaining as much damage as he can from that. That was great. But as you mentioned, the style switch of KB is the problem. Okay, if I can't play my projectile game, I'll drive rush up. I'll walk up. I'll jab it out. I'll do different things. I'll catch you trying to go for the throw tech. I'll catch you trying to do something on my defense or whatever. Like, that style switch is what makes him so difficult to deal with. You have fought one KB, but the other KBs, KA, KC, you don't have to worry about those, right? There's different variations of him that you have to worry about. And those constant flipping of those styles is what makes him so difficult to deal with, especially in the first of three.
Okay, so I wasn't tripping, right? Just to kind of like tack on to what you were saying as well. Yeah, so the height variance is actually like dependent on whether or not you do OD with the light punch version, or I guess light punch specifically, or whether or not you use like the OD fans with like HP, right? So there is a difference. I knew I wasn't tripping. I don't know why I was like second guessing myself, but as you had mentioned too, let's see what the damage output is going to be like just based upon some of the meters being built from both players. What a neutral jump. And that was nothing, by the way. That was an empty jump from Shuto in anticipation for the spacing trap that KB had laid out.
Deliberate. Understands the ranges, and again, forward heavy kick. No conversion right after the DI. Not against that fireball, my friend. Trying to catch the timings of Shuto. About to be your end, brother. Level 1, not necessary. It's Ryu. What am I talking about? Protagonist power up.
Oh, what a confirm! Forward roundhouse into the top. Speaking of confirms, now it's KB. Right into the level 1. I thought fireballs would be like the rockstar within this matchup, right? I thought the same when I saw like Primate play against like a handful of the different Mai's, like Xiaohai as well. But Shuto, I feel like using them rather sparingly.
The only like super close range, and we saw it also as like a bait against the DI. And that's been all over the buttons and the jump ins. Back throw up in the corner. Not able to get that perfect parry, unfortunately. Perfect parries right there, though. Gonna walk his way in. The driver's throw soon.
Backing away.
He's trying to go for
also
it, but
the recognition. No, it makes sense. It does make sense, right? You saw like that attempt to throw. But being that high up, too much of a gap, Shuto recognizing it very well. It's so important.
Okay, so Udi Fireball as a defensive tactic. So initiated. Let's initiate off this jab. You gotta be kidding me. At the tip of the
that guy's sick.
To be able to convert. What? Beat the spacing of this cat. Oh my god. Yo, I'm geeking. To get that close and to convert like that.
Especially after a perfect parry? That was actually kind of godlike. Shuto taking the third game. An impressive switch between defense to offense, man. What a beast. What a beast of an ender.
Wow. And even go back to what you were saying, like the fireballs. Like, I thought that'd be like a star component to keep up, because I feel like his fireballs are so much better than hers, forcing her to do like OD fireball, right? Versus Varys to cut through his. But he's only using it like close or as a bait, and then OD fireball like as a defensive thing to make her back off at minimum. Otherwise, it's him jumping in, having the timings and spacing on his own side of things. Hashokekis haven't even been really implemented that much. I feel like we haven't really seen them that much at all. It's just been him finding his proper spacing, and it's like somewhat maybe spacing against KB and against the character. Like round start neutral jump didn't come down with the button at all. That was intentful to call out that DP. That was, oh my God. I love the adaptations. I love the matchup knowledge to the person and the player, and the character, I mean.
Yeah, even at the start of the round, right, he's very cognizant of his spacing. Like, just to kind of give you that example of, like, what he had just done. Even before that, him neutral jumping the fireballs at the perfect distance and also just neutral jump nothing, just empty neutral jump, right, to bait out the DP, the early DP, I guess, from the side of KB. That was a peak way to start off that game. Honestly, I'm like, yo, not a lot of players understand like what kind of space traps are laid out from the fireballs, just dependent on like the timing and spacing of everything. But Shuto, that was like a really well played out strategy just to start it off.
And even on top of that, most people might be looking for like a button or something like that, or like a walk-up heavy kick or something like that. He was definitely looking for that DP to whiff. That's just that next layer, next level. And now keeping up with all the different KBs that have been shown throughout the entire league, he's ready for all of it, and he's ready to convert when he needs to. He had the drive cage, convert off that jab, be able to perfect parry and stand where he needs to be at. The spacing has been absolutely immaculate. Damn near every single conversion has been landing. Even the forward heavy kicks, they're not consistent in terms of something big. They are keeping KB off guard. We saw him walk up for the heavy kick and get a Tatsu right after it. Like, KB was like, bro, what, you're walking in my space? When I'm playing mine, I got mediums and things like that I can poke with? Shoot, though, you different. You diffy, bro.
Really, it's so difficult to assess, like, Shuto's spacing right now. You could see KB kind of reluctant to even walk in those spaces as you had just mentioned. So if KB decides to play a little bit more passive, a little bit of a slower pace, that's definitely to his detriment, right? Like, one of the biggest things we highlighted of him is being able to play at a much more aggressive pace. But Shuto has been thwarting that tactic a bunch and setting the pace for himself majority of these rounds. Let's see if he can do so again. Drive rush forward into the throw. KB was ready for it. We talked about that aggression. DP to stuff out the drive rush. Shuto's paying attention to the fan game.
Trade's better off for him. Finds a medium right after. With DP for the bust out. KB blocking that drive cage. Backdash. DI able to block it out. Dock kick able to hit. Shuto just realigning himself for the back jumps.
Into the level 1. Close to burnout, by the way. Shuto, yeah, he's trying to find a way. He's doing it preemptively, just in case his fan is coming out. KB, well aware of it. Shuto was trying to take preventative measures to stop himself from getting burnt out.
Driver overhead again. I'm ducking. Stand fierce. Overhead. Go right back at you. The follow up though. Perfect parries of forward fierce. Kagero no Mai now online. Trey, you'll take that for KB. Up in the corner. But the anti-air is there.
Finds the low. That was a counter hit against Shuto. Trying to take actions in between yet again. Counter hit. Shuto trying to press a button on wake up. Couldn't tell you what it was. Again, it was that same situation that we saw from the side of Seiya, right? There's moments where it's like a meaty will be coming out. The fact that you had risked it with a button without like an OD to guess for your life towards the end, rather difficult to assess. Now we're down to the final game.
Speaking of ODs, the DBs have been flying from KB. Similar to what we saw before, like KB initiating with a lot more drive rush, using a lot more drive gauge. How we got his win last time with Shuto, be the same way. Final game between the two. Drove the throw, cross cut DP. Nice little OS, ready with the fan, the second part of the bounce, gets a back throw.
I love the spacing that KB's setting up for himself. Shuto running into the standing roundhouse, trying to drive rush forward. As soon as KB had landed, he was still ready with a button. Now the fan's more prevalent. KB forcing the error off of Shuto. Shuto thought he had it. Match point. Now for the side of KB, readjusting to what his approach is after a high fan follow-up. Neutral jump. Big conversion, or at least decent side conversion. Excuse me. No level 1 behind it from the side of KB. He didn't have meter.
Stocks it with a Denshin. That makes the Hashokeki even more dangerous. The Tatsu baits out the first ODDP finally. Make it pay. He's in burnout. Might be an early Kagero no Mai. I guess not. It's an early death. DI into you are put down to the ground. It's final game, final round now. A lot of bar here for Shuto. And for Ryu, oh, they love this.
Oh, knocked around the door a little bit. It was just a singular jab. He thought he had a counter hit. But you get the charge up now for Shuto. A little bit more of a threat against the fans. We got a regular fireball. KB actually finding success with that stand fear. Shuto had just run into it. Stopping the drive rush with light kick.
With that halt. Right after KB a little bit low on the drive case, so can't go for the OD fan or try to drive rush up. Shuto takes advantage by stocking with the Denshin. Parries a fireball, swat that away. Oh, careful now. Don't throw out Otatsu. The OD is there. The low, the sweep for the knockdown.
Oh, not too bad. I like this. Not gonna deal out the level 3 just yet. A single hit. The overhead does get blocked. He knew it. That would have been lethal. But the punish counter against the medium. You already know it. Is it dead though? I don't know.
Is he gone?
He lives.
He's still alive. By a pixel. All the more to work with here for KB. Dwayne Tire. Gonna chance it. There's a fan. Try to rush too far out. He's low the drive gauge. Yo, shoot those back with bar. Kill the drive gauge. Gonna do it now. He's in burnout. The DI. That's what, and that's gonna be that. Shuto takes it for his team. 20 points in total right there. That equals 40. We are tied up. Shuto.
What a risk to take. What a big man maneuver. The DI, the last thing KB expected. What if he did a reaction level 3? Shuto would have died. That's crazy to me. And I love that. I love that for Shuto. I love that he's keeping KB on his toes consistently. KB has to hold that into the next set. He has to bring all that meter back with him for no reason. I'm loving this. Now we got ourselves a real match. Now we get to play the set. The match is out to its utmost potential, being tied 40-40.
Let's go. No blowouts here. Not like how history has shown. Honestly, the back and forth of this was so great in terms of like the spacing, like that was so good from Shuto, and even how things had ended. I feel like he had set himself up for success on defense. KP started lacking a little bit. The DP, OD got baited, and then up in the corner, just, man. But the bet, as you mentioned, it could have been like a level 3 reaction from KP. He could have set that off and took the W from there. But of all things, that DI letting it ring and staying for his team, my God, 40-40 right now, all tied up. Crazy Raccoon has to go back to the away side, though. That is the problem. The way ATP Oja on the home side, benefit for them.
What's crazy about this is, I don't think being on the home side is going to matter as much because there's still going to be a contention point within the anchor. There is a possibility for a tie going into the rest of these games, right? Like, even if they send up their strongest very early on, it doesn't net them the overall victory. So, I don't think they're going to switch up their order. They're going to play it safe as they have to. KB is guaranteed for the anchor spot, if I'm not mistaken. But it really depends, man. It really does depend whether or not it goes down to the wire. Like, the Goya NTP could have fine matchups overall.
それでは一旦失礼します。カプコン40周年記念サイトカプコンタウンがリニューアル。クラシックゲームやシアターなどさまざまなコンテンツを追加しました。 その他にもたくさんのコンテンツを遊んでいただけるよう準備中です。カプコン ID に登録してカプコンタウンを今すぐ楽しもう。
All tied up, 40 points to 40 points. We can't even call which way it's going to go for the final matchup, but that's the best part of it all. We get to tune in and witness history. Crazy Raccoon versus Nagoya MTB Oja. The sides have been switched yet again, with Nagoya being at the helm with the home field advantage. Vicious here, back at it again with St. Cola to deliver the final set of matches, at least within these two teams. Who will be the victor to face off against Good 8 Squad? We'll find out momentarily.
Going into this, I thought Nagoya was going to be able to take it. Not dominantly, but, you know, a little bit easier. But, man, are they scrapping. As you mentioned, this is going to be the last set of matches that we're going to have, at least until these cats going to be moving on to fight the Good 8 Squad. So we're going to the order for Crazy Raccoon as they are on the away side. But I have to imagine for Nagoya MTB Oja, they've probably just put up KB against the anchor to finish things off and close things out. So it might be a matter of who goes up to fight there and how you maneuver around that. We'll see what they do on Crazy Raccoon's side and what they put up. Let's see what the order is. Bonchan, Kazunoko, and Dogura. So if KB comes up, I will say that there's been some precedent in terms of, you know, the Elena and my matchup that we have saw from Dogura. He took down Fujimura very dominantly, but that's Fujimura. No offense to my boy Fujimura. KB is on business. All right, so that's a different sort of cat. You're putting up Dogura against him? We'll have to see.
No.
Happens, most likely.
This is very difficult to call. Like,
okay.
this forces a lot of issues against Nagoya NTB Oja, just based off of like their current record against both like Bonchan and Kazunoko, right? This is so difficult to call actually. Like if Nagoya manages to get the big W's against both Bonchan and Kazunoko, which is like a possibility, I think Kazunoko's been a little bit lukewarm. He's lost every matchup thus far. Bonchan has been like winning all of his matches, but I'm sure there's going to be like a matchup where they're going to change it up. If Nagoya NTB Oja manages to score the 20, like 10 after 10, and they happen to lose like the anchor match, they don't want the tiebreaker to go to anybody else but KB, I'd imagine. I think that's what Crazy Raccoon is trying to entice, but it really is dependent on whether or not Nagoya NTB Oja scores those first 20 points. It's like saying like, is this like a preventative measure though? Like if Bonchan scores a W and Kazunoko doesn't, that leaves it open for the kill for the anchor. So I feel like there's a lot more risk involved with Crazy Raccoon putting this order out.
Yeah, like for them, they're kind of hoping that that happens on the other side of things, that they play to that sort of key where KB doesn't come in if things do get tied up at the very end. Be on the home side, you can decide where you're at. For right now, it's Otani back on the 6 with the Ken, trying to get revenge. Man, now I want to see what happens later on, but I want to skip this episode. I want to stay on this one right now. Definitely not a filler arc. All these episodes matter. This tournament arc right here. Get a Bonchan's interview real quick before we set things off. But back on the Akuma versus the Ken.
Yeah, I'd imagine there's not going to be like much like said in addition towards like what was already spoken of. I mean, Bonchan had a face-off against Otani. Otani had an excellent first round, right? I feel like there were a couple of mistakes where Otani had like forced the issue against himself. Like we talked about playing close to the chest. If you talked about that final moment between Bonchan and what had happened, he committed to a low forward and he got whiff punished to high heaven. So that needs to change up from Otani, right? He needs to understand like what Bonchan is capable of in regards to like his whiff punish game, but it's all dependent on how much drive gauge he has. Like, if he wants to make some of these decisions, it really is dependent on like his positioning, how much life he has left, and all off of the drive gauge as well. So we'll see. We'll see if Otani can find those 3 ways to kind of like weave his defense against Bonchan.
He wasn't doing too bad with the perfect parry element. It's just he couldn't find the distance to like really enforce anything like a punish right after, or he couldn't find like, you know, drive rush jab into like a throw, but Bonchan would tech that throw, at least towards the end of that set. Otani says, it's set 3, same matchup, nothing more to say. Bonchan said, you know, it's the most important game coming up. I'll make the flow and win throughout this match. So he wants to start things off strong, of course, and maybe enforce that KB pick possibly, but again, it can alternate around that. But again, focusing on this match, I want to see Otani play a little bit closer. I want to see if we can bait those ODPs that Bonchan has been sending out, get some damage going, because that might be a big access point for him, especially even mid-screen. Get him towards the corner.
Yeah, my man was born in 1987. They're putting out like the full stats of everybody. That's kind of crazy.
Oh, okay. Same year as me. Okay. Good year. Good year.
A little bit of side notes on that too. I didn't even know Kazunoko was born in '88. For some reason, I thought he was like a little bit like, I think a little bit younger, but yeah, okay. Like, he's a year older than me. I respect that. He's got a full-on family. Anyways, not to digress. What needs to change now? Other than what I talked about earlier, I guess like in terms of like playing closer to the chest and not throwing out these limbs to get whiff punished, I want to know what's going to be on the side of Otani to fix his errors.
See if Bonchan allows that to happen. If he can keep taking away that drive gauge and disallow the drive rush up. But right now it's happening. Full flow right now. Always trying to reset. So gets a low right after though, that's fine. Sinking that in once again, the tricky stuff.
I like the pace. Otani setting to a lot of these fierces, finding his way to connect. Punish on the way down against the Demon Raid. Misplaced from Bonchan. A single hit will do it. Bonchan ready for the OD. We've seen how much of momentum Bonchan has taken away from Otani in the previous set, just based off of that reversal alone. Otani well aware of it this time. changing the speed of his lights, getting a little bit of a counter hit there, but didn't convert into anything big. And also, preventative measures, just actually walking back outside of the Animate Flames range.
And he whip. Toe tap. Stamp Pierce into OD trying to kill the drive gauge. There we go. Level 2 drive reversal. Choose how you burn out, but you're still burnt. Get him up in the corner with the Jin Rise continuously. Apply that pressure. Gets the counter knockdown. There's a level 2 right after, though. Immediately expanded. I don't mind this at all. Get some space of this place. Get your bar back. Falls to the fireball, though, on the wake up. Driver speed, another DI. It's a splat again. Otani walks up to get as much bar as possible. This should be a W. Side switch level 1 to get the job done. Super Dragon Lash. Yes, sir. Otani. We get it back from the brink.
It's rather difficult. That was a much more controlled pace. A much more confident Otani. Bonchan trying to wake himself up. You saw it in the player cam. My man was rubbing his eyes. He was like, yo, what did I just get bodied by?
This Ken is different. Same Otani? I don't think so. There's a change up. The preventative measures, as you mentioned, have been really big for Otani to be outside that range where Bonchan's trying to interact with the perfect parries there. No Season 1 stuff here.
Knocking on the door. Does get the tick throw off of the drive rush. He's trying to steal turns yet again. He does it successfully off of the Dragon Lash, but it's Bonchan finding the counter hit. No big conversions, though. He didn't want to put himself into burnout off of a single hit, even if it was counter hit. Fully stocked up Bonchan.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. Now we get the back throw. The big side switch. Jump medium into Oditatsu. Forward throw, Otani. Still being able to apply the pressure. Mistakenly so, though. Let's go of it.
Okay, so that's not real. Warframe was there to meet him. Level 2. Crouch Fierce, Animate Flame. Safe jump setup. He just took it raw. That is wild. No attempt at all to block it out. Got hit with the jump Fierce around here for Bonchan finally.
Oh, caught him crouching as well. I love the big interrupt from Otani. Rather difficult, though. You saw a reversal from the side of Bonchan. Is he going to do it again? No, he doesn't. He opts not to. Oh, you're hella dead. What a call. Otani. Very fortunate for Otani, though. He's starting to, like, figure out what time Bonchan wants to wake up.
So what, 8 a.m.? Gotcha. I'm there. Oh, after the minus frames, get the little forward side switch.
He's deliberately messing with his alarm clock, right? Excuse me. Sorry about that, Corey.
No, you're good.
Got that side switch into level 3.
There for ban, the fireballs. Don't let him low forward. You know what old shoulders want. The counter pokes. Maybe too far for a stand light kick to hit. Back throw? Yeah, switch it up.
Ooh. Otani. Otani, back-to-back throws. Mid-screen, off with a drive rush. You got it, brother. Bonchan, how do you rebuttal, right? Still looking rather healthy in the drive gauge from both ends. Drive reversal does get punished. No, big conversion. Otani had dropped it. Oh, no. That could have been game.
Could have been it.
Important.
Don't leave this character alive. Bro, you see the bar at the bottom, too, as well? Could be a demon in the darkness. Don't let it happen to you. Back with bars, Otani. Drive rush. Hits the brakes just in case. Did he avoid? He did. Block, waited, and baited. Held, decimated. Otani. 2-0 over Bonchan.
The changes have been made, and what a way to clutch it out for Otani. In the moments where he needed to show up the most, in the playoffs. In the damn playoffs. Otani 2-0ing Bonchan. That is godlike. That is the most pivotal time to show up to play. Let's take a look again, man. So many different looks, so many different changes, right? Playing closer to the chest, making sure that none of the normals he had thrown out within the first game had whiffed, chunking away at the drive gauge to force that burnout situation, and also, more importantly, figuring out what reversals are going to be coming out when against Bonchan.
Maybe drive reversal, wake up super. He was ready for it all. And causing that stress and be able to call these moments out from Machan, which is very difficult. Again, he's one of the best defensive Akumas you can ever ask for. And that man was ready. Otani said, I'm going to study, and I'm going to bring it back to the brink. 50 points to 40 right now. Nagoya, huge lead. I don't think they just call KB like they want to, because honestly, this might be a steamroll at this point. Kazunoko has to stem that bleeding, but again, as you mentioned, he hasn't really found a win in this playoff with the Sea Viper. Will now be the way. KB comes up now. Oh, their plan might have worked.
I'm actually kind of terrified about this. Let me take a look at the rules one more time real quick. So, I guess there's no player restriction when it comes to like the final game. If it comes down to like a sudden death, if it's like 60 to 60, I think they could send up anybody. I don't think the fourth player is like forced to play in that spot, but I could be wrong. I will wait for the producer to let us know how that works, but I think that's happened over in Street Fighter League US as well. Okay, so we did get the confirmation. Jesus, we did get the information and confirmation. When it comes to the tiebreaker, KB is technically allowed to play again, so it doesn't matter anymore.
So I wonder why he's coming up right now. Might have something for Dogura. We'll have to see a little bit later on, but still, Kazunoko going up and having to fight KB once again after how KB kind of treated him last time. Ah, man. What adjustments do you think that Kazunoko would have to make? I mean, a few mistakes here and there, I feel like, in terms of, like, you know, the damage situation you mentioned, not going for, like, crouching medium punch, that 6 frame when getting, like, the overhead. But what else do you think needs to happen a little bit more to make this a little bit more even, I guess?
So I was thinking about, like, the ender into crouching medium punch. I'm thinking to myself, is he too far to get heavy thunder knuckle cancel? No, that can't be it. Anyways, one of the things I do want to look forward to is what he's gonna do in terms of like his angles that he chooses when it comes to like super jumps, right? Like if you notice KB, instead of trying to anti-air most of the time, like he's had some successful anti-airs, right? If he goes for like neutral jump normal, I wonder if like Kazunoko would do like a super jump and then like halt his momentum with light kick bring kicks to entice KB to commit to like movement, or at least entice KB into like committing for like a DP. But even then, like I think that's kind of gimmicky. I don't think in the long run that really helps KB, and it puts like Kazunoko at the deficit in terms of drive gauge. So it is hard to tell. I think being a little bit more relied, or like I guess he's been rather reluctant to let level 1s rip on defense. I think like using that would be a pretty big deal if he decides to take a risk, right? He's been waking up with level 2s a bunch to play defense against KB, but it leaves him with nothing afterwards. If he's forced into a burnout, like level 2 does not give you like Oki off of that, if I'm not mistaken, without like drive rush perhaps. I don't know what the knockdown is either way, but I'd much rather have like level 1 just to be more of a nuisance with your meter, like with your super jump, right? Being able to have like access to super jumps and your cancels. I'd much rather prefer that because the damage is still pretty good, and it also is a good get-offing tool. So I would much rather him be a little bit more reliant on the level 1. That jumping is everything too. KB understanding that's not a full string.
Also the wake up burn kicks, but not the buttons right after it. They're trying to go for that throw. KB again. I jump back. It's a chase down. Kazunoko off to a better start. But yeah, I agree. I definitely want to see more of the level 1s, and maybe that's something that KB can like. He'd be like, okay, if you have level 2, that's when you're gonna bust out. But level 1 might be coming through as an easier time. The trade with the forward heavy kick. Perfect pair. Back at him though. Kagero no Mai.
Yeah, he's forced to hold that pressure too. And he jumps into the jab, tick throw. KB can do it one more time. It's not gonna kill just yet though. Important tech against it. But the drive rush forward. Being able to sway past the Seismo behind him. Nice work, KB. It's the first round.
With the fireballs, now the drive rush up. The switch and the type of KB that we're seeing immediately knocks away the fan. That jump back, and the jumps are everything. There's the anti-air. He's got the counter combo. Now gets another counter at the timing. Good for Kazunoko. And it's time to get active. Plus frames.
Ah, plus frames, sneaking it in against KB. That's gonna be a whiff. No, it's not gonna be a whiff punish though. KB recovered in time, just taking the throw. Perfect parry against the Fierce. Now the side switch is here. KB. The trade off of the back, roundhouse. Not going for level 1 just yet. Oh, he's trying to kill. He's trying to make it hurt. And he tried to get the grab. The ambiguousness of the strike throw mix, especially with a super jump included into it, very difficult to gauge.
That variance here from Kazunoko. The overhead happens. Oh my god. Level 1, Kageru no Mai. Nice and early. Get the jump and causes the bird kick over the fireball. Another Kageru no Mai. Restocking. Same day delivery. Empty nothing. Travis Short have kick, that is plus. Happy parry. Recover in time. There's a side switch. The crouch fears. Straight to the super. Get your bar back.
That's critical art damage as well. Kazunoko, how do you take advantage of the situation? Seismo feint. Fierce connects. Oh, he gets the bait! Enough damage too! That was a punish counter! Kazunoko firing right back. That was only the first game.
I feel like when he gets aerial no matter what character, man.
He does.
Yeah.
That's the best part. Kazunoko really ain't trying to play neutral. I like that.
Look at that. Dive kick over the fireball round start. That's what I love. But you just tell me the players in their element when they do things like that. Like, that's their thing. Oh.
I like that. Now relying more so on the parry against the super jump options. Counter conversion. Oh.
Short though. Holding parry.
Jump back jab!
Jump back. I like that. Ready. Keep him up in the corner. Perfect parry. Back throw. Might be time to start the party here, KB. Fight a level 1. Gonna find the conversion. Fourth throw. The bird kick. Goes over the heavy kick.
Oh. Being able to stuff out another brain kick though from the side of KB with a standing heavy punch. A single hit will do it from Kazunoko. He's not looking for a whip punish. He's forcing KB into an error, into a trap. Match point for Kazunoko. This is huge. If Kazunoko wins this, it's all up to the anchors.
Frame City. Lewis right after. Back throw. Switch it up. Stay first to the fan. And like that, yeah. Looking for that super jump on out of there. That's like the escape option. This time it's the knockdown for the Oki though.
That's so smart too. Using the Fierce to lead into the frame kick as well. Okay, we'll talk about that later. The punish counter is there off the cross up. KB into the level 2, by the way. That wasn't level 1. Hello? For the side switch. Kazunoko, I think he could have killed. He had level 3. He had another bit of drive gauge. I think Kazunoko misjudged that hit. But he's still alive.
It's over. Overhead. KB still in it. But as you mentioned, that could have been it right there. I feel like that could have been right to the kill shot. Don't let it be you. The anti-air there, round start this time. We're confident on the anti-air approaches KB. Got hit with the cross-up though. Wasn't even cross-up. Just hit raw. Low forward of doom. Kageru no Mai.
He's not willing to throw that Fierce into OD fans. He didn't want to burn himself out. No anti-air for the side of Kazunoko, but he still manages to catch off of the Thunder Knuckle. KB tried to backdash perhaps. Speaking of Thunder Knuckles, the anti-air is there. Forward throw, Kazunoko is building his bar back. Forward kick, forward roundhouse, getting perfect parried.
Dash up throw now. A lot of order utilized for KB. Looks like DRC. Overhead. The throw, dash up throw again. What's at the lows right after? It's a turn. The walk up throw the minus frames. It's a one touch. It's a dash up jab to do it. KB still in.
Kazunoko, you saw the startup of that normal. He tried with a wake up low medium kick against KB. He was banking on KB letting go of pressure at the last moment in fear for his super, right, for his reversal potential. But KB stuck to his guns.
The chase down in the air. We've seen that continuously. There's the whip punch, but too short.
No!
With that medium to follow. That's unfortunate.
You had crouching heavy punch, I think, to be within range at least.
Oh, we could have did that instead. Oof.
No, but I understand. I mean, he is +7 normally on hit on a punish counter and being able to cancel, I'm sure he's within range to get like a at least like plus some. I know for sure he could crouching heavy punch off of a punish counter feint cancel. I know for sure.
Kasanoka getting the back of blood though. Over the corner burn kicks. Oh, jump into the air.
Oh, that's huge! And he's sitting at 2.5 bars of super. He's got a lot of capabilities for defense now. KB has to tread softly. Oh, that was actually kind of wild.
See that walk up throw. Perfect parry. Air to air, both of them whipping in the night. The Stampius finds the mark. Extension. Also the wake up delay jab. Wake up jab, excuse me. There's a little forward though. KB with the Kagero no Mai is going to help him get back his bar by throwing the fence. Oh, he's able to block in time. A little less recovery. You're in burnout though.
Thunder Knuckle!
That's still hit.
Still able to force. Yeah. +4. Dash up. Plus again. He's forced to hold it. No! No anti-air! Is he dead? He's hella dead! The conversions! The distance! Kazunoko making a statement into the level 3. KB falling short where he needed to back up his team the most. It's now up solely to the anchors of both teams. Insane recovery off of Kazunoko's losing streak, by the way.
That's a good point. He came in sad, upset. So I'm gonna take my anger out on this next opponent. He definitely did so. This is devastating. They put up KB against Kazunoko. KB just lost. You don't have the strongest player in the league to finish things out. If Crazy Raccoon had set this up for this to happen and did a damn good job of pulling out KB now and then taking him down, so whoever comes up next between Seiya and Mochi better be picture perfect. Have to go against the Devil Treasures himself, Dogra, just waiting there. And that's a hard call for them to take that W. Seiya, new to this scene, I feel like he's been fantastic in terms of his Chun-Li. He's got like, but with the weight, same with Mochi, the weight on their shoulders right now to move over. Oh my, I can't even think about this. Oh my God.
No, man. Honestly, send out Mochi. You gotta send out Mochi. That's just like poetic justice. Not really like justice per se, but it's just rather poetic to have like the two players that are the most familiar with each other because of being able to play between different games. And also, they've been going at it since the very start of the show. Mochi had taken the damage out against Dogra to start off the pacing. He got the 2-1 against Dogra. But we'll see if that matters, right? We've talked about stats before. Kazunoko changing his own fate for his team. Can Dogra do the same? Or will Mochi be able to close out against that Elena again?
Their final game to move on to fight Good 8 Squad. Ooh-wee. I like this. As you mentioned, poetic. Have these two players from previous games battle it out in Street Fighter 6 in the modern era. Mochi's Akuma looking super informed, but again, Dogra, who would evolve this Elena to a point where people now see her as a potential, or even not even potential, I'll just say a real threat in the meta, right? If you play your cards right, being able to play first, more solid, more optimally. You know, he's been able to push this character further than anybody else in his World Warriors and offline tournaments. He is that guy.
もうね、これ勝った方が勝ちっていう場面で、まあお鉢が回ってきたんで。
I'm sure there's going to be a lot more words exchanged considering Dogra is a really good friend of Mochi. What's crazy is too, before we even get into the translation, my man Bonchan immediately booked it out of his seat and popped off for Kazunoko. He went over to Kazunoko and he like slapped him on the chest. He's like, let's go! I have never seen that type of reaction before from Bonchan. That was so sick.
It's like, you're him!
So sick to see.
You're him! I love that support. That's one of the great things again about the team-based element. You have the support of your other people around you. pushing you to go further, you know, help you in these moments. That's why also in the going to be OJ, even though you have some of these newer players on this squad that maybe haven't been in this position before, especially Mochi and Seiya in terms of like clutching it out for their team, you have support behind you that you wouldn't have previously in like the singles. So that's a big element of this. That's still like an outside of the fighting game, but still inside the fighting game sort of thing. Dogra in this interview says, "This is it, and it's my turn. We really practiced during the season, and before this playoff, we really want to play a bit more, so I'll do my best. They want to move over to Great Squad and take them down and get some revenge on them, but the Great CPO just stands in their way."
Oh my god, dude. I genuinely didn't expect it to go down in this fashion.
I'm with you.
I honestly felt like they would have put out Mochi again for Kazunoko. I think that would have been a really good bet, honestly, because of the fact that Otani set the pace, right? They were at 50 points. If they knew it was going to be based off of the anchor match, like let's say if Mochi decides to lose to Kazunoko, right? Kazunoko could have had a game against Mochi and still bring it to 50-50. I still think KB would have been so strong, but either way, no time for regret, only action. Mochi strikes first.
Yes, I'm up in the corner, based off the ODDP. We start with that adamant fist. You know the damage is going to be dumped out right now. And we get Tatsu to maximize. Frame kill for the throw right after, of course. The dash up, the jab this time. Mochi's pressure in terms of landing counter hits, the timing, it's so hard to decipher. Trying to play first against Akuma is very difficult, but you gotta get the fireballs. The timing, perfect for Dogura.
Look at the damage, son. How many scratch wheels was that? The back dash, back-to-back throw, still back in the corner. Mochi not able to escape. What just happened? Ooh, frame trap, back roundhouse. Give me that movement. Oh,
what?
Scratch wheels.
The bust out. Let it rip. Confidence. Not the proper button to whip punish that heavy kick though. Doga should be able to take this round if we don't drop it. Of course he won't. Yo, her damage potential is so good. It's like you sneak in like more specials, the crouch fierce as well. Just leads into so much. 9K health or not. Does a lot.
Oh, look at the stare down, the punish counter all the way through. OD Rhino Horn right into the level 2. I like that. This turns out for the plus frame with the guillotine, by the way.
Like that switch up. Overhead though. We hit confirm those. Dogra's been playing this character long enough. He should be. Hit the adamant fist with the stand medium. Almost with that button. It's Dogura with the timings. Get him down pat. First game to him.
Damn, that is a terrifying colorway. I didn't realize that that's the Akuma colorway. That's the exclusive color that you would get off of fighting off against CERN Akuma.
With the red eyes. Influence.
Yeah, that's sick. The Satsui no Capoeira? Sign me up. That sounds dope.
Actually, yeah. Oh, it's hella plus. Walked the low right after though, but not that one. Caught him standing up immediately. Reversal from Mochi, the first one we've seen from him, I think.
I think you might be right, yeah. Oh.
Oh!
What? That was preemptive!
How does he know?
I genuinely think that was preemptive.
I think you're gonna throw a fireball here. Well done for Dogra. The reward is so much. One touch scenario. Dash up back throw.
That's so smart. With how focused Mochi is on like the ground game, especially with like Elena's reach, and Dogra's confirms thus far, it makes so much sense to disrupt him with that dash up throw.
Yeah, I like that. Charge with the fireballs. Play a little bit differently in terms of like the pacing. And the Flame trying to catch a button. He delays crouching medium punch. Another drop. That's some of the same drop that we saw with him before. Careful now.
Level 3. He's gonna be dumping it out now, making sure that Mochi feels the pain off of that single confirm, or sorry, misconfirm, I should say. Counter hit.
Shrimp City. And there again with the low. Dogra. All about that dominance. He did not sign a pact with the losing devil, I'll tell you that right now. 2 games up, right? Optimal, keeping the drive gauge up, don't want to dish out the damage, reading the intentions of Mochi. Game point for him, for his team, to move on to fight Good 8 squad.
Mochi now changing up the pace. Does get a throw bait. Does let go of the pressure though, unintentionally. Dogra lands the overhead. Mochi not able to sniff out what action's coming out of the drive rush. The trade though, off of a meaty blocked overhead. Dogra is calculating. He checks the walk back as well. Give me that scratch wheel. Ooh!
The overhead. Stand like kick. The DRC though, that could have killed. There's the plate. Only a few P's left. Gets the overhead, no conversion right after, but you're still dead off the low. Dogra set point.
Can he set it off for Crazy Raccoon? Or will Mochi have something to say about it? Overhead confirm. Oh, doesn't convert. That was medium kick that he actually landed that hit off of. He could have had so much more. Dogra, a little bit of urgency from his side with that OD scratch wheel.
Back this away from danger. Right back in. Reversal, crouching, light punch. There's a medium, adamant flame, right back at him. Like the full screen, the fireball, just cover the approach. Watch his 6 for a little bit. That stand like kick buffer. He's hunting for it. Drive rush leg lock. There's bar at the bottom. If you get hit, you will melt. Oh.
Tread softly, tread carefully. Mochi needs a single hit, so does Dogra.
Thought about fireball.
Or
if you get caught lacking, you're gonna get clipped and hit. This should be it. Of course it is. Dogra takes it for his team, and they move on to fight Good 8 squad. Crazy Raccoon has defeated Nagoya NTP Ocha.
In the biggest blowout that we could have never imagined, Dogra coming in from the deficit, by the way, only having played 1 set prior in the first matchup between this team, coming back 3 games straight against Mochi's Akuma. Nobody could have called it this way. The fact that we saw Dogra in the anchor spot, being able to successfully bait out KV in the middle spot, was unprecedented. Unexpected, but still well-deserved for the side of Crazy Raccoon. I still cannot believe that KB had put himself in the middle spot against Mochi, against Kazunoko Sea Viper. That could have been a whole different story. They already landed the W with Otani. They could have let it rock with the anchor spot.
I just don't understand the reasoning at all, because I feel like he would have done a really good job against Dogra. That pacing that he plays at is different than what Fujimura presented. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. Dogra played this amazingly. The DIs, I really think, took off the fireballs from the table. And with that off the rip, like, you're only worried about the buttons that Akuma presents. And we saw the initiation with the drive rush, saw the dominance, the stagger steps every so often with the lights and things like that, catching the walkbacks, and the optimization from Dogra with this character is something to behold. And who are you fighting that is anywhere near this Elena at all? Nobody is thinking Dogra himself. That's not the F word again. 70 points to 50 is how things have went down. Crazy Raccoon gets their revenge, is at the playoffs, earns their right to fight Good 8 squad, actually, today.
I'm still at a loss for words, man. You could literally look at the chart, right? Very evenly matched. And it still didn't matter if you were on the home or away side, I feel like. You see those stats on the other side, right? Like, it's so difficult. It really is so difficult to call. Again, in my opinion, like, the match played itself out. Sure. Matchup-wise, Dogra took it over Mochi. Some unfamiliarity, but also some really big surprises coming in from Dogra's drive rush decisions. But I still think the root of the problem is KB coming up second. I think a lot of people would agree with that.
Yeah.
I think it's just so important to note how pivotal it is to send up the right players for the right order. You had the home field advantage. In my opinion, the root of the cause was that slight lack of judgment in the player order. But enough of the downside. Let's talk about the upside. Dogura getting in the swing of things. Same with Kazunoko. Both of them scoring their first big W's, going into a matchup against the Titans, the former champs of Street Fighter League World Championships. And then Bonchan still having a pretty decent time, rocking back and forth between wins and W's. This is a very, very steady group right now, and I am also terrified at them being fully warmed up. Shuto, he's doing a phenomenal job too, right? Taking it 3-2 against KB, the only other person to make him bleed, and finally getting redemption and tying up against the biggest point earner in the squad, biggest point earner in the league. I love that storyline for him. This is so dangerous against Good 8 squad.
And again, you're looking at a team that had switched characters or added them. It's extra work, extra homework, extra training that they have to do, extra preparation. But look at the reward. You know, and even for Bonchan, hasn't fought the Sagat, but you can go back to Akuma and keeping that as solid as possible. Wins and losses regardless, like he's still looking like the Bonchan of old with the Akuma, right? So we're getting the interviews here. Shuta says, I was able to live out that big anchor game, and that was the big reason we were able to win. We all got points this match, and I hope that we keep this going for the next match as well against Good 8 squad. Yo, big to Shuta, I feel like he's always been like an anchor match sort of player. Like a lot of times when we see him in Street Fighter League, we see him in the anchor position. He said once when he was fighting Futo, he was like, I'm born to fight him. Like, I like that energy that he has. And again, with Ryu, within a short amount of time, has dragged that character out. And it's not just him playing Ryu, it's the way that he plays Ryu, the spacing that he has, the understanding and the study that he puts on against the other players too as well. He's up there in one of those types that's really, really studious that we just don't give him credit for, but man, did he make the reward in that anchor match.
I'm just so impressed with like the composure from like all the teams here. Like, Kazunoko getting the W was mad impactful. It forced it down to the anchor. But even prior, thinking about the second matchup, right? Shuto getting that W in the anchor spot to push them towards 40 points instead of a full-on like blowout. That was actually kind of godlike as well. So if anything, as great as Dogura played 3-0, very convincing. And as much as I love that, I still got to give the flowers to Kazunoko and Shuto for bringing it to that situation.
Saving for their team when it mattered most. And against KB, who has been the most dominant player. Like, you really have to put your mind to the grind. And you know he's going to get stronger while you're getting stronger too as well. So he's not going to be sitting there lacking and being at the same pace that he's been playing at or whatever. He's going to be switching things up. And the way that they adapted, separately with different characters and different situations, and obviously defensive tactics and things like that too as well. But their own sort of style and way. I'm sure they've shared tips and things like that, but for them to both get that W again, as you mentioned, that was a big swing moment for this team to be able to stay in, and boy did they deserve it. Oh my god.
Dude, what happens though? Like, I had mentioned this with Tasty Steve a bunch. When it comes to like a team getting fully warmed up, getting a lot of games in, facing off against the people that are the #1 seed, like we saw that kind of steamroll happen with FlyQuest. They took out KSG, they took out 2Game, but then they faced off against the Bandits, right? It didn't necessarily play out that way, but FlyQuest still had that momentum rolling against 2Game. Does that apply for a group like Crazy Raccoon with how dominant Good 8 squad has been as well? Is it going to be a similar story from what we've seen on the US side between FlyQuest and Bandits, right? Is Good 8 squad that group that is just looking untouchable?
Damn, that is a good point. This Good 8 squad also sitting in the rungs, like chilling out, and have Crazy Raccoon expend a lot of their energy, some of their player order matchup. Obviously, there'll be different characters that they're fighting, but it's some of that hand kind of shown right now in terms of like the spacing of Shuto, the change up of Kazunoko playing the Sea Viper. Some of those things are a little bit more exposed, so I don't know if that's going to hurt them in the end. A little more on the interviews real quick though. Boncha says it was so difficult. One lucky thing we had was that we played the away side for both matches. We had tactics similar for the next match. I'm sure we'll be able to do well against Good 8 squad. So they say, no matter where they're at, they're going to be okay. We'll have to see if that happens because Good 8 squad is very, very dominant in and outside of Street Fighter League. Kazunoko says, Coach Hachikawa was so strict on me, making me play the third set, even though I lost twice. I was glad to be able to get an important game. I forgot Tochikawa is giving them a coaching position over there at Crazy Raccoon. So kind of funny to see him be like, get in there and fight.
I definitely want to tweet him right now and say, great work, Tachikawa Sensei. But I'm not gonna do it. I don't want to put any spoilers out there because I'm sure there's a lot of people keeping their ear to the ground. If I were to tweet something like that, then you know something had popped up for Crazy Raccoon, right? So I'm not gonna, not even gonna tweet it. I'm gonna play it as it lies. But man, I'm so, I want to say so much right now on social media because of how things have been popping off. But I'm gonna wait. You guys are gonna have to like see this in the future. Damn, this is some crazy Street Fighter. So,
Oh my God, it's so good.
going forward for the rest of it, Dogura had mentioned, I don't know if you had ended up on Dogura or Kazunoko, but I remember you talking about Tachikawa, so I'm going to assume Dogura is up next. I had some games we had to win. He put "had" in quotes, right? I had some games that we had to win, but today was the end of the season. If I lost that game, and I didn't want to, really glad I was able to win.
It's so funny because he says, I had so much practice against him, I ended up not matching against him at all. I wanted to see how he was going to fight KB, honestly. That would have been a great match because he did well against Fujimura. I liked his like back walk, back heavy kick sort of style when they try to counter poke with a button. He was good about like avoiding the fan in that matchup. I would like to see that, but unfortunately we're not going to see that at all because KB wasn't able to play. But that practice against Akuma worked out in terms of kind of nerfing the fireballs. So big ups at Dogura. At least he got some good work out here, but he might have to fight that a little bit later on, depending what happens if they go up against Reject. If they win against Good A Squad, but I'm not going to go too far with that. We still have to get the interview with Nagoya NTP Oja going too as well. For them to get to this spot, I definitely did not even expect it. Not in terms of like it wouldn't happen, but in terms of other teams probably over them in terms of like a ratio sort of style. So really proud that they got to like second place of all things in the most difficult league we've had in Street Fighter League just Japan thus far.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see, honestly, like to see these results. I did not expect it to go like this way by any means. If you looked at the way that they had played off against like this team specifically, this team in particular, I should say. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think they had beat him twice over, no?
Yes,
right?
right.
I think Nagoya NTP Oja, the second time around when they played him, they 40 bombed him, being on the away side. The first interaction, it was 30-10. To see them fall like this, I'm actually kind of, I'm thoroughly surprised. I'm genuinely surprised, but I'm super proud. Like, just to kind of reiterate what you were saying, like some of the biggest improvements we've seen in a team at Street Fighter League in one of the hardest divisions ever. I think this is a pretty good merit. I think honestly this exact same team should come back. I would be rather, you know, excited to see them play again into the next season.
Yeah, honestly, no change. Just keep the same players. If the characters need to change, then whatever. If we get like some DLC with like Alex or whatever, Ingrid maybe at that point. But regardless, I'd like to see these same players come up. Now, Seiya says, first of all, I had so much fun with this team. As a rookie, I'm really sorry for the fans. I was glad I was able to play with this team with my teammates. Honestly, Seiya, you should be super proud of yourself for what you put on. Absolutely amazing play. Counter hits were on point. For him to get solid as the league goes on is a hard thing to ask for, and he was able to do so. So he was still a very good component of the team. And Mochi himself says, I'm sorry for the team and the fans losing, even though the team let me play the last game. But throughout the season, I had so much fun in this league, training with my mates. And again, another player that last year, just completely different than this year. Like it was like a body double, got switched out, and he is playing super incredible. And I can't wait to see what he does in outside the league as things go on with that Akuma.
And I gotta give the flowers to Otani, man. I think he was coming in at a very, very low-end record, right? We were waiting for his moment to like find a breakout, essentially. He didn't find it in the first set against Crazy Raccoon, but he got it where it counted the most to start things off for the team, right? 2-0 against Boncha and Takuma. Getting that full revenge was actually kind of godlike. I did not see it going to that way, to that fashion. I thought it would be like down to the very last game again, and Bonchan probably sneaking away with it. But his adjustments made from like one set to the next, I was floored. I was like, there's no way. This is the same Otani? I was thoroughly impressed, and I think he should hold his head high. Like, a lot of players have talked about this before. It's not what happens during regulation season. It's what happens in the playoffs. And I think Otani delivered. I think he excelled above and beyond like the expectations we had of him. And there couldn't be more that we could ask from his delivery today.
And it definitely sparks a lot for the future for him in terms of understanding how to play Ken, how to pull back when he needs to with the character, and definitely another player I'm just gonna have my eyes on because I feel like there's not that many Ken players, but the ones that are around are definitely gonna be putting in work regardless. So big ups to him. And KB, man, what can you not say about this guy? 9 out of 10 in terms of wins and losses. Only lost once. I mean, like, he only lose once in this sort of regulation play, in this Street Fighter League Japan. I don't care what character you play in. That is incredible work. I think a lot of pressure was probably put on him, but I'll get to him in a second. I want to go to Otani's interview and give him his flowers as he deserves it. For the playoffs, I thought it might be my last chance to play Ken this year. I wanted a sign of growth. I matched up with Akuma, and hopefully I was able to show Ken in my strength and thank all supporters this season's achievement. Well, brother, I think you definitely did that. You can still definitely tell that that character is still a millionaire character.
Yeah, in a way, I think it's going to be like any sort of, how do I say this? I don't think there's anything against Ken right now, although we don't see him flourish as often within like US. I'd imagine also technically in the realm of SFL EU as well, but I still think that character is rather dangerous, right? Despite not necessarily having the same type of success he's had in previous seasons, he's still a very difficult character that you have to face off against. And Mochi had proved that against what, an Akuma. That's pretty phenomenal. Pretty good adaptation towards the player.
Now back to KB. He says, I lost the games I shouldn't lose, even though I got some good advice from the team. Both matchups with Shuto and Kazunoko were games I couldn't hold on to enough. And honestly, for the Shuto match, it was down to the wire and the spacing. And it's one of those things where, again, KB has been so dominant that I feel like people just have eyes on him. They're studying him continuously. I'm sure they have been during the entire regulation season. I'm sure they've been looking at this cat like, we have to find a way to stop him. We need to find the secret sauce. And today was just that day that they found out how to do so. However, had KB been played in the anchor position, things may have been different. So I think that was more of a matter of him not being played in the right areas you mentioned.
Hard to tell, man. They have to live with that, and honestly, they should be satisfied, especially what they played. Although you can't ever be satisfied enough, right? If you don't end up with a W, you can never be satisfied enough. But I think if it's any like consolation, I am thoroughly impressed with like the overall demeanor of the team. KB, use that hashtag for Street Fighter League Japan and try to get yourself some of these group checkies. It's actually pretty godlike.
I guess some of that merch too as well before it sells out, because I'm sure it's going to sell out real soon, especially as we get towards Capcom Cup. Maybe they'll have some there, but I need to get another suitcase to bring all of that back, especially those little key pieces and probably 2 or 3 hoodies depending on. Either way, the merch is always super sick, and I'm glad that they are continuing to support Street Fighter League by having this merch, having all the players and the teams on the back and things like that, so you can rep the squads that you love so much.
Yeah, be sure to take advantage of that too, because some of these things do sell out rather quickly if you're in Japan. I don't know how else you can get your hands on this, and also considering if you're watching this at a later date, I don't know if you'll have time. But either way, again, it's available, it's out there, and I think SFL is doing a great job of delivering back to the fans in regards to like the merch and stepping up the quality. Really enjoy everything that's been putting on from their side. With that said though, Crazy Raccoon with a big W. Now moving on to face off against Good 8 Squad. When we come back, we got all that action coming right at you.
Division S プレーオフチームマッチマンクレイジーラクーン対名古屋 NTP 王者生ラッシュだこれはさあこれそのまましっかり CA まで走り切ったこれはかなり状況が投げ厳しいラッシュだ
いやーじゃないごめん頑張ったね
ナイスナイス
やばい
その前に攻撃もクリティカルアウトなんで
投げ抜けたら当たりハードヒット
倒せなくてようえナイス ナイ
いい試合するね。
いや、しゃあない。
すいません。あらい。
ただ
おお
これたまるぞ。
3ゲージまでたまると見て、
うまい。
フルリソースでコンボ走り切りました。
ボルダー
着地に対してパニカー
KB 選手が走るということは
演武朝桜再び数のこのバイパーに対して間に合った KB。
うわー、漏れちゃった。
許してくれ、許してくれ。
あいえ、なんかおじさん。
ここ逆にやはりせいや選手が勝利した時に、
はい、
かなりプレッシャーが
バウトしていないがジャッケ
ここでか。
このギリギリ残ったドライブを最大限に有効活用した。足はいける。
タッチジャッケでもおそらく
ここでザンク。足はいける。
安全かも。
おい、おっしゃい。いいザンク。
いける。
うわ
あー、やるな。いや、運悪い。
あーっと中断。これはドライブがなくなる。
うまい。シャッカにして SS3 パリ
ライン曲がった。うわー、ここで
オニハボク。
うわマジか。ここでパーニング。
え、来た。マジ。マジ。
マジはいいんだけど。
歩幅回復した。時間使えてますよ。う
うまい。
まい。
シューパンチに対して出る。残り1個のホームランストックが残っている。打撃崩れている。シュート耐えきれない。 KB バウントしながらインパクト。
届く。
画面始まる。バウントしながらインパクト。
ナイス。いけ。よし。ナイス。よっしゃー。ナイス。本当に重要な3巡目の先行を任されてるんで頑張ります。
何も話すことはございません。頑張ります。
いいね。
危ないぞ。
捉えたー。 SH たまるから倒しきれるぞこれ。
これは走りきれれば1ゲージやけどするぜ。回復が間に合ったがここからどうするか。打ってきた。動いていない。
ナイス。
危ねえ。
すごい綺麗な。
ナイストライ。
オーディー打ってない。さあここでカズノコ大逆転。
しゃがみキョパ当たると終わるぞ。
踏み込んできての投げ。しっかりとKB しのいだ。ヒット。ここでしっかりとカズノコ捉えている。
いやゴー。いや
いや
ボム。あ、来た。いけよ。いけよ。よし。ナイス。
これはでかい。
うまい。
こ
見てる。
れはしっかりと道具ら確認している。走ってきた。カウンターヒット。
打てない。
きた。
距離見て技変えてる。
ラッシュをしっかりと刺した道具ら。モッチーをロックして確実に落としきります。
いやごめん。4枚だ。
いや
ナイス。やったー。さすが。完璧でございます。
素晴らしい。
俺みたいなやつが体一つで稼げる商売で無愛想な憎まれ役ってのも性に合ってる。だけどふと考えることがある。ストリートでやり合ってた頃のことを。 OK、 始めよう。しょっぱい試合にご不満のようだぜ。 あるといいがな。これが俺の仕事だ。祈りは済ませたか。
カプコン40周年記念サイトカプコンタウンがリニューアル。クラシックゲームやシアターなどさまざまなコンテンツを追加しました。その他にもたくさんのコンテンツを遊んでいただけるよう準備中です。カプコン ID に登録してカプコンタウンを今すぐ楽しもう。
It is now time to crown a champion of Division S. Crazy Raccoon will be fighting against Good 8 Squad as our final match. Division S. My name is Seikola. I'm doing Vicious, and man, is that S going to stand for spice?
It really has been quite the matchups prior. I am still at a little bit of a loss for words. I'm glad that we took such a long break, genuinely, because I had to like leave my seat and recollect my thoughts. But going into it, right, one of the biggest things that we were looking forward to is whether or not this momentum is actually going to be towards the benefit of Crazy Raccoon. We had seen it pay off over at Street Fighter League EU, where we saw Ninjas in Pajamas start off in the quarterfinals, work their way towards the finale against Mouse Sports, and take it down to be the champs overall. Now, does that apply when you have such heavy-handed Titans via good 8 squad, right? If there's anybody to compare them to, it's probably the Bandits, and I guess technically you could say Ninjas in Pajamas. Can we see, damn, these two potentially make it through to like World Championships? Who knows? But good 8 squad, a rather good candidate, right? Being at the very top of the leaderboard when it comes to the overall regulation season. In fact, taking a look at the points thus far, good 8 squad net 300 points for themselves to separate themselves from the rest of the pack pretty significantly. So this is going to be rather difficult to judge whether or not Crazy Raccoon has enough of that momentum to swing in favor against the Titans.
In terms of history, Crazy Raccoon did take it over Good 8 Squad 20-30, and then Good 8 Squad looks like it was 10-30 on that side of things too as well. So Crazy Raccoon can do it. They've done it before in the past regulation play. However, today is a different day, right? Today is going to be a very different day in terms of what's going to occur. And I think that is something to know in terms of like, have you expended all your energy playing up your certain players, your strategies, your team members in terms of like their placement, in terms of showcasing your hand and things like that. It may come to bite them. Good 8 Squad, maybe not warmed up, but maybe it's like something like we're Bandits where they don't need to be warmed up. They're just ready to go at any moment's notice. We see how these players play in and outside of league, how dominant they can be. It may not even matter for Good 8 Squad to not be warmed up or not have some games under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the data could be presented already, right? If you're downloading and sitting by waiting for your opponents, Good 8 Squad might have a slight upper hand. We'll see if that even comes to play, if it even matters. Fact of the matter is, though, let's get reintroduced to the team coming in from 3rd place, taking down Nagoya Antipioja in a nail-biter of a set. Hoo-wee. You know what it is. It's Crazy Raccoon time. Starting things off with Papa Bonchan. Judge, jury, and executioner. No matter what the outcome, he's still going to deliver that judgment. Coming in with the clutch factor, getting a W where he needed it the most. It's the one who is loved by all fighting games. Kazunoko with that Sea Viper. The man who set it off. No Jada Pinkett necessary. It's the Asura's Fist, Shuto. Last, but very much so not least, the man who 3-0'd in the anchor spot to bring them to this next round. The one with the devilish strategy, Gomura! Man, I'm still so hyped to see these guys in contention against Good 8 Squad.
So it's punching. Look at the eyes. Then we will have to go crazy right now because they are going up against the Goodest Boys. Street Fighter League Japan champions, world champions, in and outside of the league. This is Good 8 Squad. And for many people, this is the squad that's going to take the entire thing. We'll see if it can occur or if Crazy Raccoon will put a stop to that here and now. But Good 8 Squad has had a litany of things underneath their belt for strategies, character choices. In terms of power, they're going to be hard to beat. Closer look at Good 8 Squad. Started off with the fearless one, always getting it done. Sahara coming through with that edge. Very dominant in and outside the league. We see the World Warriors. Probably see him at Capcom Cup in one form or another. After that, it's the Cosmic Buster himself is Pugera. Who knows what he'll play? He's always that secret weapon at the ready. So that's going to be Singularity. Don't know what that means, but I do know this guy has a mean Akuma. It's Kawano, Evo champion. And they're all led by the honest hero himself. But ain't nothing honest about that mix. Puts you in the blender. It's over. It's Gachiku with that Rashid. This team, I feel like you could put them anywhere in terms of a first or two or first or three. They'll be ready for everything. And again, Kira being a secret weapon, Sahara being such a dominant force for the team, Kawano being prepared for anybody if he has that Batman prep. And God, Gachiku's defensive tactics are so hard to break down. Good luck to Crazy Raccoon. Then again, warmed up, exceed expectations, could break the mold.
What's really wild about the structure of this team, right? Super sound in terms of the individual talent, the character selection spread, and also having the home field advantage. It's Sahara that has been the main threat consistently week in, week out in the anchor spot, netting 120 total points for this team. right? You look at the rest of them. Kugera, 50 points for themselves. Kawano with 40. Gachikun with 90, right? So you have a lot of versatility. Gachikun could very well stay in the anchor spot and trade off between Sahara in between the sets. It is still going to be a race to 70 though, right? Let's take a look at the order. Kazunoko off of a hot streak. Same with Dogura. Switching up to the Bison. And Shuto coming back in as the anchor spot. How does that make you feel?
I want to see the Bison come through. I don't know why the Elena isn't up first and then switching to Bison, but maybe there's something that they're looking out for with Bison. Possibly Gachakun's Rashid. Maybe. But then again, Sahara, maybe that's trying to draw out Sahara to fight the second position. Because I think Ed does pretty decently against Bison. Like maybe slight advantage, maybe even, but kind of annoying on both sides. Possible. Gachikun comes up first.
Ooh. We talked about that versatility, right? He's coming in at a really hot percentage in terms of like win-loss ratio, right? He's played pretty much split down the middle of being on the away side and being on the home side. He's net 3 Ws on each side with 90 points to his name. So his overall record being at 75% is pretty damn good. But looking at it right now, how did he fare up against Crazy Raccoon? Let's be specific. Well, guess what? He took down Bonchan in the very beginning during their introduction. The second time around, I don't think he had to... Okay, no, never mind. He had to face off against Shuto, and he lost to him. Very interesting. Now, that was actually a 3-1 blow up from the side of Shuto. So, I understand the sentiment of putting Gachikun up first. We talked about that versatility between going into anchor matches, whether it's him or Sahara, pretty much the high prospects. But it makes a lot of sense considering they see Shuto sitting in that anchor spot.
It was kind of annoying for C Viper to have to deal with this character, get knocked down. There's like meaty whirlwind setups and things like that off the fireballs. His pressure up in the corner's got to be super annoying too as well. But I wonder if the aerial approach that she can present will be problematic for him to have to deal with too as well, because his anti-airs aren't really the best. So maybe bird kicks in the very set we see from Kazunoko might be a problem for Rashid to have to deal with.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of reads based off of fireballs that do happen. Like, if the fireballs need to come out from the side of Gachikun, right, he has to force Kazunoko to stay grounded. But further out, I don't like Rashid trying to throw out, like, some of the fireballs that he has, because I don't think it'll be fast enough to catch, like, a super jump in certain angles, because she would just kind of, like, fly over, end up on the other side, get a punish counter, etc. You know the score. But I genuinely don't think the fireballs are going to be coming out as often from further ranges. If anything, it's going to be more of like a poking tool, considering Rashid's like overall range against someone like C Viper is going to be a little bit slight against him in comparison. So we'll see. If Gachikun relies on a charged fireball to kind of like throw off Kazunoko's pacing, I kind of do like that, but it's just rather difficult to do that, right? He's really trying to force Kazunoko to make some big whiffs, but even with like Rashid's walk speed, I don't see that happening too often, so we'll see. He has to play at a real different level in terms of mobility as Rashid, and we'll see if that actually plays off, or if it comes to fruition.
Even having like the charge of fireballs can be problematic. You can DI like the level 2, level 3, or you can get like a nasty jump in, especially if Kazunoko has that timing down the read. So like that doesn't present a problem, which is kind of a problem for Gachikun because he likes to initiate with fireballs as like a footsie tool at many ranges, and that just happened round start. Are you kidding me? I should have given the script, my bad.
We've seen that happen from the side of Dogura as well. So they're very much so ready for any fireballs. Ooh, but you know who's not ready? Gachikun for the follow over the brain kick. That's +2. Oh, there could have been potential damage off of that, but a little bit too far out. That counter hit push was just enough for Gachikun to stay away from the rest of that combo.
He's playing the footsie game still with the fireballs. Gotta be careful though, as you mentioned. Out for the corner. Deal your damage, get your aggression going. See if Kazunoko goes for any sort of like level 1 sort of scenario instead of waiting for like level 2. There it is. Hell parry though. Gachikun knew it was coming through as well.
Perfect parry against the grounded burn kick. Forward throw. Gets to do it again. Important tech for Kazunoko. Trying to check the walk back with the size balls. Trying to do it again. Parry. We talked about it mid-screen. It was the OD version. And now the tornado. Kazunoko tried to stop the approach. Gachikun baiting out the normal and reaction from Kazunoko, and he went in with a sweep as well, trying to extend that range, but a little bit overzealous. Gachikun being able to use that drive reversal against a forward roundhouse against Kazunoko, push him back towards the corner, exactly where Rashid wants to play it, right?
Pressure canceled. There's the jumping on the side smell though. Catch that recovery a lot more than you might think. Heavy mixer to extend that damage. Let's hack the throw. And I do like him getting aggressive and getting active and get that super jump cancel right outside the corner. Catches him low. She gets so much off her lights. I'm getting a lot off of this.
Ooh. Into the level 2. That is a pretty dramatic amount of damage. All things considered. Drive rush forward. Gachikun trying to option select past the feint of the Seismo. The drive impact. Luckily enough, Gachikun didn't let the fireball rip. He just took the damage raw off of the DI, so no big punish counter against him. Kazunoko, he's trying to make it hurt. Flame kick +4. And the mix. Not quite dead just yet. Gachikun recovers just in time to get all of his drive gates back. You set up for the level 2 while Kazunoko's in burnout. He's forced to take the mix. Oh, are you dead?
Towards the corner. You're dead from that? Oh my lord. I mean, here's the thing. Kazunoko's so good about keeping his drive gauge up, but what happens to the character? The opponent's character doesn't let you do that at all. Harass him continuously, and Kazunoko had spent quite a bit prior to that. That's unfortunate.
Again, that is the lifeblood of this character, right? That drive gauge is so pivotal for a character like Sea Viper. If she's no longer able to move around the way that she wants to or cancel to apply pressure, she is near dead in the water more so than other characters because of the lack of defense. But even so, I think Gachikun's awareness immediately off of the level 2 to initiate that ambiguous mix off of the command dash past the body is so smart because of the fact that you're in burnout, because of the fact that you can't hold parry to pretty much nullify the mix potential. That was really good for Gachikun immediately after the knockdown to let that level 2 rip.
Even prior, hit the OD fireball to initiate the level 2, so he's like, knowing what to do in terms of activating the situation to be beneficial for him to get that W. And even his fireballs, even though some of them, I mean, the one of them they get DI'd, overall have been ambiguous enough where it's hard for Kazunoko to continuously read. And then when he thinks there's like a low in the action, he'll drive rush up or dash up, either using the enhancement or drive rush. Regardless, I do like this, but does this mean that we switch? If we're Kazunoko, Cammy on paper is a better matchup. You have better normals, you have a dive kick, you have an ODDP for defense. Do you switch to something you're more informed with, that you've had for years upon years, that is better on paper? Or do you hold tight to the Sea Viper that's already warmed up today? It's difficult.
It is rather difficult, right? There hasn't really been a lot in regards to like the data throughout regulation season. We haven't seen him play against Kazunoko before, right? The only times he had fought off against Crazy Raccoon was against like Bonchan, was against Shuto. So even like the Cammy experience is just not there. But yeah, even throughout the league, right? I don't know like if any other Cammys had stepped up to the plate. The only time Kazunoko had used out Cammy, I do believe, was in the first week against, I believe, Kawano, and it didn't play out in his favor. Outside of that, though, I think it was week 6 where Kazunoko faced off against Pugera. Actually, Cammy versus Sagat. Got the W there. But other than that, I think he's committing to the Sea Viper. I mean, we see it on the screen. It is going to be that character of choice.
Ride or die. These fireballs. The close range are charging up, and again, the variants making it hard for Kazunoko to do something about it. He's on the back foot now. So I thought. Side switch. We're out of there. Super jump cancel once again.
Huh. Was that not a cross-up? It didn't say cross-up, but she was on the other side, like, clearly. That's very interesting. I wonder if it's a bug.
Yeah, it didn't.
Oh, big punish! And by way of fierce. Not gonna spend the level 1, just waiting for the ender. I like that. Immediate air cyclone from the side of Gachu. It didn't lead to, like, too much, right? The damage was there, and then it also forced, like, Sea Viper back, but either way, Kazunoko trying to gain back some of that drive gauge, or so we thought. Gachikun, he was already committed to the parry. Funny enough, no options to like behind the parry. Maybe he didn't have enough time, but Kazunoko coming in with the punish counter throw.
I don't want that idea of the bar.
Too high.
Just on the recovery. That stand fierce. range is that? Oh my god. Side switch punish gonna cross up this time. Parry is fine though. OD for the side switch, of course. Looks like for the OD and the knockdown that you want for the level 2. How are we using this? We're not gonna push it. Does get the sweep this time. Able to hold parry right after. Take a throw, that's still a win.
Excellent defense from Kazunoko. Oh, you heard the top parry. That's a throw coming in from Kazunoko. Dashes up, crouching fierce, cross up again. Kazunoko is really relying on pressing these buttons against the flame kick mix-up. You already know what time it is. Off of the OD burn kick. Nothing left to do and then get this level 3 damage. Kazunoko tying it all up with the hard luck rejector.
So much variance over the drive rushes up in terms of I'm going to go for the throw, am I going to go for the bird kicks to catch shoot teching, and you see a lot of tap parry attempts here from Gachikun, and they're getting blown up. Kazunoko, Gachikun, final game. Jump in, no anti-air, of course, because we know how difficult it is. Scared to hit that heavy or even OD mixer to catch something. Even a medium one don't get it done.
Same rules apply, right? Because like very similar to trying to contest against like Cammy's dodge kicks. I think it's even like extra dangerous with C Viper. Exactly that's the reason why right there. That exact reason. English was so hard off of that. But either way, the punish counter very good in terms of damage. But the punish counter parry, even better from the side of Gachikun. Another punish counter against Kazunoko's parry.
There's the fireballs causing that fake out to happen. Drive reversal now. No drive gauge to your name. That jump in. Get the counter. No knockdown just yet. Didn't do it. Have the bar forward. The DI. The ball button, luckily. Bring up for the corner. Double look. Oh. He wants the level 2. They're almost out of burnout. Again, assure yourself a victory. You try to play a button, you got played for it.
He had reacted to Gachikun kicking the whirlwind, just a little bit too outside of the range, too, anticipating a way to maybe counterpoke his way into like a level 2, perhaps. Oh, speaking of level 2, false confirm. Kazunoko committing to that. That buffer, actually. I think that was Kazunoko's or Gachikun's fault, right? Walking into the buffer zone. Perfect parry. The adjustments are being made. Gachikun looking at match point and also with a lot of momentum on his side. The big throw bait. Not going to spend the rest of it. Wasn't going to kill. Close to lethal, though. The throw will do it.
Close up to do it. The walk-up throw.
Oh, I lied.
More touch. Might be done, though. With DI, the idea of a DI could do it. A trade. So go back with level 2, though. Very desperate moments here. Some nasty jumpers have to happen. The knockdown with the seismo. Drive rush, no overhead. Just hits the brakes. Winnable. The turn, the back throw's gonna be able to kill though before that even happens. Gachikun. 2 games over Kazunoko. Staying solid on the grounded approach and not overextending too much. And again, using that level 2. Activating when need be for the victory, and I do like the fact that he's like, all right, even if I'm up in terms of health and you're still in burnout, I'm gonna assure myself this W with this level 2, have it behind me, so if you clip and get hit with a button, it's over.
Still rather close, but I did like and enjoyed the adjustments made from the side of Gachikun, cleaning up everything that went wrong in the previous parts of that set. Now, thankfully enough, having the situation forcing the mix off of the burnout, allowing him to get the first game was everything to give him enough data to make these adjustments, right? And you saw some of the tricky things that Kazunoko was going for, right? Just kind of halting his momentum off of the drive rush, forcing Gachikun to delay tech, getting a big whiff punish, but also towards the end, making himself rather ambiguous towards a strike throw mix after blocked normal. Again, one of the biggest weaknesses that C Viper has is not having a fast enough DP or even like OD DP to kind of like break through these type of situations where you can do normal, drive rush cancel into whatever. You can't option select that as Viper. So on top of that, I think just applying the pressure with the level 2, especially in burnout, happened again towards the end of game 3.
Yeah.
Super important to test the reactions also on top of Kazunoko's mental sack. So everything went really well from the side of Gachikun. On top of like the defensive end, I think his offensive decision making was pretty prime.
What you know him for, right? Well rewarded for him. He started off strong. They continue. Kawano going up against Dogura. I feel like Sahara was maybe what they're aiming for right there with the Dogura pick, but maybe not. Kawano coming up. If they set up Kawano, there's going to be a purpose. Again, he is just like his GOAT that he was inspired by to play professionally, Daigo. If he has prep time, He's one of the most insane players in the business. If he knows who's coming up, the exhibition, or in we've seen in Street Fighter League, especially at the finals, he's going to cook up. That's just the way that Kawano is. So he's coming up. There's definitely a purpose, and we'll see who comes up in the anchor position. But for right now, he's going against Dogura's Bison. Okay. I think in terms of like, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, really quickly, is this the first time we're seeing his Bison throughout the season? It is, right? It has to be.
Let me check, because I definitely don't remember any Bison.
Yeah, me neither. I genuinely don't remember this character coming out for Dogura at all. I'm literally looking through like my list. He didn't play week 1. He didn't play week 2. You know what? I'll look for it. Go on and continue with your point. I'll look for it for you. I got you.
Anyway, you know, it just depends on the type of Kuma player that you're playing. If they get more aerial, it gets a lot more difficult for Bison to have to deal with it. Obviously, his anti-airs are kind of lacking. It's still one of those matchups where whoever gets hit is going to explode for different reasons. The bomb for Bison, if he gets that on, and for Akuma, it's just the damage up in the corner. So don't get knocked down on both sides for different reasons. And I think with Kawano, he's more of a mix of many Akumas. He's more willing to jump a lot more. So Dogura's going to have to be more predictive with his anti-airs and air-airs, like we saw from the side of Jin. So space those out correctly. Now, in terms of like the Bison pick, has it ever happened in League?
As of right now, I haven't seen it once throughout the season. I'm currently looking through week 8. Yeah, this is kind of wild. Now I'm on week 9. I still don't see it. And then week 10. Yeah, Dogura has not shown up the Bison. What's crazy about this is his overall record against Akumas are pretty strong, right? Like, he's taken down... we just saw him take down Mochi 3-1, right? He fell short to him in the first set. Granted, I get that, but overall, man, I think he's also got like a 2-0 against Eita's Akuma. But all things considered, against Kawano specifically, you talk about like prep time Kawano. Considering how their recent record went in week 6, Kawano actually beat him down 0-2. So honestly, I don't mind throwing out the Bison pick right now on the away side. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls out the Elena being on the home side to pick off some of the matches that he is more favored or comfortable or both in, right? So I'm kind of curious. You've talked about like the different variations of Bisons that we've seen throughout like different players. One of the big things that you got to note is Bison can make any character bleed. When you apply that to the glass cannon that is Akuma, best believe there's going to be fireworks as soon as Dogura is able to pop off.
Hell yeah, in the mid-range, not too bad for Bison either. Stand, medium, crouch, medium, punch, all good buttons. Careful with the scissor kick. The perfect parry is there against the heavy. Tatsu double dash up. There's a throw right after. Nice and close for that Oki. Drivers 4 fierce. Go to plus range. It's not where you want to be without E far at the bottom for any sort of bust out. Keeps going for that big button. There's always something for him.
Ooh, a counter hit. A missed opportunity for Kawano to keep it tight, right? Didn't apply the immediate against someone like Dogura, but now the sweep's coming in. Pretty wild.
Oh.
And the interruption. Oh, but the drop of the combo! Dogura's opportunity. Excellent tech for the side of Kawano, creating enough space too. And the perfect parry bait out. You thought it was going to be your time to play? Well, technically it was.
Both living the night! Dogura recovers in time. It's a punish counter. Hold on now. He said that bomb makes us all equal out here. It makes us all equal. One more touch either side. The whip push against the throw, still in recovery. Put this man in the hospital. Dogura.
Jesus.
He's a psychic, man. I'm telling you, bro. He just knows.
He really does, man. He is so on point with the money right now with some of the big calls. And surprisingly enough, I think he could have killed earlier with level 2. But either way,
yeah,
he carries in 3 bars. Now, at least one, level 1, to stop Kawano from applying that meaty pressure. Oos. Interruption on the drive rush. Perfect parry against the overhead.
Backing up just in case. The low forward rings through. Back fist. Kick well spaced out. I love his spacing. Hasn't been punished too much too often. The bomb affords him some room. The tech is there for the throw though. Again, spacing it out so well, so it's not punishable. The low 4 means it doesn't matter. Level 2, no level 1. Level 2. We spin the win. Make sure.
Totally fine with that. Dogura, a little mini victory there, but Kawano staying alive, still pretty dangerous. No anti-air all the way in. That was a normal jump. Very difficult to gauge, I guess, as a Bison player with Dogura, right? Crouching heavy punch possibly, or a hell attack. Kawano, I don't know if he'll take to this guys again. Hella plus. Important tech from Kawano.
Oh, yeah, he's looking for the button right after, get the sweep. I love that. It's like, if you can't whip punish it, I'll play that crouching with a kick. Kawano aware of that. Just jumping just in case he goes for the scissor kick. Driver's crouching like kick did not get into the medium right after. Stand like kick of the gods. Heavy kick tops taking towards the corner. Overhead. Bless him from above. Off the backboard. Not gonna have the ball for that level 3 just yet.
Perfect parry! We got the back fist. Forward throw. Drive rush again. No, forward dash. Oh! That could have been... Oh, that could have been so dangerous. Has to hold all this pressure. No way! Do you kill off of this? He dropped it! Oh, no way! OD.
No
shot! Dogura!
The charge!
Stealing the turn again! Stealing the round again! What a perfect way to do so. The OD stomp as a punish counter. Dogura, you
That was so sick.
What the hell is happening?
You'll have the charge and then immediately going for the OD stomp right after. Oh, so devious for that one. That's why you a devil. Driver's crouch, unit kick goes for the double, but DP is there to meet him. Both about even. That's 4-meter kick, got the stand like kick right after because he was nice and close. Backs up for the fireball. We're eating a mad amount of damage right now.
Fireball does get perfect parried. Uh-oh. Close to death. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot you could have done. Kawano could have dumped out crouching heavy, OD fireball back to back, and then chip away at the big fella.
Exactly. What he's going for. Perfect parry, so he's going to inch his way in. Forward pierce, the back throw to realign. Fireball to lock him down from the air. Aerial approach kind of hard to deal with. We haven't seen Kawano go for it too much, too often. Just the neutral jumps, but that, even that's enough to make you really think how you're coming through with a drive rush or scissor kicks. Anti-air, of course.
DP against the Devil's Reverse. Absolutely ready for it. Forward throw, Kawano gets to initiate the loops. But it's Dogura who caught Kawano slipping. The trade into crouching medium punch. OD scissors, forward heavy punch. The back fist, OD uppercut from Kawano. We haven't seen that in a minute.
Parry, could get the upper button off. Maybe crouching medium punch would have been better there. But still, Dogura has a right where he wants to until the stand like kick again. Gets this man a significant win. Level 2, no level 3 necessary. Game's all even. The fact that Kawano's walking that and approaching that space where Bison would like to play at too as well. With the air fireballs to also lock him down and also looking out for the scissor kicks and the crouching beauty kicks. Those moments too as well and punishing them. He's getting a step ahead of Dogura so far. Final game between the two.
And Dogura's misstepped a bunch so far. The Adamant Flame just whiffing right in front of him and no response. Kawano able to take a lot of liberties with his ranges. Crouching medium kick does catch Dogura down below. And even so, Dogura, again, like, he has to make every bit of damage count. We do like that past the fireball with OD Psycho Crusher.
Well, sweep. Psycho Crusher for the Oki. Wants it the low right after. He tried to steal it. There's going to be a side switch and a burnout. Oh, brother. This is going to stink. Careful now, he might have that charge. Overhead.
Excellent bait out. Off of the Shadow Rise. Having to watch out for both either the Stomp or the Devil's Reverse. Dogura just backing away and getting a beautiful bait out of Kawano. Now looking at match point.
Yeah, there's so many times at this point. He's had enough. Fireball anyway with the drive rush. I do like seeing that every so often. You see them losing their charge, throw them out. Perfect parry. Thought he had the punish. Not going to happen, brother. Toss will take him towards the corner. Wake up to a toss.
G just caught it? That was actually an attempt at an overhead from the side of Dogura. Oh. Perfect parry against the DI. Kawano absolutely ready for it. Not going to spend the meter, obviously. He's got so much of a life lead, but we've seen what happens. Dogura, the start of something beautiful, by the way. With the back fist, burnout, 3 bars to Kawano's name. How can he withstand? If that was hell attack, he would have been hella dead. But it's a punish counter instead. Just enough damage to bring it to final round. Dear God, if Dogura had actually gotten the punish, it would have been destruction. But now, it's Kawano with the turn again. Stopping the drive rush.
Play medium, nothing right after though. Didn't want to DRC. I see that bar is super low, so it makes sense. No, a mistake that had him in a fireball. Oh my God, 9KL smile. Maybe it's more of a frown. Hexa drive gauge, depleted and deleted. And you're up in the corner. You better make your next defensive decision count. Close to burn out the low forward. Enough to kill though. Still needs more. It's a throw right after though. Gives him some far back. Oh, about to go off though. Ooh. Back throw. Put your positions.
He caught the walk back. Dogura, you are in trouble. The burnout is there. Kawano, he might just be able to get his drive gauge back as well on top of that. Not before Chip City happens. Overhead! Oh. Ooh. No shot! That was heavy Psycho Crusher. It wasn't going to be enough. Funny enough, that was actually the tail end of the Psycho Crusher, right? That is insane. That could leave it at what? Plus enough? If it hits at the tail end, like the best you could be at is +1 or +2. That applying the burnout on top of that, I'm actually mad surprised that Dogura didn't take his chances to press a button there, especially with how late that Psycho Crusher hit. I thought that was heavy. That had to be heavy Psycho Crusher, right? Am I tripping?
It looked like it was heavy. No, it looked like heavy to me. Even with that, like, surprised he didn't just take it, because you're gonna die no matter what, right? Play a 4-frame at that point. Go out swinging. The fact that he kind of held back and still got clipped right after that. But Kawano, bringing it back from the break where he should have died a few times. That's a little bit in Dogura's, I guess. Yeah, that looks like heavy. That looks like heavy. That looks like the furthest one right there. But regardless, like Dogura made a lot of mistakes that Kawano should have died for.
So I think it hit at the point where it wasn't plus, I guess. Perhaps. I'd have to see someone like take a look at that. But there was a counter hit. There was indeed a counter hit against Dogura. It did flash up on the screen. So there are 2 things here. Either he was too far out to really get plus frames out of that, or he delayed his normal, or I guess 3 options. He delayed his normal, or 3, he pressed a heavier normal that got beat out by Akuma's normal, right? So there's 3 possibilities that could have happened against Dogura in that instance.
Now it leads to Sahara being in this anchor position. 20 points to start things off. If they 40 bomb again in the next match where they switch home and away, they get 30 points after that, it's over. So you want to stop this now. Obviously, you want to get as many points as possible on your side of thing if you're Crazy Raccoon, but you need to stop this right now. But you have to go up against Sahara. You know, last time these 2 fought, it was Akuma, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Prosciutto. So now it's something different towards like the character. And also I feel like Sahara had gotten better and better throughout the league and just kind of something I feel like snapped in him where he just, I don't want to say stopped losing, but started performing even better.
Right, yeah, you can see it at the top, right? Like 3-1 against Shuto right out the gate. You know for sure Sahara was pissed. But look at the look at the trail of Akumas he left behind afterwards, right? Week 2, 6, 7, 8. Every single Akuma that came across his path again, decimated. If I want to be very specific about it, I'm taking a look at the stats right now. Sahara beat Eita, he beat Bonchan, he beat Eita again, and he beat Machabo. That is 4 ends by the wayside. But if I were to really make the comparison, honestly, I think Shuto's Akuma is just slightly better than Bonchan's. But thankfully enough, that's not going to be the case. It's Ryu coming from the side of Shuto, and he is hot on the money when it comes to playing on this anchor.
It kind of makes it worse for Sahara. It's like you played all these Akumas, you've got them all knocked down, and this man don't even play the character anymore. He's like, that's not my character. I don't know that person. I know Ryu. And we know that he has been, as you mentioned, hot for taking out KB and hot just Street Fighter League, especially after switching. His first iteration, again, we're going to mention it, he beat Gachikun. The first time he pulled out that Ryu in Street Fighter League, he beat Gachikun. Nobody expected that. I didn't expect that at all. Because honestly, it takes a lot of time to grind out a character, especially one that has to be ready for Street Fighter League. Even if it is a strong character, you have to have them ready and prepared. Everyone's played Ryu's, they have strategy against Ryu's, but Shuto's Ryu was so different. It beat Gachikun, has been a standout star, especially today. Will continue though, because Sahara is an MVP star. I mean, that guy has got like...
That's fair, yeah, that's a good point to make. Like, Shuto has an undefeated record against Good 8 Squad. He has been a thorn in their side, so it does make a lot of sense that he is in the anchor position. Can Sahara make the adjustments necessary to face off against a different type of Shoto with a different type of playstyle via Shuto, or will Shuto run him over with a different type of character in a first of 3 set this time? So it really does depend. No matter what though, I honestly still think Sahara will remain in this anchor position to constantly be challenged by Shuto going forward, in my opinion.
I think so too. Ooh, I like that rivalry. I mean, Shuto already talking mad mess. He said, I wasn't expecting Sahara to come. I won in Street Fighter, or I won in League. I won in the EWC. I guess Good 8 Squad are all underestimating me. I'll beat him down to make him regret. Sahara says, I'm going to win here to prove myself to my teammates. I feel like he's already done so, but even more so to move towards the grand finals. Let's get it. Drive rush jab to start things off. Look for the safe jump setup with the jump fierce. Harassment on the drive kick with the flicker ender. And to confirm too as well. Oh, he's flowing.
Already in his bag, already in flow state. Sahara, a very dangerous rookie, right? We talk about underestimation from the side of Shuto in his pregame interview. Sahara, I feel like, might have been underestimated in the very beginning of it, but now he's really proven his worth as one of the most deadly heads.
What a wake-up jab! For the scaling, it doesn't matter. Level 1, go level 2 to make sure it's done. Night-night!
Dude, his damage calculation is absurd. And he just built that level 2 as well. Excellent routing from Sahara, and also great control just right out the gate with the flicker. Had to hold it, totally understandable. Sahara does get jumped in on. And his decisions off of Wake Up have been so primed and ready. Back-to-back Wake Up buttons, and now paying attention to Shuto's defensive decisions. Calling out the drive rushes. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Hella damage. A single hit for Shuto will claim the round back. That's the one.
There it is.
Another drive gauge. Another drive rush, excuse me. Tied up.
Nice close with that medium, be able to get the big jump in. That's a read that Charles got to be careful with. Have those anti-airs kind of hard. Even being flicker state is also difficult. For cancel, forward fierce, Cobra strike, double dashes up. Waits from the lane. I like that ideation. Like, let me just see what he does. Perfect parry, and the punish right after. Take him one out of the corner. The tots.
What a time to forward throw as well. Oh, little awkward too. Shuto beats him to the punch, charges up for Denjin. Chipping away at the drive gauge, counter hit off of the solar plexus. You could finish him off right here and now, which he's gonna do. Oh, the Shogeki level 3. Shuto off to the races with game 1 to set the pace against Sahara.
His timing on his jumps were actually kind of clean, I can't lie. You know, catching some of the flickers and maybe dismantling that option a little bit more. Sahara, it's already hard for Ed to have an anti-air approach. You have to be the proper distance, have the proper timing. Your fastest anti-air, I think, is like 10 frames. So when it comes to DPs or ODDPs or even the buttons, you don't have any decisions in terms of the timing if it's very, very close. You have to really space yourself out, and Shuto's not letting that happen at all. His spacing on jump-ins has been a lot better than Sahara's expecting, it seems.
We are taking a little bit of a timeout. I do believe it has to be from the side of Sahara and Good 8 Squad being able to utilize that. Taking a look at it though, I haven't seen a lot of control midway through some of these rounds off of the flicker. I think it's been rather difficult, as Shuto pretty much being pretty reliant on some of the fireballs just to nullify that option against Sahara, unless he decides to charge it, unless he decides to OD it in response to the fireballs. But that's resources taken away. Right, when we talk about some of the reversals that Sahara needs to rely on, OD needs to be present, level 1 needs to be present. The bad part about it all is, though, level 1, obviously a little bit later to the start. It is invincible, sure, but it starts up at level... So for level 1, it starts up at like 13 frames, right? The other downside is, in regards to defense, when it comes to like OD uppercut, that bad boy isn't going to be active until way later, right? It's going to be fully invincible, sure, but that bad boy is not going to be active enough to stop a normal that's like meaty enough that recovers in time.
Easily baitable, so you have to be super careful. Again, you know that player's going to have setups for that. The forward heavy kick is claiming a lot of space and being a big whip punish tool. The fake out Hashokeki comes from a tap parry, and now the low exposure. Oh my god, the damage is getting dumped out.
Oh, that's so dastardly. Hold that. You gotta eat all of that.
Moonwalker. Woody fireball. Another switch up on the ground. These fireballs are kind of difficult for Ed to deal with. He has to, as you can see right there, perfect parry. Can't throw it a limb. Hashokeki not able to clip.
Man. Look at whiff punish as well. Very meaty crouching medium kick, by the way.
Awesome. Forward, luckily blocking.
Sniping out the legs.
Exactly. Waiting for these buttons being played right after with like the stand fierce or crouching medium kick. Like he's waiting for those buttons now. Walking back with that express purpose. Now, how do we deal with that crouching medium kick? Let's just drive rush in first of all.
Good recognition. Damn! Checking the spark from that distance. The trade-off! Oh my god, that was back fierce that traded with whatever normal Sahara decided to press. Level 3, your lights are out again. Shuto might be able to walk away with game 2, but it's one more sequence left.
Alive. Hard to anti-air. Had to play a button immediately. He's going to be close to burnout. Go close to that real strike though. Once again, no back throw just yet. Playing around that idea. The back with bar. The rest of fireball, and that's exactly what we see. Something quick with it and quick-witted. Shuto knew what to do. Game point for him.
Very hard to contest. That bad boy being 12 frames comes out of a blink of an eye. It was very difficult to Sahara to really pick and choose his spots. 2 games now for the side of Shuto. Pretty impressive thus far. Trying to stop the MVP rookie. He was an MVP of himself, or I guess in prior seasons, being the rookie and trying to steal turns. I like that idea. Sahara, 2 steps ahead.
Sorry for the Hashokeki. These flickers. The forward heavy kick interrupting it preemptively. Stand medium right after. Stocks up with a Denshin.
Oh, hella damage.
Oh, the spin. What
a whip punish! The standing light kick. Oh my god. In control is Shuto against Sahara, the MVP. The rookie MVP at that. Match point. Give me that level 2. Ugh.
The roll, no butter. The stand fierce. Fist to face up in the quarter space. Damage is racking up. Instinct with the DP. Crouching light kick, staggering every so often. Sahara finds his moment, or so I thought. The back throw was there. Splitting up bar, shoot the Michael for another OD fireball. He needs to. The perfect parry. Jab, no commitment right after. That could have been into some Oki. Base with the OD DP. Uh-oh. Time to shine.
Such an important tech for Shuto. But the drive impact still finds its way. The fierce. Drop the rest of the damage off. You get to live to see another round. You already know a critical art coming in from Sahara. Shuto, very risky plays, not willing to let go of the bar either. Still hanging in
Still
there.
set point. Yeah, Sahara fighting back though. Had to spend all his power to do so. Back dash went for the throw. Drive rush jab. How to confirm, couldn't went for a Tatsu right after. We'll get the forward heavy kick Tatsu though right after. This is fine. Back though, the kidney killer. +1. Perfect parry right after. He was gonna take his turn. Thought it was his.
Shaving away the drive gauge. The parry is there luckily for Sahara. Or so we thought. Still finding an opening is Shuto. Level 3. Very close to burnout of Sahara. Does he put himself into burnout with an OD? Does he even take that risk?
The roll sweep. Easy punish for Shuto. 3-0 with the Ryu. If it's not Akuma, it's Ryu. It's going to be some shoulder that'll take you down. Dominance. Dominance.
Damn. My man said these guys are underestimating me. You don't even know who they're messing with. I beat them in Street Fighter League. I beat them at EWC. Ain't no way you're throwing him back into the mix. 3-0.
Wow. Beat him to check his chest. Beat him in the aerial approach as well. Again, the jump-ins were a great establishment point to stop the flickers from coming through. The fireballs, as you mentioned, also cutting through some of these normals, and then also preemptively stuffing flicker. And then the OD fireball for the safety of things as well. You get a big lead. The reads were immaculate. And the whip punishes with stand light kick against crouch heavy kick against stand medium kick. So I got tagged by those buttons once or twice. No longer after that. Had the space traps. Everything was on lock for Shuto in this match. Yeah, there's one good round from Sahara, but all that bar expended means no bar at the necessity at the very end of level 2. So desperate comebacks that you usually see from the Ed players. And that means it's 20-20 to start things off all even. Wow.
Didn't expect that. Didn't expect that outcome. I mean, if you guys were following along in terms of like the spreadsheets and all the data that has been presented, you might have been able to call it. Kudos to you guys. But the fact that it was 3-0 against Sahara, had no clue. But not without any sort of merit prior. Kawano taking a 2-1 over Dogura. Gatsukun 2-1 over Kazunoko. Still pretty dicey in terms of results, right? It hasn't been like a fully fledged convincing W yet from the side of either team. So the shakeups are going to be happening as you get ready for this break. In the meantime, we got to give a big shout out to Varmillo, throwing down so many different designs and different looks. I'm really enjoying the different types of collabs they've made with like players as well, throwing in different I guess like aesthetics to it, adding on extra buttons like this right here. I would love to be able to rock with this exact honestly this exact joystick, this exact hitbox, excuse me, especially with the gold faceplate.
Oh my god, it's beautiful. I saw those stuff like Sherry's been doing with them too as well, so big ups to them. It's called the Highton. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Well, all I know is I need to have that. Haten, excuse me, Haten. So the Haten, I definitely need that. The golden plating, as you mentioned, the buttons, the moon, that just looks dope as hell. So, you know, Romero has been doing a lot of good things when having like extended cords on the back, a way to hold it. It's like it was made for us. Like you had somebody in the background that was an FTC person saying, do this, that, and that.
Huh. That's a lot of buttons. There's 18 buttons on that bad boy. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Is that like
impact?
Is there like a play on words calling it like hot 10? Is it like 8 in Japanese like Hachi? Am I tripping? I'm gonna double check. Yeah. So it's 8. That's a pretty good. That's a pretty cool name for a stick because it's a combination of Hachi and the number 10, which equals 18. I see what you guys are doing. Pretty cool. The hot 10. Damn, that's bars. Nice work. Nice work.
And no arcade stick for Storm Kubo to have to use. Staying solid with the leverless. But again, definitely would like to see more of these. We'll have to pick one up. Maybe if they have them at Capcom Cup or they bring them over to Evo. Regardless, we'll have it shipped out. Regardless, that is so sick of a stick, and I definitely want the golden one or the dopest looking one. In the back?
Yeah, I think that's
showing up the million buttons.
I think everybody would agree with you on that one, honestly. I think like the gold faceplate one with like the different designs on the buttons are pretty damn good. I'm excited for it, honestly. I would love to like be able to check that out, genuinely.
The cable, of course. Oh, is it like unlatchable? Oh, okay.
Interesting.
So you just gotta screw on the latch? Okay. That's super cool.
That's kind of godlike, actually.
That's definitely not coming off. I like that. No unplugged issues abound. Yeah, can be locked in. Look to this beautiful artwork right here, and the buttons too as well. Pick those up so you can adorn your stick, your leverless, with these beautiful buttons. And the artwork that comes with it as well. There's been so many good collabs, as you had mentioned. We've seen all over Twitter for the Street Fighter League players, for the characters, and I hope we get even more the new characters that are coming for Alex, Ingrid, for Sagat that's already out, see Viper. I can't wait to see some of these artworks, pieces get updated and such. But that all being said, we have 20-20 in terms of points overall. Crazy Raccoon and Good 8 Squad still battling it out. Very even. Hard knows what's going to happen. Hard knows what's going to even come through in terms of the anchor position. They're actually showing off some of that. Oh, okay. Well, 92 suitcases. Thank you. So when I go to Capcom Cup, I got to get it. The towel, I got to get that.
Pretty sick. Actually pretty sick. I might save up for that and make that like my new background on my chair, but it's hard to let go of everything else. Damn, son. Yeah, I might need these buttons. I definitely might need these buttons, to be honest with you. These look kind of OD.
Just take my wallet. I know my debit card will hate to see this.
Take the bank account. Just take the bank account at this point.
You know what? Just have it all. At this point, it's worth it. The amount of items that are out there, but they keep adding more. Every year, they keep adding more good merch, and I'm like, all right, bro, like, you got it. Like, whatever. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Geekly keeps adding a lot of great stuff over the Street Fighter League. They keep supporting the league. Thank you so much to what y'all have done. Great to see your team flourish, too, as well. I can't wait to see what they do tomorrow. But today, we're locked in for the finality of Good 8 Squad versus Crazy Raccoon. Again, who knows what's going to happen between these two teams. That it's even means that we might be seeing somebody different up in that anchor position. Maybe it's not going to be Sahara for the Good 8 Squad. It might be a different player out there. You know, they're going to be at the ready to be able to switch things up. But it could be also Crazy Raccoon taking it and being a new champion, or at least solidifying a new champion for Street Fighter League Japan, as well as World Championships overall. Well, you know what? We'll get a step closer to finding out after this break. People, don't go nowhere. More Street Fighter.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
カプコン40周年記念サイトカプコンタウンがリニューアル。クラシックゲームやシアターなどさまざまなコンテンツを追加しました。その他にもたくさんのコンテンツを遊んでいただけるよう準備中です。カプコン ID に登録してカプコンタウンを今すぐ楽しもう。
currently at a standstill, 20-20 for both Crazy Raccoon and Good 8 Squad. We have switched up the sides, however. Good 8 Squad with the initial advantage of being able to counterpick some of the more favorable matchups, but it didn't end up paying them any sort of advantages at all, really. 20-20. Good 8 Squad now being on the away side. They have to determine their order real soon. Crazy Raccoon have time to make these adjustments. They're running it real hot right now. Let's see if they can make a switch up or at least disrupt the current score. Vicious here with St. Cola. A lot of expectations coming in from the side of Crazy Raccoon, as we know for sure that Good 8 Squad has been the favorite team right out the gate. And especially with the way they performed throughout the season with 300 points, they're looking to be so again. But right now, as it stands, a nail-biter of a set.
Honestly, the favorite that is Sahara just won an award recently. Being defeated 3-0 by Shoot, though. One of those moments where you have a standout star, a strong player that has been so inside and outside the league that people are like, we have to find a way to defeat this guy. You definitely saw the game plan with Shoot, though, going up, or at least being up in the away position. Now, as you mentioned, they pick where they want to be. So we'll see what Good 8 Squad sends up, what they're deliberating on, and how Crazy Raccoon responds. But it might be one of those things where Crazy Raccoon is all warmed up in the previous match, and this is what's going to be. Sahara, salty from his loss, already up the first of two to start things off. Pugera after that with an Ed.
What is that?
With the Akuma. Okay. Every time, every year, I feel like Pugera adds another character to his list of characters. What is this Ed?
I'm not sure. I am genuinely perplexed by this choice. I know I was paying attention to Pugera's stream correctly, right?
No, you're right. He don't play this character on there. He's messed around with the level 2 combos, and that's like at max. I don't think I've seen him play an Ed seriously.
I am going to double check. I don't recall seeing this character out on his streams for like a hot minute, honestly. He was practicing a lot of Bison. He was practicing some Sea Viper also. But there were a couple of battle lounges where he was flexing the Ed. But, dude, so many different characters actually under his belt. He's been rather ambiguous in regards to his approach. Even like 2 weeks ago, he was rocking it out with Sea Viper. This is quite the shocker to me.
Remember seeing this last time where he was the DJ player that we pulled out the DJ again, that really put in work against, you know, Reject and taking down the Cami picks and like some of the Sims and things like that. It was like the secret weapon. We talk about that, him having a selection of characters at the ready at any point. Is this Ed ready enough, though? It's kind of a hard character, very technical character to get to a high level to win. But if he's pulling out like this, I'm going to trust in that decision. We'll see what they set up against them.
There's a lot of deliberation from the home team, by the way. They are so thrown off by Pugera's Ed. Yeah, so like even Storm Kubo had highlighted it, right? Like the whole team is just like, what the hell is this character? They're all like, this hasn't even been considered a choice. Seeing how Pugera was practicing on his streams, this is so difficult. It could be a bluff, right? It could just be like Ed to drag out like whatever matchup and then him switch off, because it's 2 out of 3, right? You could lose the first part of the game, switch off to a new character, just to disrupt the order.
So
Could be a bluff.
I mean, in terms of like the matchups, I guess Akuma, well, I guess, so Ed would do well against, I'd assume Elena. I've heard that he does well against Sagat. Not as dominantly as it used to be when Sagat was released, but still kind of rough for Sagat. I don't know about Sea Viper too much. Ryu, we saw Shuto style, did well against that Ed. So are they trying to draw out Shuto, or are they, I don't know.
You know, I don't mind this. Although I kind of like fighting off against the Eds, this is just from like a very scrubby, like Grandmaster Sea Viper's perspective of being able to fight off against Ed. I like the ranges that she could cover. I like being able to navigate past fireballs with super jump, further range flickers with super jump. I like this idea, but I am concerned. I'm trying to look at Kazunoko's overall record against Eds, and he doesn't have one. So this is still a coin toss. I'm so perplexed by these choices right now. Against Sahara, it's tough. Like, even if you wanted Kazunoko specifically for Ed, and you decide to pick off against Pugera's Ed, like, Pugera has the Sea Viper experience. Like, he's been playing that character, and it's been evident on his streams. So I don't trust Kazunoko coming up against that slot specifically. And Sahara is just too difficult. Like, what do you do about this order? I'm so... I don't know. I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah, I'm weirded out. It's almost like, feels like a plan B, like, okay, time to implement, like, break the glass. It's time to implement this one, you know, like, type deal. Like, the order's hard to deal with. And yeah, you're right. In terms of like a studious player, I would not want to fight someone like Sahara. Even if you're Kazunoko, put up a character that you're not, haven't been playing for as long compared to like your Cammy. I would rather see the Cammy, to be honest. Cammy would have a better shot. Aerial push hard for her to check and challenge. Her dive kick's really good. Her spacing on her normals is good. It's easy for her to whip punish some of the stuff that Ed can present, like the stand light kick. Her ranges in terms of her walk speed, get in and out of to whip punish. I would rather see the Cammy, but again, maybe it's been mostly Sea Viper for him. Maybe it's not informed enough. So I said, I lost Valley just now, and it made me want to win from here. I told you he was salty. I told you all. Knew he was salty. But Pugera, though.
This is difficult. I'm just trying to think. I'm really just trying to think about like what else could have been played out from the home side to like really take advantage of Good 8 Squad in the away position. And every point counts, right? Like this is 20-20 currently. The most any team could score right now is 60, so it will be forced to go to a third set. But this is either way, it's gonna be Kazunoko versus Sahara game 1.
What an active start. I've never seen Sahara so active with it. Now get the perfect parry. Right back up in the corner. Oh yeah, he is playing very aggressive now, getting the whip punch with the crouching heavy kick. The burn kicks though.
Does get the side switch. Pretty important. Cobra punch. Still in the turn right back with the perfect parry. And that was against a 5-framer as well. Excellent timing against Kazunoko. The trades just a relentless drive rush after drive rush. Ooh, punish counter!
Front kicks. The turn, but with a lighter button. Holding parry. 4 fierce. You lucky you weren't recovery, but you were for the parry. Uh-oh. Sizable fake out just in case. You thought you'd go for a parry. Tipped in the cross up again with the burn kicks.
Excellent maneuvering. I like that too. Stuffing out the drive rush with standing light kick. That could have been a big whiff punish from the side of Kazunoko, but Sahara, luckily enough, coming out unscathed. Buffering away is Kazunoko. The trade-off. That is 0 frames after all from the feint canceled fierce. Hello plus.
Heavy kick, that's plus.
At the door.
He respects. No answer. On the fireball. Anti-air is there. Well spaced out for Sahara, honestly. He's a normal of all things to anti-air with this character. 4 fierce trade.
Knowing the distances too, Sahara doesn't want to press a button against a well spaced out fierce, but he will perfect parry the follow-up to the burn kick. No shenanigans coming in from the side of Kazunoko anymore after that, I'd imagine.
Takes the right after. Blocks the cross up. Blocking the low two as well right after. Trying to get exposed. Whip punish. Or kicks the trade.
No anti-air.
And perfect pair that could have been so much more. Could have killed.
Oh, too far. Oh. He was too far. That was a counter hit.
Medium. Oh.
Perfect parry. Are you kidding me right now? How did you know that? How did you know that specific low was coming? Not enough damage. No shot. He's dead. Level 3 at critical art. No way. Sahara not able to get the rest of the damage off of the level 2, off of the perfect parry at that. You could thank the scaling. But Kazunoko making it count. Oh my god. Crazy Raccoon. Are you kidding me?
Gaming gods blessing the interaction. Sara so good about getting calculation for that kill. Trade combos against Sara. Very aggressive right now with his buttons, his timing, his round start opportunities. Want that anger cloudy, my boy. Knock down and get it again for the Oki. Traverse throw.
Back-to-back throws. I like that. Sahara is getting mixed with his defensive decisions. We know how keen he is to getting some of these big perfect parries in moments where he needs it. Kazunoko's taking full advantage of that. The air-to-air does get the knockdown off of the fierce against the OD burn kick. Does snipe out a normal as a counter hit. Safe jump. What? No shot! He used the invincibility, the airborne invincibility, or at least the air normal invincibility off of the heavy thunder knuckle to avoid the safe jump? Kazunoko, no shot.
Oh. That's H of Scrolls tech right there. You don't ever see that. Heavy cancel, straight into super. Right of momentum. Sahara on the big back foot right now. In the yellow, what's your defensive tactic? You need like a level 2 to get going at minimum. Need some sleepy time. A little bit of night, the air to air right there. There we go, get the big of a level 2. Not the biggest bounce though. Kazunoko said, I'll take that. Couldn't wait worse. Low 4 confirmed by the follow-up. Kazunoko 2-0 over Sahara. And I'll be real, I think Sahara definitely was playing not the usual way that he plays. Wasn't really checking drive rush like he usually does. But then again, Sahara kind of getting cleaned up by the tech that we saw from Kazunoko, the switch-ups in terms of pressure. I think even if Sahara was in his right mind, he probably would have lost if I'm being so real.
I didn't see that many drive rushes on the side of Kazunoko to begin with. I think we saw drive rush forward roundhouse from like certain ranges where it would prevent you from even trying to snipe it out. Outside of that, I think Kazunoko played it extremely clean. Even like the tech he had in reserve against like characters, against players that really haven't been exposed to it. And also, quite honestly, Sahara, that was just against him. That last iteration of like the level 2 off of the perfect parry, that was just unlucky. That was genuinely just unlucky. The rest of it though, yeah, I don't think drive rush was the case at all. I'm gonna have to disagree with that statement. Kazunoko just played it clean in terms of like his approach. He spent more time, I think, super jumping. I think he spent more time on in the air than trying to like steal his way over on the ground, perhaps. Maybe actually, now that I think about it,
cross-ups.
Was there a drive rush fierce that had rung out in that set? I don't recall. I think a lot of his fierces were well placed outside of the ranges, right? That was it, right? Yeah, I don't think drive rush was a factor.
Overall, Kazunoko played that really well. You're right. All in Kazunoko's hands, excuse me. Now Bonchan goes up. I get. It's just, you know, I don't know what Pugera we're getting or what Ed we're getting from this. I guess this is fine. Akuma makes sense on paper. Even though Bonchan don't like this matchup, I feel like it's just the Ed players have gotten better. But like, what Ed are we getting with this Pugera? I've never. I'm so confused right now.
So, if you recall, he faced off against Sahara in the tiebreaker matchup, and that was the moment where he had missed his opportunity to crosscut DP and actually got hit in the corner off of a jump in from Sahara. He was trying to bait out a throw, he was trying to bait out a reversal, etc. So, with that in mind, I don't think that Bonchan is necessarily like in any sort of tough spot against Ed specifically, right? You'll see the loss there in week 6 on the away side. I think he's still relatively comfortable with the matchup. especially when it comes to like the hands of Pugera. He has not flexed this Ed ever in the season, and I think there's like some merit to me saying that. Like, on top of that, I don't think he's as strong as Sahara. Like, respectfully so, I think he's a strong player. He's strong with other characters, but just the data isn't there for me to be convinced that it's going to be enough to stop someone like Bonchan. All things considered, it is Bonchan on the home side with Crazy Raccoon, so they are picking apart these matchups specifically.
Then again, I mean, we've seen Pugera rock matchups that even if he isn't that strong with the character, he's still able to win. You know, like his jury we saw over Street Fighter League wasn't like the strongest jury, but it was like adapted enough to fight a player. In fact, let me look back at this Mr. Cosmic Buster stuff. Let me take a look at his
so like, I mean,
previous exploits.
It's a weird comparison to make, because he started off with jury, right? Like, he's had
That's
a jury.
true. Yeah, you're right. Season 1.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, it's not something that he's like doesn't have the experience in. You can't necessarily say this is like a secondary, right? This is I think it's there's definitely gonna be a good presence, a decent amount of presence and like matchup understanding with his jury and also with his Bison. But he's also got Sagat, right? Like, he's, if anything, if it was Sagat, then I guess that statement would apply.
Yeah, a little bit less in terms of the exposure. But you're right, like he's had experience with the other characters that he's played. Even the DJ that he had pulled up for reject last time, it's just like you haven't had the experience in League, or maybe even in like a tournament setting. You're getting in Battle Lounge setting. Like, I'm just trying to make sense of like why we're seeing Ed, because I literally do not know why. But if he pulls out a character like this, there's got to be a reason, even if it's one that we don't get to see in terms of him practicing and prepping it up. The other characters he had precedent before, but this one maybe not. But there's got to be a reason. We'll see. I know everyone's really confused. We're going to find out why. Pukera says there's a lot of worries before today, and I'm sure Crazy Raccoon was training for Sahara's Ed. You got to watch out for another Ed coming your way. Bro, we'll see. All right. You know, I'm going to believe you.
I'm not sure. I think it's a bluff. Like, with all due respect, I think his characters are great. I think his jury phenomenal, Bison phenomenal. I love the way he kind of like I really think he set the tone well and set the pace well for developing Sagat very early on that we saw in EWC and continued on doing so. He's gotten a W against his team, right? He's played Sagat versus Kazunoko's Kami. He's gotten a W. So, again, I don't mind seeing either of those characters, but Ed, with no data behind it, at least on his stream, I know he had an Ed before, but like I didn't think to like a significant degree, right? He's bounced back and forth between the character before, but I just, if there's no tournament data for me to assess Pugera's like skill level, then I'm gonna have to say like it's difficult to genuinely call how he's gonna fare up against Bonchan, who has experience against another Ed that was relatively close, and that was against Sahara.
Even Bonchan had said he had been training for Sahara, but he was like, hey, that's cool. I'll fight this Ed. Take this one down. We'll see. This Ed's going to rock it out. In a second. But back again to Pugera, I'm curious again, how much experience have you had just like Battle Lounge, with secret players and stuff like that, getting all the Akuma players in the background? Too much to consider. Too much to consider. Have a quick system check.
It's really up to Bonchan.
While we do so, yeah.
It's up to Bonchan to take advantage of this situation. Like, if it is a bluff, let's say they did something from Good 8 Squad just to kind of like throw off the order and possibly take the advantage of it.
Okay.
It didn't necessarily work out. Kazunoko obviously got the first kill with 2-0 against Sahara. Now they're forcing Bonchan out in this way. Let's say like, this is so hard to adjust to. I still think even if you're bluffing to force out Bonchan, I think having like a deficit, like a one-game deficit, is not ever worth the bluff. If it is, right? Just hypothetical. If it is,
right? Hypothetical. It's like a waste. You don't want to go down a game. I agree. And why not just play Bison? Bison does well, at least, you know, stylistically, against most Akuma players. Like, at least go 5-5. And then if it's Sagat, you'll do fine. Like, so like, why not just play the Bison? If you're trying to fight Bonchan, why just have Bison? I'm
What,
so
what do you mean by like?
confused.
What do you mean by like stylistically?
Like, you know, like in terms of like, if the Akuma player is really aerial, like then you would adjust and go for more air-to-airs and things like that, like a Jin sort of style to fight that sort of Akuma, right? But I think overall, no matter what, it's still like a 5-5 straight up, right? In terms of like Akuma versus Bison. So like, why not hedge your bets with that when character you practice and played in tournament and in league, well, at some points in league, and then if he switches to Sagat, you'd be ready for that too as well. I just don't see why it's Ed and not Bison, you know?
Yeah.
I'm so confused by this.
Either character would have been fine. I think.
Yeah.
I felt like it was just more sort of kind of like bait a specific order from the home team. I'm kind of sticking to my guns on that one. I just think Jury would have been fine. Yeah, I think Bison would have been okay. I would have loved to see the Sagat, like the kind of matchup that we could have had if Bugera locked in with the Sagat, forced Bonchan out anyway, because Bonchan is so good with that character, or so like well versed and well practiced with that character in the matchup too. I really do wonder what could have happened if like another character locked in. Would we even have had Bonchan in the first place if there would have been a significant difference? Let's say Bugera does lock in with either Jury or Bison. I think it still scares away Kazunoko. Like, I think Bison does a pretty decent job against C Viper, being able to like close the gap against her, not being able to outspace her with like, or get outspaced by like seismos, normals, etc. With the amount of pressure that Bison does have off of the back fist combo, knowing like C Viper's lack of defense. I think that would have like kept Kazunoko away regardless. With the Jury, funny enough, I think I like C Viper against Jury. Low key. But either way,
Okay.
we'll see. We'll see if this actually plays out. Let's see if this is real, right? This is the moment we were looking forward to, is whether or not Bugera has the chops with his edge.
Let's catch it. Jab, take throw. I want to see how he deals with the aerial approach. Is able to like perfect parry fireballs, get like a driver's jab right after. Things like that that are like baseline in the Ed versus Kuma matchup.
Back-to-back counter hits. Do get the confirm off of the target combo. Knocking on the door. No confirm, actually. Bonchan actually tried to go for a tick throw. He committed to that option. Bugera not able to set the pace, right? Bonchan has been doing a great job of suppressing Bugera so far.
Sway, the drive rush is the play right here off the jab, and Bonchan has been finding the entry point continuously. And burnout, but definitely not out of options. He has that level 2 if he needs it. Level 1 for the bust out. He can kind of play it nice and cool. Burnout, Akuma not too terrible. The bar behind him. Anti-air is there. Looking for the real strike throw. Strike, strike. Stand fierce, perfect parry. Too many buttons with no confirms behind it. That fierce could have been so much more. And Bonchan walks away with the round.
Get the perfect parry at least. Bugera trying to close in on Bonchan, at least based off of the fireballs too, but it's so difficult too, right? If you're not within the right space to get the punish counter, it's still so difficult. And Bonchan not even giving him that type of remorse, that type of opportunity. And speaking of opportunities now, the perfect parry coming in from Bonchan sacrifices the side, actually the corner, just for the sake of burnout against Bugera. Switches on over again, does catch the landing. There's a counter here from Bugera, but man, you're just gonna throw out the flame like that? That was a punish counter? Hold up. Do you throw out the DI anywhere? Oh, you sure do. Bugera was ready.
Just got the back dash. Drive rush up, keep the pressure up. Reversal jab from the wake up. Bonchan's defense is just too deadly. Straight into super. Symptoms calamity. It's a CA on the way. Bonchan says, okay, man, switch the characters. All right.
There's just like a huge difference in demeanor, right? I feel like Bugera played it rather passively against Bonchan. He was forced to. And I want to say, like, all things considered, like, the fireball game is hard to kind of traverse against someone like Akuma. I think, like, Sahara is much more keen on trying to navigate around these fireballs with perfect parries, with being within range to actually drive up and or drive rush up and get a full-on punish counter, right? But Pugera, sticking with the ed, actually caught the startup, the very beginning of that drive rush against Bonchen, and eating nearly 50% already. We do get the side switch. And if we know anything about Akuma, he can really equalize that damage pretty quickly. Pugera looking rather dry the drive gauge. Not too much to stay behind him. Does get the big whiff punish. Bonchen, roundhouse Tatsu for damage.
Walk-up throw once again. Confidence from Bonchen. He has all the tools at the ready. The walk-up throw for the third time in the tap parry attempt. Set point scenario. And that's kind of hard. You're worried about fireball, worried about forward fierce, stand fierce. A lot of options that character can present. And that point has been, not gonna say kind of easy for Bonchen, but definitely a lot less difficult than fighting. Sahara, the DI right back, okay. Pugera, proper timing, OD coming through.
Man, again, a lot of damage on the table left from the side of Pugera off of that level 2. And more importantly, the corner carry, right? We really bank on like the Shin Dream or any type of dream to carry the opponent to the corner and force extra pressure, more damage to the drive gauge, etc.
Look at that, not able to get his bar back as much either. Low forward, OD off the backboard, level 2 coming through. Having a play safe jump setup. Yeah, deep with the jump here, it's the throw right after. Tick throw. Bonchen with the overhead, you are dead. Puts that to bed right there, Bonchen, 2-0. Pretty quick games.
Very convincing from Bonchen. I think that's pretty much the same sentiment for a lot of players, a lot of the fans watching out there. I don't necessarily know what to make of Pugera's decision going for the ed. I don't even think any sort of amount of coaching within this space would be enough to stop someone like Bonchen, who's so ready for Sahara's ed. I think there's just so much to talk about in regards to like the pacing that was not set as ed to prevent Bonchen from running over him. And honestly, I think defensive choices are difficult when it comes to throw loops in general, right? Like you could have like a pretty sharp defensive instinct, but sometimes players can guess right, you know? Players can get around with just throwing you, and that's just the nature of the game, right? I think Bonchen being able to get those numerous throw loops and establish the conditioning, I can't necessarily take that away from Pugera, but like looking at the root of the cause, like playing ed, allowing Bonchen to get to that scenario in the first place is a pretty big deal.
That's a huge deciding factor right there. Not being able to deal with the fireballs, not activating the pressure like you need to. Level 2 combo just not where it needs to be. So the person coming up to finish things off is Shuto. Okay. Now again, Crazy Raccoon gets this. Yeah, Shuto's super hot right now, so it's very doable, very possible. That's 60 points in total. That means they only need one more match after the reset to get things done. Oof.
Yeah, looking at it right now, Shuto has been like the Giant Slayer thus far, right? If he's not a giant himself. Kawano, looking at his overall record, had lost against some of the other players that have been rocking the Shotos, I think, if I'm not mistaken. This is color coded in a very interesting way. But looking at it right now, I'm actually kind of curious to see this. Hang on. How did this work out? A lot of changes here. Either way, this is a different kind of like look, right? It's not just like your standard like Shoto versus Shoto. Funny enough, the only other Ryu player that Kawano had played off against was Kosa. Kosa utilizing the Ryu in week number 8. Let me take a look at that. So, looking at it, yeah, Kawano fell short 1-2 against Kosa's Ryu off the start of week 8 against Saishunkan Soul Kumamoto. Good to know.
All right. Let me see. Opponent. So Kawano, this is like I don't want to say like do or die, but definitely it's looking very dark. for Good A Squad. So decision making has been coming through, but Kawano's been a clutch factor we've seen over last year. When there was a mistake on Lashar's side of things for the level 2, what came through right after that was the clutch factor to take that W, take that right back right after in the run back. So Kawano, again, if he has the plan, if he knows who he's coming up against, usually he does really well. I feel like that's like when he's in his best form. But man, it's Shuto hot right now. Taking out KB, what he's been doing recently with this character, having the proper spacing with Ryu.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to manage right now. When you give, it's hard to tell actually. Shuto is very difficult to pin down because he's been adapting to so many different players and so many different paces that's been thrown his way. And when he's not forced to adapt, I think his offensive pressure is very difficult to manage against also. You're looking at two players with a very high adaptation stat, but in terms of setting up the offense, at least within like neutral, like round start, I think I like Shuto just a little bit more.
I would agree with that, but I like the active defense of Kawano more in terms of what he's been able to put forward, his timings, how it's hard for him to be read, which makes sense because you play Akuma, you're going to die for a bad decision. Even when Shuto played Akuma, I feel like his defense was like the lower end of things, but his offense was amazing. His timings with demon flips, his jumpers and things like that were all great, but in terms of the actual like defensive habits, not as good. So it's a matter of offense versus defense, I feel. Active defense.
Yeah, that's going to be the toughest thing, too. When you consider the amount of drive gauge that Ryu can shave off in comparison to Akuma, I think he does. I think Ryu does a better job of that. So it's like, even if the defense is like there via like active defense, there are moments where you can get whiff punish, and man, is it going to hurt, right? If Shuto catches wind of that, that could just may very well be like the reason why Kawano falls. So let's find out. Here we go. Shuto starting things off with game 1. We talked about that active defense, checking the drive rush against Shuto already. Kawano has to make it count when he gets these knockdowns because he does have only 2 bars to his name. And then we talked about shaving off a lot of the drive gauge. Kawano letting the perfect parries rip to retain this momentum against Shuto, especially in this corner. I like that. The offense has been rather clean from Kawano, but it all started from that defense. And speaking of which,
defense, ODDP. Perfect time to do a Kawano. All right, ready with it. Drive rush donkey kick. The first one I think we've seen all damn day. Stuck with the Denshin, right back at him, able to get not a punish, a parry instead from Kawano.
What is happening right now? What is happening again?
It's drops.
Mochi had missed that.
Drops with the drops.
Shuto missing with the not catching the recovery. The adaptation coming in too. He's ready with the drive rush approach. Shuto speaking of stuff out Kawano.
Round around right now. Stand like kick has been so troublesome for a lot of people today. Forward heavy kick, 2-4 out. The whip punish is there. Drive rush into nothing just in case Shuto hit the DP. Actually back jumps. It jumps right back in, right to the DP. Jab, the medium, the 4 fierce right after for the plus frames. Also, he tried to parry. Spacing just a little bit too off.
Oh. It's so difficult too, Shuto. Oh! I thought it was going to be well within range. Is that going to recover in time? It's not. Punish counter level 3. Kawano making some really clutch decisions on wake up. Shuto still has a decent amount of drive gauge left. Are you kidding me right now? He bent on Kawano, committing to the option select. Shuto, drive rush cancel after a normal, going into the critical art. You are a genius.
A mad genius for that one. Oh my God, that was so smart. You're gonna go for it. You're gonna go for that reversal. Your whole thing is active defense. I'm studying Shuto. Maybe another Batman. I don't know. First game up to him though. God, so smart. Then D-high against the fireball. Off the backboard for heavy kick tucks right after, and of course, switch up, empty throw. Try to tap that parry, the secondary defensive option. Come with the back heavy kick. No way he is cooking him like this.
He's picking and choosing his spots so well. Shuto is looking like shades of Shuto's past. When he would clutch it out in Street Fighter 5 Street Fighter League, this is the exact same Shuto we're looking at right now.
When they say he was born to win, born to face these competitors. Morpheus, we end the turn, take it back to the stand, jab. ODP, his bust outs are working. Prepared with the fireballs right after there, no drive rush up. Kawano thought it was gonna happen, that's why he played a fierce. Confirm, plus frames. No respect though from Kawano. There we go, punish, close enough to get that drive rush jab off.
DP Ender into level 3, not too bad. Kawano staying alive within the round, it's an investment after all, right? Like investing all of that bar to live another round, well worth it for Kawano. But can Shuto force Kawano to go bankrupt, right? He's at level 3 on deck. Can he start off with as much damage as possible, or will he retain it, hold on to it for a killing blow?
Light kick too far out though, sweep for a sweep. Clean it up, big jump in against the throw tag. Spin the bar now, yes we do. Huge lead incoming, and back in the green. Shuto with a lot to spin. Generational wealth right now. Lot to play with a one-touch scenario. Odie fireball, drive rush up. He's trying to teleport. Where do you think you're going?
Not in my house, not ever. Prime Shuto is here to play and collect as many points as possible for Crazy Raccoon. Every single player has gotten a W against Good 8 Squad thus far. This has been 6 games straight for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Will Shuto make it 7 to further the lead, actually to expand the lead, for lack of better words, to put themselves into a very big kill spot, or at least kill range for the third match? Again, the most points they could accumulate right now is 60 total.
All they need after that is just one to get it done. Just one. And the way they're playing right now, I'm not gonna say it's easy streak, but damn are they cleaning up. And again, in regulation play between Oja and Crazy Raccoon was the only ones to beat Good 8 Squad. After that, it was pretty damn close, but still, we're not done yet. We'll see what adaptations are, but I will say the play right now, the call-outs have been exquisite from Shuto. And keep it up, though. Nice good punish again. This time, the crouch should be kicking off the forward fierce, getting a lot more damage, a lot more of the extension towards the corner.
A lot more activity coming in with the fireball from the side of Kawano. The trade-offs from both ends. Kawano not able to link it into anything big. No significant hits have been made just yet. That is a sweep against the Hashogeki. But that throw actually forces Shuto even further into the corner, trying to take his turn after the parry. Kawano making it hurt. Standing medium punch, meaty enough. Being able to get a full rebuttal against Shuto.
The fireball with the forward fierce, target combo drive rush. There we see the back jump again. We've seen that continuously from the side of Shuto to avoid the follow-ups. There's a toss. Hashogeki for the heavy. Oh, the bait on the ODP. Trying to go for another button. No follow-up for the proper combo though.
Oh my god, make it hurt as well.
The forward fierce still working out. Oh.
Cross cut. Oh. He tried to Street Fighter 5 him. And a slight delay too off of the drive rush. Forcing Kawano to think there was going to be a throw. The stand jab as a counter hit. Match point for Shuto and Crazy Raccoon.
All right, hits the brakes, wait. Just the throw tech, everything you talk to. Become super, we baked that on, of course we do. Paul should be able to kill from this. Momentum back in his hands. All against the defensive measures that we see from Shuto continuously. Making use of that, but we've seen this before from Shuto. Goes down a little bit in terms of his defense and then pulls it right back, scales it back when he needs to. Not done dealing the least, but at least Kawano's got something new. Yeah.
see with the timeout coming in from the side of Shuto and the side of Crazy Raccoon. Again, in that situation, I don't blame Shuto for even trying to come back with an explosive reversal against Kawano. Everybody would kind of assume with the amount of life he had left, maybe just kind of pursue offense even further. Kawano pumping the brakes just a little bit, just to keep Shuto on his toes, right? With a little bit of a warning shot in between. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to be going down without a fight. I'm not going to be allowing you to, like, just run me over. The first time we actually see signs of life within this set. Funny enough, it's so weird to say that coming in, like, against Good 8 Squad, having that statement go against Good 8 Squad, considering how well they've been performing throughout. But, like, all things considered, it was tie within the first set, 20-20. And then the big Hail Mary, I feel like, throwing in Pugero with that Ed, a really, really surprising choice, to say the least. Them falling short, even Sahara falling short to Kazunoko, 2-0. This is a very well-studied team, man. And then Shuto also preying on the tendencies of Kawano, being the pro that he is, opting for certain, I want to say, like, certain options against Drive Rush, certain options against Hashogeki. He has been playing at a different layer of anticipation against Kawano, and I think that conditioning is going to really set it off for Kawano even further, right? He has to play a little bit more instinctually against Shuto.
Yeah. Loading Fireball, Drive Rush 4 Fierce. He chased with the low right after, though. DP for the wake up. Shuto spinning quite a bit of bar right now. They get it back in blood. Forward Fierce connects. Socks up with a Denshin. Last plus raise, but no fault right after. Word from Kawano. They make the most of these moments, as you mentioned before. We're back to mid-screen. Parry gets a fireball.
I like this too.
Can't drive rush up just yet.
Oh, the uppercut. There was a tap parry. He's got blown up for it. Perfect parry now. You have enough of the tank to drive rush forward. Not gonna spend the level 1. You greedy dog. No way. Level 1 there. It's gonna trade. Not gonna trade. Excuse me. It's just gonna hit. What in the hell is that? Shuto, you demon! I can't believe that hit. Shuto, you are a god.
I can't
forget
either.
everything I just said about you. You are a god. Oh my lord.
Oh, set point for him. Able to stay alive and thrive. My man's in there. Jab, jab, Tatsu. Walks to wake up. Should have had a butt off that crouching medium punch. 4 Fierce, just too obvious for Kawano, able to get that perfect parry. Another reversal. Fake out with Hashogeki.
Beating out the parries. Oh, he's draining that drive gauge real well against Kawano. He's forcing him to back away. And look at that. The low 4 within range. Kawano, he backed himself into the corner. He had no choice. Shuto was shaving off the drive gauge and now shaving off the rest of the life, taking out the rest of the set. It's Shuto and Crazy Raccoon coming in with the big W in the second set. 60 points, 10 away from seeing themselves in the grand finals. What a decisive battle. What a crazy round from Shuto, breaking down some of the tendencies against Kawano. Again, he was forced to that wall. He was shaving off so much of that drive gauge just based off of the string of doing Fierce, light Hashogeki, getting the punish counter, and then continuously throwing out that Fierce even more so. What's crazy about that is just letting the Fierce rock does so much damage to your drive gauge. And if he's not canceling it into Hashogeki, Kawano's like, well, I can't risk throwing out parry again. Is he going to do it again? I don't know.
All the while holding down block. There's some great moments, but you don't even get to see Kawano like get the walk-up stand light kick like he usually does. Play the fireball game, get aerial at all. Everything was just in Shuto's favor. Look at that fireball pressure. Just walking in, easy crouching kick. And even things like where we saw like wake up like demon teleport, I don't know what that was, but regardless, I do know is that nothing really worked out for Good 8 Squad in this run besides getting one single. Man, this doesn't matter. 60-20, bro. It doesn't matter. Crazy Raccoon 10 points away, one match away after switching positions here to take the W. Who could have thought or known it'd be even like this? It's not even over though. I'm trying to prophesize no demise, but just the way that this one went right here is insane. From Kazunoko Banchan to Shuto, how every match went. Good 8 Squad gotta do something soon, bro.
It's so difficult. Like Shuto is making all the specific reads against Kawano's like defensive tendencies, right? He feels like it's like I feel like Kawano is like playing it by the book at this point. It's so difficult to let go of certain tendencies because it does lead to pretty good rewards. Like if a character wants to go from like a normal to Hashogeki, he knows the timing. If people want to space themselves out and go for like a solar plexus, he understands the timing for that as well. But either way, we'll dissect that at another time. We need a break to kind of like get ourselves ready for the rest of it. But Capcom merch currently on sale right now, man. There was so much to go through in terms of like what was available. Pretty godlike overall. What else do we have on the docket, Sankola?
Looks like we got some emblems and things like that, icons you can get in the game right now, or the banners I should be saying. You can actually purchase and support your favorite teams out here, or some teams that might be going to the wayside. So go do that ASAP. Also, Tile Holdings is among those as well. So I'm going to have to go update mine. Mine might have to be Crazy Raccoon because they're playing crazy right now. I'm sorry, I keep going back to the fact that match was super sick. But there's so much to consider right now, considering that we might be at the very end in this next iteration, this next match switch in terms of the home and away, or could be a little bit more matches. We'll have to see. I definitely want to see a little bit more of a fight back and bite back from Good 8 Squad. They could hang in there.
So here's the thing, right? Crazy Raccoon could throw out their ace just immediately because Good 8 Squad cannot afford to lose a single game. We're setting that up right now as you guys are watching the screen, but it really depends. Will it happen? Will it not?
俺みたいなやつが体一つで稼げる商売で無愛想な憎まれ役ってのも性にあってる。だけどふと考えることがある。ストリートでやり合ってた頃のことを。オーケー、始めよう。しょっぱい試合にご不満のようだぜ。試合になるといいがな。
カプコン40周年記念サイトカプコンタウンがリニューアル。クラシックゲームやシアターなどさまざまなコンテンツを追加しました。その他にもたくさんのコンテンツを遊んでいただけるよう準備中です。カプコン ID に登録してカプコンタウンを今すぐ楽しもう。
Back at it again with more Street Fighter League action. This could be it, and it might be it for Good A Squad. Crazy Raccoon takes a huge lead, and all they need is one to get it done. One match, one first to two, one first to three. My name is Seth Cole. I'm joined with Vicious. Dog, my heart is pounding right now, and it's got to be even worse for Good A Squad. They cannot drop a single game.
Yeah, this is what the current spread looks like in regards to the switch-ups between home and away. Good 8 squad, they had the advantage at the very start of the set. It didn't pan out that way. Shuto keeping it clutch, getting the 3-0 over Sahara, making sure that they tie it up as close as possible. What we didn't expect, though, a full-on 40 bomber yet again against Good 8 squad. What we also didn't expect is Pugera's Ed. A lot of inconsistencies and now a lot more contingencies going against Good 8 squad. How do you rebuttal? How do you recover? Especially with this lineup. Playing it safe, by the way, keeping Shuto at the anchor, but with Dogura's Elena back in the fray. Kind of difficult to even try to mess with.
I mean, multiple areas, right? For Dogura, how do you have that experience against like the Elena, just overall, especially this Elena that's been buffed up for the recent events and recent things that have happened in the playoffs. And Kazunoko, who's coming in clutch to see Viper really finding a handle, and then Shuto, who is an absolute god of Street Fighter right now, playing out of his mind. Good 8 squad again cannot drop a single match, and so. What's your order? Like, I can't even fathom an order that'd be comfortable. I guess if you're Pugera, one thing I do know is no more Ed. Well, your best character at this point in counter pick, because the Ed was not it.
I'm looking for ways to blow up this character a bunch, right? Kawano actually had a pretty good start against Dogura in week number 6. Outside of that, Dogura hasn't necessarily played off against Good 8 squad during regulation. But even more so, like, do you actually risk Kawano being up front? There isn't a lot of data for Good 8 squad facing off against Dogura's Elena. But it's going to be Kawano stepping up. This is do or die, dude. This is so dangerous. This is actually so dangerous. Considering what had happened between, like, Dogura and Kawano in the previous set, Bison versus Akuma. Dogura was like preying on some of the tendencies, defensive tendencies that Kawano had and blowing him up for it. Whether it was like the whiff throw, whether it was like attempting to go for like a delayed throw tech against a side switch potential. He doesn't necessarily have access to those exact maneuvers and strategies as Bison in the same way. So now I want to see like what's being played out from the Elena side. Like how much of a different pace can he actually set against Kawano's Akuma?
One good thing is like you have better anti-airs, your DPs are going to be good. You have a reversal now too as well. I think your damage potential without having to worry about bomb being on is really good. We've seen how optimal he can be with these openings and how he can be so explosive on a character like Akuma. That 9K out really matters even more so with a character like Elena that can really double the damage and take it towards the corner. Just find the access, you can catch them standing, get them overheads going. You know, previously, as you mentioned, Dogura's Elena did lose to Kawano, but that was then. This is now, dog. And with the weight of your team, and then let's say Kawano does win. That means he can't be played in a first or three, where I think he'd be better at, where he can really disseminate players. Maybe wasn't good against shoot though, but usually I feel like it's better in an anchor position. Now he's off the table, so everybody else that goes up again has to win, and that means you expending this player up immediately. This is just, oh.
We could see a potential. We could see a potential Kawano, Gachikun, Bon-chan for anchor. It could go. It could be a reverse 40-0 for the side of good A squad. There is definitely some potential here, considering what had happened in the first set. Right, we could see Sahara coming, actually, maybe coming back as the anchor. But all things considered, I'm not too sure if he wants to run that back against Shuto after an 0-3. Trying to go for it. The DIs from both ends. Kawano testing out the water with the standing light kick. Dogura paying the price for it. Not only in damage, but also the lack of real estate behind him. So we're going to walk away from it, though. Kawano really testing the patience, or at least testing the reactions from Dogura against the fireballs and the perfect parries.
Stand medium. Target combo up in the corner. Throw it after, though. Do not let her get going. No whip punish. Luckily, that perfect parry is letting him stand his ground. Intercy overhead with a stand light kick. I do like that. The awareness here from Kawano. Various of the fireballs. Walks up. DRC. The slide applied. The knockdown. The throw right after. Dogura's favor. Like him hitting the brakes every so often, just in case. With the scaling, you might be dead. Oh, yeah, you're definitely dead. What am I talking about? Scratch wheel? No, the super. Yeah. Spin the win.
Makes a lot of sense, too. As much as Kawano was setting the pace with standing light kick, Dogura caught wind of that. Driving back again. Trying to react to the fireballs, as he's been doing a great job of up until this point. Kawano now taking advantage of some of the big tendencies that the entirety of Crazy Raccoon has been looking forward to, or at least like some of the strategies they were trying to like open up with. Level 2.
Right. Set up for the empty throw. Able to attack. With a bar back in his hands. More difficult. Oh, able to anti-air Kawano's timings off the fireballs. The types he's using have been fantastic. He's not got caught lacking just yet. Level 1, is that a perfect? It is.
I think that was more so like against Elena, to be honest. He has such a floaty jump that it allows for characters to kind of like throw out fireballs even like closer up. Even if it does get like jumped in.
You're right.
It's very difficult, I feel like.
Good point. Caught the recovery, but that follow-up did not work out. I think it was crouching light kick. DI work it out this time. Kawano side.
So difficult to manage too.
No punish.
Kawano getting some of his drive gauge shaved off. Does get a counter hit slide as Dogura trying to walk up into space. He gets clipped by a crouching jab. And now
Pronounce Kawano. The slide for the knockdown. Breaks the throw. Crushing leg kick. Didn't commit to anything right after. Trying to land the overhead for the conversion right after. Still, Kawano has bar at the bottom. The overhead, but no commitment. Yo, you should have did a DRC right after. Hunting for the DI. Kawano jumps out. Back to mid-screen. Bar almost back. Now it's back here for Kawano. But more OD fireballs. DRC after a stand light kick. A lot more dangerous. He tried to go for it, but Kawano with the 4-frame interruption. Staying alive for his team for now. First game to Kawano.
Dogura trying to take a lot of liberties with the standing light kick too. I don't know if he had buffered it or he had intentionally gone for standing light kick into drive rush willingly.
The perfect pair is going to get close enough for like a button right after though. Now it's the roll before he even came out. The stand light kick DRCs are a lot better now. Leads to the corner. This is where Akuma loves to cook. Extra extensions in terms of damage. Reversal stops that from happening for now.
We'll take that too. Pretty much satisfied with throwing a lot of the fireballs. Dogura is starting to like weave past that exact strategy. And even more so. Just begging to get out of the corner. Makes the grave and big assumption that Dogura would try to chase him down on recovery. OD uppercut not working out for Kawano.
More Fierce catches the drive rush. Combo to the drive. And he backs up for a little bit. Catching the throw tech. Man, walk speed so devious. In and out there. Bobbing and weaving. It's Kawano now. It's a throw the second time. Finds a low. Finds a good throw because he was standing. Do we bait it out? No, committed. That's a death. Kawano, set point.
Pretty big commitments coming in from Kawano, by the way. Level 2, past the fireball. Nice and easy, going for the damage. No need for healing, obviously. Drive rush on in. Trying to bait something. He halted his momentum intentionally. Dogura in a comfortable space. He could perfect parry a fireball and let it rock. But he's opting to swing.
First throw, no back throw here. Perfect parry. I like the punch to put him right up in the corner. I like that he didn't go for the DP. It might have whipped. It's Simo trying to reset. Jabs there once again, the 4-frame. Kawano active on his defense. Lays the medium.
Ooh,
gets the same
ran
right
into it.
after. Stepped in it. He might die for it.
Oh, he dropped it! No way! He actually might die for this! There is an opportunity here for Dogura to get massive chip damage. Can he? Oh, he's definitely going to be able to do it. No, Kawano. He let go of it. He had the crouch jab. I think there was a counter hit. There's so a couple of things that I might have missed. If it was a counter hit, maybe Dogura pushed himself too far out for Kawano to extend with standing light kick into level 2. Or it could have been at the fall of Kawano right out the gate and just misplaced his lights. Drive impact again. Dogura is looking for something that isn't there, and I know what he's looking for. He's looking for that fireball, man. Ooh,
yeah,
the back
hasn't
throw,
been a round start in a while. The fireballs are coming through, nice and close. Hard to read with the DI. That'll be a bigger button right after. Trying to go for the crouch and kick. Too far out though for that. +5, the throw right after. Drops the overhead. Out of there.
Oh, great interruption there from Kawano. A little bit of a fake out too. Going in for the crouching light kick, catching it as a low. Dogura very much so towards the wall. Doesn't even need it, or does he? He does. Back roundhouse, finish it off. Not gonna drop the combo here this time. Kawano. Match point yet again. Dogura. He's sitting at 2 bars. Kawano with 0 under his belt. But the parries are going to be coming in. Dogura still not able to find an opening against the fireballs that have been raining out from Kawano. The forward throw now to create that space. And again, another interruption against the drive rush. Kawano getting caught off guard a bunch of times. And a big whiff punish against the throw.
So ready for everything. Reversal rings, but that's fine. Quick rise, and still up in the corner. Walk up throw right after. One drive rush throw will kill. Or even the lights will, even the scaling. Yeah, no super necessary. A job well done. Set point for Dogura. Does he close it out for his team here and now? Bar at the bottom too as well.
This is to advance to grand finals. Can Crazy Raccoon do it? Can Dogura put the nail in the coffin against Kawano right here and now? A lot on the line. A very big ODDP, forcing Kawano to back out. The interruption off of the drive rush. Standing light kick to stop. Kawano looking for the offensive. Dogura trying to bait out any reaction against Kawano.
Cross side. Stand medium. Take back the turn. Care for the perfect parry. Use the space. The low forward. Catches him. One more interaction. Kawano, can he find an opening? Even more so now with the throw. The DP
forgot to prevent the air fireball. Do you have enough damage in the tank? No shot! He's still alive? He's gonna be alive, but barely, I'd imagine. It's not gonna be enough to stay alive! Dogura actually does it! It's the very last hit! It's Crazy Raccoon going to the Grand Finals! Oh my god. I thought he was gonna live. I thought he was gonna live. 9k health. Kawano even laughed it off. Dogura with the clutch level 3 off of the stray hit. Elena over Akuma 2-1.
Dogura. Even before that, even with the anti-airs off against the fireballs, staying solid with the shimmies. What the character people didn't think could get it done when she dropped, wasn't meta and all this stuff like that, is the reason why they are going to the grand finals over Good 8 Squad. That means, Vicious, we get a new champion for Street Fighter League Japan and possibly the World Championships for the Japan side of things. I cannot believe it. Good 8 Squad will not be going there. It'll be Crazy Raccoon instead. I like it. A little too short. I'm so bad right now. I'm sorry. There are too many emotions right now. Oh.
A couple of drops from both ends. A lot of ambition coming in from Dogura with some of these big DI reads really early on in the set as well. But luckily enough, it didn't amount to the destruction of Crazy Raccoon. This, going into set 3, was so crazy. And it's not even like a pun towards the team. Crazy Raccoon coming in with a 40 bomber against Good 8 Squad. Good 8 Squad has never been blown out like that before throughout regulation season. That was the first ever 40-0, I think. I might be tripping on that. I'm gonna double check my sources. But either way, you pull off a 40-0 against the hottest team in the streets. Okay, I take it back. Victrix, I think, no, wait, am I tripping? Did they really like go through without any 40 bombs against them? I might be tripping, but either way, being able to do so in the playoffs, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. There's so many things I want to ask everybody at home, but I don't get that opportunity. I really want to ask, like, what had happened in between in set 2. I really want to know what the decision making was from Good 8 Squad, from certain individuals.
Maybe that would have been better against the way to be Oja. I don't know. But even then, like Crazy Raccoon turning up like volume. Shoot though, for example, absolute clutch, got absolute demon right now with this Ryu. The way that Kazunoko brought it back with that C Viper after losing so many sets, he was like, you know, I gotta get it for him. I gotta pick it up for my team. The way that Bonchan has still kept up that Akuma. Dogura on the Elena, even though those DIs are kind of risky, the optimization, his solidity just in clutch moments, especially at the very end, I cannot believe, but it's obviously well earned. The way that Crazy Raccoon was playing. I don't know if this is part of them being warmed up from fighting Nagoya NTP Oja. I think a lot of this is also strategy from the way that they were playing and placing their players and things like that. But man, did they cook up.
I think it's all the factors rolled up into one, right? We either had two outcomes, obviously. It's either they roll the way that FlyQuest did, falling a little bit short against the Titans, or they surpass the Giants themselves and become the top dogs, the way that Ninjas in Pajamas did, right? So it rolled in favor of the latter. It was a lot of big reads against like certain player tendencies. I think personally, I think you had a really good call in regards to like Shuto really breaking down some of the tendencies of both Sahara, 3-0 by the way. Never seen him get shut out like that. And then Kawano with his defensive tendencies, 3-1. Who's been, again, one of the biggest highlights in league. Sahara has had a trail of Akumas lying in wait. There were a ton of bodies, all Shotos, from the side of Sahara. What's crazy about that is, though, the only one that he wasn't able to take down was in the very beginning, and that was Shuto.
Yep. You're right. And I was playing Ryu. So both characters were prepared for. With the losers interviews here, Kawano said, we were prepared for today, but Crazy Raccoon was really strong. We couldn't do the moves that we wanted to. We thank all the fans and supporters for all the cheers. Sahara said, I couldn't do well, especially today. I'll do better next season. Bukera says, I had Ed made ready even during this season, but unfortunately it did not work out. We'll try for the grand finals and champions next season. Heartbreaking.
Oh man. Considering how emotional Gachi-kun gets, how emotional Pulgara gets, I am at a loss for words towards like how Gachi-kun is feeling. He's holding himself pretty well. I am gonna tune into his stream later on if he decides to stream. I'm not gonna say anything in the chat, but I'm gonna have my Google Translator open just to see like where he's at mentally, man, because he's like a very emotional cat. Like you can see, man, Sahara just as emotional. You can see him. Just the lighting doesn't really help either. I am feeling so much for this team right now, man.
It is, you know, it's always sad with League because there's like even more of that team-based element. These players are just relying upon each other so much that it makes it hit even harder when they get knocked out. We see that even with regulation play, even with this one though. And Good 8 Squad has been so dominant that for a lot of people this was the pick. And so you have the weight of the fans being like, we would pick you to take the W, right? We were rooting for you, but I know those same fans are going to root for them in their next iteration. So with that, they should hold their heads up high. But wow. 来年ね、また出ることがあれば、グランドファイナルももちろんなんですけど、今年はちょっとそのサハラがすごい任せ切ってしまったので、僕自身ちょっとね、もうちょっと先輩かっこいいんだぞっていうのを来年以降は
A lot to consider coming in
思います。
from the final words coming in from Gachi-kun. Really heartfelt. I was able to pick up like a little bit of pieces towards it.
はい、まあちょっと重ねにはなるんですが、今年グッドイットスカットを応援してくれたファンの皆さん、グランドファイナルで、待ってますっていろんなお声をいただいたんですけど、惜しくもそれは叶わずというところで、でもやっぱり毎年どんどん強いチームが出てきとるっていうことなんだ、それは。なんで本当にストリートファイターリーグはめちゃくちゃ面白い。More words of the interview.
Oh, it's coming in, man.
Oh, man. グランドファイナルね、楽しみにしてもらいたいです。
No.
ありがとうございます。グッドイットスクワットの皆さん、本当にお疲れ様でした。お疲れ様でした。
So his interview, he says Crazy Raccoon was really strong. Congrats to them. I feel they might win in the grand finals as well. I let others play for the most part today, but it didn't work out. Been a lot of practice with many trainees, but I guess Crazy Raccoon did better than we did.
A lot of anticipation going into like grand finals, right? Like he had really high hopes to making it into the grand finals with this particular team, right? This is a very like cold and calculated team, and even like the inclusion of Sahara, there were a lot of plans that he had trying to make it into the grand finals, and it's just so sad that he's feeling it right now. He's felt like it was just his dreams were cut short with this team. And he's talking about like the strength overall of like every season. And we actually get that, yeah, so we do get that from the translation, right? He says it gets harder to go to the grand finals every year, and it's really great that like Japan is getting stronger as well. So although he's trying his best to like keep his demeanor as a captain and really like talk about the overall stature of Japan in the comparison of like the grand scheme of things, you could see it too, like towards the end, he's really starting to break, but he does thank everybody for all the support up until this point.
It's Crazy Raccoon. Y'all played one of the most risky gambits, I feel like, overall, for a multitude of reasons. Adding a character to your toolkit in the middle of the league is a lot of work, especially when you keep up with like World Warriors and CPT events. That's a lot of work. Or even switching your character is a lot of work. But they did that so well. For Dogra, of course, we mentioned how he has evolved Elena to a real workable character that people actually have to worry about, has given the blueprint of how to play her in full. With Shuto, the read with the quickness, learning how to operate a character at high level, decision making behind it, and the studiousness to break down the players at the same time. That combination takes a ton of work to have mentally. And to be like, you know what, this character will suit me. The Sukuma I've had for a long time doesn't as much. The Ryu will suit me. Nothing short of incredible. Kazunoko's finish for like being like, you know what, I'm gonna make this Sea Viper work and find these methods and take down KB, who's been one of the most dominant players, if not the most dominant player in league thus far, regulation play. And Bonchan still getting, once again, keeping up the Akuma at high level. Who knows when the Sagat's gonna come out? It might come out in the grand finals. It might even be ready, or even prepared at that point. Risky, but well done and well rewarded.
Yeah, I think it's easily one of the most diverse groups, and I think they yielded some of the biggest threats. We could talk about Good 8 squad and their current stature of being like one of the strongest teams, surely. Rashid, Ed, Akuma, Bison, Jury, Sagat, right? That's like a pretty standard mix that a lot of people have been well prepared for, with the exception of Sagat, right? That's the only anomaly. But then you have characters like switching up between like Sea Viper, also from Kazunoko, who deals just like a ton of damage, and I think she meshes well with the rest of the cast. Dogra with Elena, right? Not a lot of data on that character. On a worldwide basis, at that. Shuto with a Ryu that has a game plan, a Ryu that has been like really significantly changed between seasons 2 into this season, and having the wherewithal to understand like fully what a player's tendencies are outside of the matchup. This is a recipe for disaster against any other team, and Crazy Raccoon has proved it to a very solid point against both Nagoya and TP Oja, as well as Good 8 squad, not necessarily having like the best record against both in regulation season, but they showed up where it counted, and that was the playoffs.
That's true. Dogra thanks the team for letting him play in the sweetest games. He said it was really an advantage against Kawano in the last part. We really didn't have the confidence against Kawano, but the tier 2 octave higher than usual from Bonchan let him win. Practice really worked out. The last combo was the most optimal. So again, at the very end, he was able to keep it as optimal as possible. And that's why it killed. Honestly, biggest with Dogra, again, being able to evolve this character to a way that people didn't even think was there. And honestly, part of that's just Dogra's play. His hit confirms are always on point. It feels like 80% of the stand mediums or even the crouching medium kicks that hit, they lead to something else if they're standing or what have you. And I feel like he makes the most of what is given to him with the character. And I'm glad that there's so much to look forward to in terms of Dogra's play that other players can look at and say, maybe I want to play Elena now. I see the vision. I see the blueprint now. I have more to go off from him. And Kazunoko says, it's my first year with Viper. Tachikawa helped me a lot with combos and footsies. I'm sure Tachikawa will come up with new combos in the grand finals as well. So Tachikawa has been playing a lot of Sea Viper on his stream, and I think he's like legend rank with them. So I guess it makes sense that he traded with that character to help teach Kazunoko. That is such a cool coach right there.
Dangerous combination, if you ask me, right? If Tachikawa can't make it out to Street Fighter League finals as a player, best believe his guidance and tutelage has really helped excel a lot of players. I've actually had a full-on conversation. Google Translate really saved my butt on that one. I had the chance to talk to him back at EVO Las Vegas, and he was contemplating his future as a player, right? As he was getting ready for EWC, he's like, you know what, I'm going to try my best for EWC, but going forward, if I don't make it as a part of the league, I think I can offer my services as a coach. He said, what do you think? I said, you know what, even if you are a coach, you're still doing so much like research in terms of like optimizing a character and also like playing to the strengths of the player you're coaching to like to improve their overall skill level, and also dissecting another player. So overall, it's not a bad choice, right? I made sure to like have that full conversation, like because Tachikawa was genuinely like, I'm not sure where to go with this. Like, how do you feel about it? He had asked me on Google Translate. And I'm just like, you know what?
Yeah.
This only improves your current stature as like your overall presence in the scene, and also like I think that's also improves you as a player, right? Because you're doing double duty essentially, and then you get to practice against another world-renowned player or a handful of world-renowned players, right? The world is your oyster. You can pick and choose what teams you want to coach going forward, right? You have so many opportunities to improve. And I'm so very glad that Tachikawa had been able to like be a pivotal part of a team's success.
That is so cool. I'm so glad that he is still having an active role in the community, even if it's this or if he goes back to competition. Regardless, you saw the activity out here. The training led to Kazunoko's success. He cites that, and that presence is still felt out in the league. Boncha says, we put it all out today. The practice was really harsh, but Shuto was in really good shape, letting us all expect wins in important games. It's a really great thing that we were able to win from the 3rd place. And honestly, again, you're putting weight on Shuto with a brand new Ryu that people have fought a ton around the world, but Shuto said, I'm different with it. And the fact that he has been able to, as we keep mentioning, decipher players and find routes to success in terms of damage and things like that, the timing, the spacing, even against like the top dogs like KB. Well done to Shuto. And again, it was a team effort, but I'm glad that Shuto really got to shine in those anchor positions that he usually is known for.
Yeah, there was definitely something different, like gleaming in the eyes of Shuto this season, and even more so, like prevalent in the playoffs. He outworked every person he played off against. He might just be one of the MVPs for the grand finals. Not necessarily the grand finals, but like if we were to like narrow it down. Oh, well, we already established the division MVP, and that was KB. But I was hoping there was like another award to give out for the team that makes it out of their division for the grand finals. But alas, that's not a thing. But if there's anything to look forward to, is seeing that exact work ethic applied towards whoever is making it out of Division F, right? It's still not the end of it all. We're still obviously getting the translations going, but tomorrow we still have to go through Division F, and that is going to be insane.
Zeta versus Hiroshima Team Itsuka, the winner of that fighting reject. Oh my god, we still have more games to play, but I guess back to the interview. Shuto says that EWC, I had time to play with Gachikun, and I lost badly. I won the first 2 anchor matches in the season. I couldn't do well after that. This is why I changed to Ryu, and it's great. The training worked out. Be able to win at playoffs today. I never got a chance to ask him why he changed or if that was like a real deal. All I did was I went into a stream, because he can speak some English. I was like, so is this like your new character, or are you just testing him out? And he said new character, but he giggled. It's hard to decipher if that means it's like actually a change or if they're like messing around or a secondary, but it's a real deal. It's good to hear that he like found out early that he was like, okay, this is not the character for me. Akuma this season, or the way that I want to play, is not operating in the way that I want to play and get results with. And usually that doesn't work out for a lot of players. See a lot of players switch over to Mai or whatever top tier is out here, or switch around and not find success. Shuto did within a short amount of time, and I'm glad that having experience at EWC led him to that. Dogra says, thank you to all the fans. We really made them worry a dozen times. We did better than last year. We're relieved with it. We really want to thrive in the grand finals with the 4 players, so please keep the cheers up for us a bit more.
We most definitely will, with the way they delivered that final performance against the top dogs, 2 of the top dogs. They were coming into this with a 3rd place seeding and still managed to pull out everything they had practiced, disrupt so many different fantasy brackets, and also shatter the expectations of a bunch of other players going into it. I'm paying close attention to Twitter. Everybody is going nuts right now for Crazy Raccoon. We've had so many different pros say, what is going on? We've had so many pros say, this is the funniest SFL I've ever seen. This is like a very different result towards the expectations of a lot of the people within the Japanese community, but for the better. It feels like everybody immediately had started to cheer and root for Crazy Raccoon. And then you saw that exact same rebuttal in favor of Good 8 Squad. But lo and behold, Crazy Raccoon walking away as the victors. And they were coming in with 220 points total. Crazy. Absolutely crazy going into it. All of the players with their collective talents making the dream work. And you'll see them in Grand Finals on the 31st.
Beautiful stuff. This is what we said before. Street Fighter League is so hard to call who's going to get that W. And even what's coming up next. Tomorrow, Zeta Division Geekly going up against Hiroshima Team Itsuka, winner fighting Reject. Who knows? Reject could also just not be at that Grand Finals position again. It could be Hiroshima Team Itsuka. It could be Zeta. We don't know, especially with today saying such a big precedence. However, Street Fighter League Japan this year has been so ridiculous. It's been hard to call any of these results. It's been such contention. It'll continue to be as we march through these playoffs. We have one team solidified with Crazy Raccoon. Who will be joining them? We'll be finding out tomorrow. And I cannot wait for that to happen. In fact, I probably won't go get no sleep. I'll just stay up and wait until the next time we meet.
So difficult to consider, right? The first match, Zeta versus Hiroshima Team Ikusa. I don't know how to call it. I really don't know how to call it. But one thing I do hope for, I do hope that it goes down to the wire. I do hope that we get fully fleshed out matches where we play it out until the very last point. That's what I'm expecting. That's what I'm hoping. And I hope you guys look forward to it as well. The winner of that first match faces off against one of the most impenetrable forces that has ever hit Street Fighter League Japan, and that is Team Reject. Man, I cannot wait. I cannot even articulate how excited I am to watch this happen. But I am excited about everything that's been going on in the realm of the merch side, right? Capcom Merch has been bringing out a lot of really crazy stuff in terms of t-shirts, the new artwork being implemented as a keychain and even as a towel. Really, really great stuff. And even more so, some of the exclusives, right, Senko?
That's right. The ones that are popped up in the CFN, you can get those all right now to support your favorite teams or title holdings, whatever you want to do, especially probably see a lot of Crazy Raccoon supporters after today or maybe after a few weeks. But either way, you got many ways to shout out, support your favorite teams. Even if they're long gone, it doesn't matter. They've given you some good times for Street Fighter League. Go ahead and do so. There's been so much, as you mentioned, in terms of merch, in terms of way of support for Street Fighter League from all around the world. And you can keep it going by tuning to the playoffs tomorrow, Division F, and then also the Grand Finals on the 31st of January. Get your tickets ASAP, digitally, or to be there in the venue. Whatever you do, just make sure you have your eyes locked open and ready to watch the grand finale of Crazy Raccoon versus Who Knows.
The fate for Japan, they have to face off against the Bandits. They have to face off against Ninjas in Pajamas. This is going to be the most insanely stacked Street Fighter League World Championships. We could potentially get a brand new champion. We may not, actually. Technically, we will. Yeah, by default, we will see a brand new champion for the World Championships.
For 6, that is true. We Bandits, Ninja Pajamas, or whoever comes through between Division F or Crazy Raccoon. It's hard to call, but again, League has been so incredible all around the world. It's been live, it's been offline. We've been watching the meta grow, the players grow together. We've been watching the heartbreaks happen, but also dreams being made. And it's been nothing short of amazing. I hope it continues next year. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I know we're not even close to being done with anything, but I hope this continues. I hope y'all keep giving that reference out there, no matter where you're at in the US or the EU. Keep your eyes watching, and also just supporting, telling Capcom that you want more of this, that you want it live, that you want to see more of this kind of stuff, whether it be in smaller areas or whatever it may be. Just keep the support going for League.
And more so, keep on supporting the other communities involved, right? You guys have been tuning into Street Fighter League Japan. I love the amount of respect and reverence, as Senkola had mentioned, being shown towards these other communities, like watching along with some of these players. I mean, Japan has some of the finest talents around, but the fact that you guys are still continuously sticking with it and following along the journey and watching the meta get developed and redeveloped, reinvented, week after week, month after month, season after season. It's been nothing short of spectacular. So we thank you guys first and foremost for even tuning in all the way this long, multiple seasons. And you guys are about to enjoy the rest of this journey. That does conclude the entirety of Division S. But man, oh man, I guarantee you, you do not want to miss what's about to happen with Division F.
Say Division. Hiroshima Team Itsuka. Reject. Who knows gonna take it? What's gonna come through? Is Daigo gonna show out? He's gonna be off the bench? Probably. What will Lashard do? Hiroshima Team Itsuka, one of the dark horses in the division. Who knows? I know I will see tomorrow for Division F. Until then, stay safe. We will see you in the streets. Peace.
さよなら。ディビジョン S プレーオフチームマッチマンクレイジーラクーン対名古屋 NTP 王者。生ラッシュ中断。これはさあこれそのまましっかり CA まで走り切った。これはかなり上空が投げ厳しい。ダッシュダウン。
いやじゃないごめんちょっとかわったね。
ナイスナイス
やばい。
ただ攻撃もクリティカルアウトなんで
投げ抜けたか。ボディハードヒット。うわ
倒せなければ。うえナイスナイス
いい試合するね。
しゃあない。すみません。荒い。
これたまるぞ。3ゲージまでたまると見てうまい。フルリソースで今後走り切りました。ボルダー着地に対してパニカー
KB 選手が走るということは
演武アナザグラ再び数のこのバイパーに対して間に合った KB。
うわー漏れちゃった。
許してくれ許してくれ。
あいナイスおじさん。
ここ逆にやはりせいや選手が勝利した時に、かなりプレッシャーが
バウトしないがジャッケ
ここでか
このギリギリ残ったドライブを最大限に有効活用した足はいける。
立ちジャッケでもおそらく
ここでザンク
一瞬まで安全かも。
おいノイスいいザンク。
いける。
うわーいや運悪い。
あーっと中断これはドライブがなくなる。
うまいシャッカにして SS3 パリ
ライン曲がった。うわーここで
ボディハードくる。
うわマジかここで
パ
パーニング
え来たマジ
マジだけど。
大幅回復した時間使えてますよ。う
まいシューパンチに対してKB バウンとしながらインパクト
届く
画面始まるとしながらインパクト
や
バウンとしながら
本当に重要な3巡目の先行を任されてるんで頑張ります。
何も話すことはございません。頑張ります。
いいね。
捉えた
SH たまるから倒しきれるぞこれ。
これは走りきれれば1ゲージやけどするぜ。回復が間に合ったがここからどうするか。打ってきた動いていない
ナイス。
危ね
ナイストライ。
で
ボディ打ってない。さあここでカズノコ大逆転。あ KB しのいだヒット。ここでしっかりとカズノコ捉えている。
いやゴー。いや
いや
ボム。あ来た。いけよ。
いけ
よしナイス。
でかいこれはでかい。
うまい
見てる。これはしっかりと道具ら確認している。
ゲーダー
走ってきた。カウンターヒット
打ってない。
きたー。
距離見て技書いてる。
ラッシュをしっかりと刺した道具らモッチーをロックして確実に落とし切ります。
いやごめんだ。いや当たる。ナイスやったー。さすが完璧でございます。
素晴らしい。さあいよいよどちらかとなります。チームマッチ2クレイジーラクーンはたどり着きました。このグッドイドスクワットの待つ場にさあ先鋒戦ここに対してガチ君ドライブさ逆転しのげるのか。このユーサール
めくってる。ガチ君なら
届くのか。ここでの
天才天才ナイス天才
いやーしゃあない。
狙ってます。
これでドングラも CA たまったんですが即座に仕留めに来た川野。厳しい状況。最後クラッシャー前に行ったがここでの波動。クラッシャーいや
惜しいね。
逆タクだ。
もうマジか
しゃあない。回復した。これでシュートをトライ戻ってきた。そして大に波動。大足。うわーここでジャンプ。ここでジャンプ。
ナイス完璧すぎる。
さすがに初日すぎ。なるほど。いやここはもう難しいですね。なので SA2 最後キャノンでおっと届かない。残ったぞ。大チャンス。これクリティカルアーツだからさあそのまま CA まで走り切る。だったらためらさない。ため切り失敗。中足捉えた。うますぎる。
どうも
捉えた。
おい
ナイス。
オッケー強いやん。ナイス。
小技からこれ CA になってるぞ。さあ間がつきまでしっかりと走り切る。投げはあと2回大丈夫。ラッシュズがいい中段が。大丈夫。ラッシュズがいい中段が。投げはあと。
おい
惜しい。
いいね。
なめんな。
抜ける。そしておお。さあ起き上がり。カナダまだ CA ではありませんが中アシット。シュートじりじりと追い込んで最後は中足一戦。
はい簡単だ。ナイス。
ナイス。いいね。
強すぎ。お前強すぎ。うわごめん。勝ちます。以上。
いけ。
勝ってくれ。
決めてくれ。
はい、絶対絶命1回でも来たら終わりという形になってるんですが頑張ります。
立ち上げ系ラッシュか止める。入れながら耐えることも可能ですけどここでポテコかジャッケが届いてない。さあここはじゃないですか。運んでいく。ライドホーン SS3 さあこの体力豪気どこなんだ。体力は残るのか。残らない。
ごめん。
ナイス。ほら行くんだよ。
勝てんじゃん。
いいな。
勝てんじゃん。集まり勝ってんだから。
ナイス。
分からせたぞ。
オッケ
やったー。
ー。やね
すごい。